see how I do reading off my computer.
Hello. Okay, great. Let's get the session started. First of all, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the second part of this COP. I hope all of you had a good rest day yesterday. This morning, can we have the slide? So this morning, I'm delighted to be welcoming you all to this session that we are organizing today on what should the Global Stocktake deliver on climate and biodiversity. As all of you will know, the Global Stocktake is perhaps the most important and central part of the Paris Agreement. It's that bit that ensures that countries ratchet up their ambitions on climate change and ratchet up the nationally determined contributions that they're supposed to submit at 5-yearly intervals. And just to give you a little bit of a background of the Global Stocktake itself, 2023, of course, is the year when the Global Stocktake is due to conclude, but the process started back at COP26 in Glasgow. It had 3 phases. It had an information collection and preparation phase, which was followed then by a year-long technical assessment phase, and now we are in the final political phase. And what this phase we hope will do will send a really strong message, a very clear and robust decision that will result in the delivery and the submission of more ambitious NDCs in 2025. And from our perspective, we are delighted to be focusing today on the topic of how can the Global Stocktake enhance ambition on the interlinkages between biodiversity and climate change, and how can it better recognize the role that nature and ecosystems can play in delivering against the goals of the Paris Agreement. So I'm delighted to be joined here today by a set of expert panelists. I'm proud to call them my friends because here are all the colleagues across our various organizations who actually follow the negotiations on the GST in the rooms out there. So hopefully you will hear from them the latest on what's been happening, what their various priorities are, their reflections on the current text, and how in this final phase of the GST process over the next 3 or 4 days, collectively we can ensure the strongest possible outcome that's possible. So let me just introduce the panelists briefly first, and then we can get down to the nitty-gritty of it. So on my left, first of all, we have Florence Lalo, who is the Senior Director for Climate Policy at Conservation International. Welcome, Florence. Then to her left, we have Shirley Mattison, who is the Global NDC Enhancement Coordinator for WWF. Shirley, welcome. Then we have John Verdick, who is the Director of International Climate Policy at the Nature Conservancy. Welcome, John.
Thank you.
And last, but by no means the least, we have Rhiannon Nevin, who is wearing 2 hats. So she is the Senior Policy Manager for Climate and Energy at BirdLife International, but also the co-chair of the Climate Action Network Ecosystems Group. And I must say that, how honored I am as IUCN, because we have all of these organizations, CI, TNC, BirdLife, WWF, are our members. And what we have here is a collective of the nature community that we hope will be able to send a really strong and unified signal through the process that we are engaged in here. I should also acknowledge at this point that we are also members of Nature for Climate, and we've been working very strongly as part of a N4C diplomacy group, along with several others, to try and have these strong outcomes here at COP28 on the GST. So what I'm going to do is I'm now going to turn to each of you to ask you to share what your organizational priorities are in terms of what you'd like to see come out of the GST from your respective organizations, and also your initial reflections on the GST text as it stands itself. But before I go into that, let me just invite our colleagues to move to the next slide. So I don't know how many of you have already seen the GST text. So this was a text dated of 5th December. which was discussed by the parties. The parties provided their inputs on it. And this is a text that went from the subsidiary bodies to the CMA at the end of day before yesterday. And this is a text that, together with the submissions and the comments that parties have made, will be considered this way forward. So for those who are interested, take a moment to scan this document so that you know what the text looks like. But maybe without any further ado, we are going to have a conversation here, so it's not going to be a formal process. We're going to come back and forth to discuss ideas. And we're not going to follow any particular order from left to right. So maybe I'll just start off by calling on you, John, to share your perspectives from TNC on what your priorities on the GST are and your reflections on the current state of play. Thank you.
Great. Thanks, Sandeep. Do I turn this on? Is that better? Or is it already on? Oh, good. Thank you. Thank you very much, Sandeep, and thank you to IUCN and everyone for the opportunity to speak. So I think from TNC's perspective, the really large overarching idea that we wanted out of the Global Stocktake this year is we need to move forward, we need to scale up, and we need more ambition. Then the question out of that really kind of overarching comes into how. And a couple of the hows, sorry, starts to look into the process. The process gets really wonky here, really fast. And Sandeep just started to mention that it comes out of the subsidiary bodies, goes into the CMA, and all of a sudden all these acronyms. And what does that mean? And how do we affect it as civil society? Well, there's a couple pieces. The text that came out that we have up in the QR code was 24 pages and was given to negotiators. They had just a little bit of time to read. They had a little bit of time to offer their thoughts and actually make edits up on the wall in the negotiation room. Now, it's a couple hours, but if you think 190 parties, each making a couple of edits to a 24-page paper, time goes very fast. And so all the parties got was a couple hours, which means I think, like 4 countries got to speak. And then what about the other 40 countries that wanted to speak, and who's in line next, and giving parity with different countries having the ability. So it's not just US and then Saudi, I think, spoke first, and that was almost all of the time. And then what about everybody else? So part of what we wanted to do is look, there are many, many options in this text. Many of them are good, many of them are bad. When you think about some of the options, like there's language in there on fossil fuels. Are we going to phase out? Are we going to phase down? There's also another option of no text. If we come out with no text on fossil fuels out of this COP, I mean, why did we come here? I would ask. And many of the other pieces are nuance, and how do we scale things up, scale things down a little bit? But if we can't come out and say we need to reduce fossil fuels, I think, from obviously we work a lot on nature, but that's just kind of a non-starter for us. Then we start to look into some of the different things. And I used to be a negotiator for the US government, and one of the things I really learned in that time was that the verbs matter. Some of the verbs that are in there, whether it's on nature, whether it's on finance, if we say something like takes note of, it doesn't really say anything. If we use like a middle kind of verb, we want to say urges parties to reduce. We're probably not going to get anything in the global stocktakes that says parties shall update their NDCs. We're not going to get this hard legal mandate, but we need some kind of verb that's actually going to say that you are going to do something, or we invite you to do something, rather than just nature's nice. And that gives us a little bit of political momentum, and it's something we can build a hook off of in the future, but it's not something that lets us just really drive something. A couple more thoughts as well. There's the language on fossil fuels looks at how do we drive fossil fuel emissions down. It also looks at how do we reduce subsidies, inefficient subsidies for fossil fuels. It's not just the usage of them. It's how do we reduce subsidies. This can go into the nature-based article as well, too, right? Like how are we reducing inefficient or unhelpful subsidies in the agriculture world, right? Finance, exact same thing. There's language in there on finance. There's a couple good options. There's some not good options. If we come out with no option saying we need to scale finance up, again, we need something in there. We need hooks. Then lastly, maybe the last thing I'll talk about is the way forward. And I know some others will talk about some specifics, but let me just kind of frame what the way forward can be. Is the global stocktake is different than what we've seen the last couple of years. One, it came from a mandate written into the Paris Agreement that said in 2023, we will have a global stocktake to look at where we've come from and where we want to go. We know the UNEP emissions gap report is out there. We know IPCC reports are out there. We know we're not aiming to 1.5 degrees. But this is a place for us to take stock in where do we need to change things? Where do we change course right now? With that, that decision coming out of the Paris Agreement and giving us the global stocktake is legally different than what we've seen in the past couple years where we've had a cover note. The last couple years we've had a cover note, but that doesn't have a mandate from negotiators from 5 years ago, from 1 year ago. Because there's a mandate in this, the language of what the way forward becomes really important. And again, it goes into the verbs. We want a strong verb into the way forward. But what can we make a mandate from out of this global stocktake so that when we leave this year with this agreement, we don't just have a piece of paper that says all these things are nice. We have a piece of paper that says, here's what we need to do about it. Here's what room we're going to discuss it in. Are we going to discuss it in the CMA again? Are we going to discuss it in the SBI? Like all of these different rooms and negotiation tracks have kind of different formalities. We need to build it into the formalities, and that's a little bit of, I think, where some of us think is we get into the really wonky stuff, where can we build it into the right place? And then I'm going to leave it to some of our colleagues to talk about what we want to build into the right place as well. So thank you.
Great, thanks so much, John. So words matter, words clearly matter in this process. And you know, as John said, you know, the entire purpose of the global stocktake is to take, you know, is to collectively assess the progress that has been made thus far in achieving the purpose and the long-term goals of the Paris Agreement, and to course correct from here on, right? So the way forward is a really important bit of the architecture of the Paris Agreement, and I think we should also bear in mind that this is the year of the first global stocktake, and which is why it's so important to get this bit right, because future global stocktakes will, in a sense, be based on how this process ran out. You know, so it's really important that this process sends a really strong signal in terms of the way forward. So thank you for that, John. So let me now invite Florence. Florence, please share, you know, your thoughts on what CI's priorities are, and your reflections on where we are so far. Thanks.
Thank you. Working? Yeah. So coming to our policy recommendations to this COP and maybe giving you general context of it and how we see it, we won't reach our global and biodiversity goals without halting and reversing nature loss by 2030. So this is crucial also to understand the timeline, is that we need in the land use change, forestry sector to reach net zero by 2030. So it's tomorrow. Meaning this GST is really the moment to course correct this action. Next GST would be too late. And it's both on, interlinked, is on mitigation, adaptation, on loss and damage. If delayed action basically on nature would decrease the capacity of ecosystems to adapt. So we lose this capacity if we don't act now, meaning also in terms of loss and damage, this will be affected, our capacity to do so. So this is really the overarching piece. So what we wanted is one specific reference and action commitment with nature-based solutions, both in mitigation and adaptation. This includes oceans, this includes marine, coastal ecosystems. The finance piece that John mentioned is important. There are two sides of this coin. One is, of course, stronger commitment and strong references in GST of this gap in terms of the land use. We know that there's a sector compared to others that is, let's say, the poor cousin or something like that. So this is crucial. And the other thing, which is very important that John quickly mentioned, is phasing out also harmful subsidies. We also always think about how money we need on the table, but there's a lot of money and subsidies out there just giving the wrong incentives and not helping out. So this would be a crucial piece, and we would like to have that in GST. And of course, I forgot to mention our overarching piece is that phasing out fossil fuels is crucial. And one big piece, I think, of our message around that is not one or the other. We saw before coming to COP, it just became some false dichotomy around things. Is nature or one? No, it's everything. We need everything on the table right now. We do want to see also stronger IPLC, minorities, youth women locally led action recognized in the text. So these are the big pieces, and of course, then moving also to action is like countries really committing to include all that policies, measures, actions in their national climate plans and of course within NDCs. So this was, let's say, the main pieces of our policy recommendations. How we see the text right now is we do have good references in halting deforestation, reversing deforestation by 2030, reference to the importance of protection, restoration of ecosystems, including coastal and ocean-related ones. There's a big gap in agriculture and food systems. There's no reference out there, and I presume this will be one of a fight, as I see it. There are mentions and reference to IPLCs, locally led climate action, and so on. But there's still, surprisingly, in adaptation, oceans-related climate action is not referenced. No reference to the Oceans Dialogue. So for those who don't know, it's been 2 years that we have in parallel within UNFCCC this Oceans Dialogue. There was a summary report prepared by UNFCCC, and like classical UNFCCC stuff, at least welcoming these outcomes and recommendations would have to be there, and it's not. So definitely it's one of big pieces. The oceans-related action needs to be there, and it's not, and especially in adaptation. So we need to have some work on that and improvement on that. And lastly, I would say the linkages of climate and biodiversity, they do mention the need to integrate UN conventions, but I've been a long time in this UN corridors, and I know this is the classical wording that they always put. We need stronger linkages and wording on that. This is too broad. How are we going to ensure the links of the conventions, the link of action, and the nexus, climate and biodiversity nexus? So this is also one piece that is lacking. And to end, finance, they do mention the gaps and needs in terms of clean energy and so on, but they do not mention the land use sector. We don't have these magic numbers. We have some numbers, but we know the gap. We have figures and we have science there talking about this gap. So this would be very important because, as you know, finance is starting to be discussed, but it's normally will be decided in next COP. So what will be in the global GST in terms of the finance gaps and the finance needs, I would say, would set the stage to what will come next. So we definitely want to see that in the text too. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Florence. I think you made sort of various important points out there, but if I were to capture, two, I think the two that, certainly align with IUCN's own views is the need to have these stronger operational synergies across, the 3 Rio conventions. I mean, it's been forever that they've been talking in general terms, recognizing the importance of synergies. But the question is, what's the next step? How do you actually make that real? How do you actually make that concrete? How do you get the secretariats of the different conventions to speak together, to work together, to report on together, so as to also minimize the reporting burden on developing countries and some of these same issues that are dealt with in 3 different ways in 3 different processes. And the second point on finance, again, I think it's hugely important. In our view as well, we are calling for enhanced climate financing across the entire continuum of mitigation, adaptation, and loss and damage, but with an increased proportion of that being made directly accessible to indigenous peoples and local communities, bearing in mind their role as stewards of some of the world's most important ecosystems, and the fact that they receive, according to some estimates, less than 1% of climate financing today. So thank you for those. And now we move on to our next speaker. Shirley, you have the floor.
Thanks, Sandy. And I think one of the things that's very clear is that I think across the panel, we're very kind of aligned on our thinking, which is really telling on our expectations. I want to pick up on a few things, but just to start where you were saying about operationalization, that's really WWF's starting point on this. So what we were interested in from the very start is what is the way forward and guidance coming out of the GST. we've always been thinking of COP28. What comes out of here in the GST is really what's going to make or break COP28. But the response from parties to the decision text at COP28 is really going to be the success of the GST. So there really needs to be a strong language there on guidance and ways forward. And John's already talked about that a little bit and really set the scene. In terms of our reflections on the text, similar to what he was saying, at the moment we see it's quite bloated. That's kind of what we've been saying. There's lots of options on the table. There's things we like, things we don't like, a few things missing, but we're still looking for a bit of direction. But again, on the guidance and ways forward, there's still a lot to be done there. So that's part of what we're looking for. Just to go back to sort of the basics on this, one of the things fundamentally that we're key to recognize from the perspective of nature is that 1.5 really is, we really should be looking at that as the uppermost global warming limit that we should be aiming for. And we should be considering overshoot within this consideration. We have lots of talks. I mean, my reflection as the leaders come in, it's a little bit different from last year. 1.5 is all they talk about. So we'd like to see that reflected in the text. It's not about under 2 degrees. We know very clearly what's going to happen if we go over 1.5. We know the risks of overshoot, and I think we would really like to see that reflected. We've never been more informed. We've had the IPCC 6 assessment report. We've had a really strong technical assessment, so there's so much on there that could be really reflected in this text. Secondly, like I said, it's about what parties need to be doing. And we really need to see all parties stepping up on this. There's an element of how they do that. There's a question of underpinning this by science, but how does the implementation happen underlined by equity? When it comes from nature, for us, it's really important that we're revisiting the NDCs. We're also creating the new NDCs, and we're also pushing parties to really submit their long-term strategies. Because for nature, a lot of the activities that we do now, we don't see the impact until we're on the long-term scale. We're asking parties to think about common timeframes, but you can't ask nature to do the same thing, really. Like when you're talking about restoration and things like that, you're really not going to see the impact until you're on a long-term time scale. So for us, alignment of the NDCs and the long-term strategies is really important, and we'd really like that to be acknowledged and put a structure in there that will support this. And then again on the guidance, and I think Florence really sort of talked about this, there's more that can be done on nature. There is a recognition on the need to protect nature, but it's not really giving that specificity, and it's not really giving that guidance to the parties that we'd like to see. So for me, it was very clear coming out of the latest science that there is a need to recognize what nature already does for us, and the fact that nature is absorbing around about 50% consistently of man-made greenhouse gas emissions. So it's already giving us about a 50% discount on climate impacts. And so letting the temperature rise and doing all of these activities we do to compromise the integrity of these ecosystems is really putting this element at risk. And we need to recognize that we need to safeguard that. So there was a clear signal, I feel, coming out that the 30 to 50% of ecosystems, this is oceans, freshwater, forests, they need to be safeguarded, they need to be enhanced to make sure that we're maintaining that service, to make sure that we are not losing out on this ally that we get from nature. And I think we need to be thinking about, and I want to touch on what both of the speakers said around fossil fuels, because that's also the risk there. So that's why it's really important that we talk about phasing out one of the key sources of emissions, and we talk about it on a rapid scale out. So there is currently indication that we will have maybe a discussion on these issues that we're calling dangerous distractions. And irregardless of what we want to say about the feasibility, for me, it's the time frame. The time frame just does not work for nature. You know, if you're rolling out these technologies, are you being able to roll them out this year, next year, or is it going to be in 10 years and 15 years? Because if it's not going to be until, you know, the next decade, then you're talking about irreversible loss of nature. We can't wait on this side. So I think it's really important to acknowledge that. And again, I think, and Florence really touched on this as well, I think there's a need for joined up thinking. So I already talked about joining up the long-term thinking and the short-term thinking from a climate perspective, and linking that to the 1.5. Next year, we will be seeing the development of new nationally determined contributions, so climate plans. We will also be seeing the development of biodiversity plans under the CBD, and Rhiannon will maybe talk about this a bit more, but this is a really key opportunity to first streamline things so that we're not asking parties to do two processes. We're creating a sort of joined up process. So what guidance can we provide on that? Because a lot that will need to be done on the climate side will need to be incorporated on the biodiversity side. So we'd like to see strong language which really joins up expectations on the climate plans from the mitigation side and the adaptation side and the biodiversity plans. And lastly, what I wanted to say is I think there's, and then this is going back to John's point on guidance and ways forward, we really need to make sure that the GST is not just a one and done activity. We need to make sure that we're integrating the outputs across all of the processes on the that we are talking about. And like John said, there's a lot of jargon. We call it a policy wonk sort of context, but we need to be making sure that what comes out of the GST goes into all these other processes to make sure that all of the really rich outputs from this technical assessment are really taken on board. So this includes things like thinking about how can the Secretariat transfer some of this knowledge. You know, what is it that the technical assessment phase really came out with on nature? What did it come out with on NDC enhancement together? And can we do something like series of workshops or a series of engagements with parties to make sure that that knowledge is really transferred for them when they're thinking in a nationally determined way what they want to be doing? And also we need to be thinking about kind of nature, where do we want to go to that? So like Florence said, integration with the Rio Conventions, and maybe we should be thinking about a separate discussion on that. And is there a way that we can bring the UNFCCC closer to the CBD, so maybe like a joint work program? And I might stop there because I think Rihanna will maybe expand on a few other areas. Thanks.
Great, thank you so much, Shirley. I mean, so 3 clear takeaways from what, from what you said. One, the urgency, the urgency of the moment. Second, the need for having these operational synergies. So for the NBSAPs to talk to the NDCs, perhaps also have a joint work program between the CBD and the UNFCCC processes. And thirdly, a really, really important point that was made by other speakers as well, a strong and clear way forward from the GST. So without any further ado, Rhiannon, I know you've been engaged in a number of different spaces through the 2 hats that you wear as BirdLife and CAN, but also some of the other stuff that you have been doing to work with parties to improve the understanding of nature in this process. So over to you, Rhiannon. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Sandeep, and thanks to everyone for my colleagues, friends here at the table on. We're all collectively working together on this. And firstly, I want to say, like John started with the fossil fuel phase out. This is absolutely integral, and we talk about climate and biodiversity integrated in synergistic action. This has to happen at the same time. Like, there is no reason that nature can't be used as a distraction, to be co-opted, or to compensate for business as usual emissions. We don't want this. We want it to happen together. And I think that is really critical. And I think that is where also getting that link into the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that Shirley mentioned, and we've all referred to here, helps drive that approach, because it picks up, how emissions will get, the transition to renewable energy will happen in that way that makes sure nature isn't harmed in the process to renewable energy. And I think that's critical, and making sure that those 2 processes are happening together. And aligning the NDCs, the NAPs, with the NBSAP, so the National Biodiversity Strategies and Action Plans, under the CBD will help do that. So bringing together those different policy processes at the national level will make sure that synergistic and integrated action happens on the policy space and turning into legislation, etc. The other really critical thing is, making sure that we do protect, conserve, and manage 30 to 50% of our Earth's land, freshwater, and ocean ecosystems. And that's done in a rights-based approach in an effective and equitable manner. This covers in the role of Indigenous peoples, local communities, other marginalized groups. We know they're out there that are often forgotten in these national policy-making processes. As it was mentioned before, if we don't protect and restore these natural areas at that level required, the role of nature is going to go past its tipping point and ability to help us adapt. it's going to become less effective as we go forward. So that's absolutely integral. We talked about operationalizing the synergies, and that's where, there's something called Article 5, which is around ecosystems. It's mostly focused on forests, but we want to see that expanded to all ecosystems, and that can be a mechanism to land a more operationalized approach to addressing the synergistic action to all carbon reservoirs and reduce their loss, and for all ecosystems. So, I think there's things there is looking at how we can bring in the policy level, the mechanisms for implementation on the ground, the making sure that protection, conservation, and management of land, freshwater, and resources happens at scale. We've heard so much dialogue happening at this COP and the previous last 2 years. We can see the momentum shift is happening. It really feels like we're at, to use the sciencey language, the tipping point for the climate nature community, where, we've been working, there's been many pledges happening. We've been working a lot with parties to make this happen, but this needs to be translated to text, and it needs to be translated to implementation on the ground. And one of the ways that we've been working to do this, I'm not sure if people were at the ministerial that occurred last week, hosted by the governments of Colombia and Germany, who have really been championing this space. Here they pushed forward like an open letter to really help promote that synergistic action, making sure, as I mentioned, those energy transition models are happening in that, that a way that's aligned with nature and biodiversity, making sure that implementation on nature-based solutions and ecosystem-based approaches is happening, that it's happening at the national policy level, that a joint work program can happen. And having parties come out and really push this at the party-to-party level really shows that there is momentum. We're almost there, and that there's still more work to be done, and we're seeing more and more countries sign up to this and commit to really landing it in the text. And we want to make sure that this happens, that we get the strong language, because at the moment that, as alluded to, like, the bones of the text is there, the framework is there. We just need to get it stronger. We need to get those like hard references in there with the strong verbs, not just, a nice to have gentle thing that like we might consider climate and biodiversity together, but we really need to land that, and hopefully we can get some really good momentum to go forward and bring those real climate and biodiversity synergies together across all the different scales from policy to implementation, and it lands in the text and give it a legal mandate. So yeah, I'll leave it to that, because there's been a lot of reflections. You can hear there's a lot of common messages. You can hear we really are an aligned community. There's lots of different streams that come under what we're working on, but at that level, we are all fighting for the same thing, and it's just in the detail where it falls out. So back to you, Sandeep.
Great, thanks very much, Rhiannon. I mean, from what you said, I'm going to call out, I think, two things, at least. So first is, you made this really important point that, that some of the climate solutions can themselves have negative consequences on biodiversity. And we know that, there is even within the current version of the text a call for tripling renewable energy capacity by 2030, right? But it's important that that tripling happens in a way that doesn't have negative impacts on the world's ecosystems or indeed on local communities on the ground. So in a sense, it's important for those safeguards to be there in the text. And again, John referred to the point that words matter. Again, in the bit of the text where they talk about ocean-based solutions, there are two words that I think really matter. It says as appropriate. And I think the inclusion of those words is really important, because we don't want the oceans to be used in an inappropriate manner to solve the climate problem. Because if you oversell the role of oceans as a carbon sink, it's that very natural function that the ocean provides for us. Any excesses on that are the things that lead to deoxygenation, ocean warming, ocean acidification, and so on and so forth. So it's really important that those be put in the right language as well in the final text. And then, of course, finally, to also acknowledge, the work that of course, it was a work co-chaired by Germany and Colombia, but it was supported by the Climate Champions team, as well as by Nature for Climate, and Rhiannon, you were involved very deeply in that process. This open call for ministers to join this letter that calls for stronger incorporation of nature-related elements in the outcomes of the GST. So you've heard from, I think, all the speakers. You can see that as a community, we are working very closely together to try and achieve the outcomes that we have. But before maybe moving on to the next stage, I think this is probably the right time to open it up for Q&A to see if you have any questions. And we can collect a few questions, and then we can go around the panel to get the responses. So I don't know if we have a mic at the back, so we'll use this one. And yeah, please, we'll collect a few questions, so please don't be shy. And please briefly mention who you are, where you are from, and your question.
Bob Berwin, Inside Climate News, USA. I was hoping a couple of you could maybe talk to me about a couple of specific spots in nature that you're familiar with yourselves, that you like to visit and that you've seen impacts to. I was in Mexico working with coral reef scientists before I came here. And we came out of the water each day and we were crying and hugging each other. So I'd like to hear something about that. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any more questions?
Thank you. Arnaud Schwartz, France Nature Environnement, IUCN member, and part of the European delegation as member of the civil society. Which countries, parties are now moving? They were maybe opposed, but now they are neutral to the wording you try to incorporate. This is important to know, because then we can talk to the negotiators we know. It helps them to bring them in the good part of the game, I would say.
Great, thank you so much. We've got a couple of more questions. So we'll collect them and then we'll...
Hi, my name is Snjólaug. I'm from a company called Svarmi, Icelandic tech nature company. I have a friend who's in renewable energy, and she told me that she's really hopeful here at COP. But that's not the impression I get from you guys. So I wanted to just maybe hear, like, what are your feelings in terms, like, are you hopeful, or, you know, your feelings about the results here?
Hi everyone, my name is Tirin. I'm from Singapore. I do a lot of science communications to make climate issues and biodiversity issues more accessible. I think my question is, we talk a lot about wanting to make the text, like strengthening the text on climate and nature, but we also see that it's just not on the agenda of COP. We have so many other agendas. If a climate and nature agenda is not for COP, how can we get the text to be more, I guess, more important, and at the same time, what exactly needs to be in the text for nature to matter in a climate context?
Okay, we've taken, shall we take one more? We'll take one more and then...
Hi there, Bill Austin, UN Decade Program for Blue Carbon in the Global Ocean. I'm really interested, having listened to some of the panelists, on your views about the significance of protection and restoration in terms of climate and biodiversity gains.
Great, thank you for those great questions. So I'm just going to turn to the panelists and ask them which are the ones that they want to respond to, and we take it from there. So maybe I'll start off. Who should I start off with? I'm just going to pick on Rhiannon. I'm going to pick on you in case you want to, but you don't look too happy about it.
How long do we have to respond, Sandeep?
I think briefly, but just touching upon the mains. Hopefully, we'll get a second round of questions in as well. You want to go, Shirley? Or
You go, Shirley. Yeah.
I really liked the first question. It was really nice, and for me, I have a couple of examples, but just to say, I have an interest in photography, and for me, I always find it very upsetting when you see the comparisons between what it was like and what it's turning into, and it just really makes it real what's changing. I'm also a keen diver, and I love the underwater ocean, and I have been back to places, for example, in Egypt, to really see the coral and the changes that, I find seeing, the bleaching of the coral very upsetting. and seeing the changes, you know, in the biodiversity, and hearing from my friends who are regularly doing it around the world and saying that there is big changes in the biodiversity, because I think we don't see that as much, and it is very scary to me that when you go down and you're expecting to see a lot of wildlife, and you go down and there isn't, you know, you're not seeing what you saw last time. I find it very frightening, especially because for me the ocean is very much a system. You know, it's not just losing one or two species. You're very much seeing the loss of a system, and the loss, and an irreversible loss, which is why I think this 1.5 and overshoot is really important. And finally, I'll say I'm from Scotland. I'm from the Highlands of Scotland, which, if you haven't been, I'm not too modest to say is a beautiful part of the world. And I, you know, it's changing, and people are struggling. They're struggling with the change in the weather and what's happening up there. And it's very much, you know, people cannot understand the science, but I have many people not understanding quite what I do in detail, but very, very quick to say, oh, climate change, you know, it's making our lives a lot harder. So just a few concerns on my side. In terms of being hopeful at a COP, I think, I mean, the problem is we get stuck in the weeds, right? I think for me, I'm cautious because there's just so much on the table. I'm very happy that the consistent discussion has been 1.5, limiting to 1.5. There's some coming out with very strong views on, for example, fossil fuels that we've never seen before. So it really is on the agenda. But there's just so many options still on the table. So I think maybe I'll let other people speak to that, but maybe if you ask me that in a couple of days when we get a new text, we'll be able to give a bit more of a better reflection on that. And then just quickly, I'll just with the last one on the lady from Singapore on strengthening nature in the text. I think that goes back to what we were saying, is that there isn't a mandate for nature, and maybe there should be one. And I think there really should be, like Sandeep says, we talk about the convergence between the biodiversity framework and the climate framework, but we really need to put that into action. And it's like I said, you know, going forward, the GST has to be integrated, and it has to give us something to where we can have this dialogue. But I will say is that there is, you know, there's various dialogues already going on. For example, the climate nature dialogue, you know, the agricultural work program. So it's there, but it's about, you know, how can we join those up and partly, like I say, make it easier for parties to respond in an integrated way so that they can respond in a stronger way, but also to look at these cross-cutting elements. And again, I will go back to the IPCC and the technical assessment report and all of the amazing stuff that's come out. We've never been more informed, and it's very clear from the science that we need to be thinking about this convergence. So it would be really helpful, like, to have a place to have that discussion, and I'll stop there.
Great, thanks, Shirley. Thanks for making it real, because we can see, you know, the real impacts of climate change are all across the world. Losses and damages are being felt not just by nature, but by people, and that reality needs to inform this discussion. And you know, just quickly to add to, you know, the nature being missing. But actually, for those of us who have been following this process for a while now, we've seen it come up more strongly in recent COPs. And so tomorrow, for example, is Nature Day in the Climate COP here. You know, there's going to be a high-level ministerial that looks at how to integrate NBSAPs and NDCs. So there are things happening which should give us some hope. So maybe I'll turn to you, Florence, next.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for your question, because I think it goes to the Amazon tipping point. And I lived there for a long time. It's part of my soul and my hometown somehow. And for those who don't know, the Amazon tipping point is even closer. It's not 2030 or 1.5. It's 1.5, but it's now. It's like in a couple of years. We are seeing already the process starting, and seeing the pictures. For those who didn't see it, I recommend to see. It's very sad, but it's when you understand the sense of urgency too. Like the rivers were totally dry. You could see the pink dolphins, fishes, all dead. I never saw something like that. Rivers, big rivers, totally dry. Not to mention how this affects the local communities there. And this just shows us, and Carlos Nobre, IPCC lead scientist, also one of the scientists there, Brazilian, of course, and especially on the Amazon, is what he's calling, is like he's now, in a couple of years, if we reach the tipping point, it's done. And it's not only done for the Amazon, because the Amazon, if the Amazon is not there anymore, we know the role that it plays for the balance of the planet. And I'm mentioning that because I've been in a lot of discussions around COP30, and COP30 would be the Amazon COP. So this is an important point. To answer your question, so we see some groups like Oasis, ILAC, and others supporting, for example, stronger wording on oceans-related action, agriculture, and so on. I think the tricky part in the text, and those who are opposing, is really related to mitigation and nature, land use and mitigation, and we can guess which countries they are, is basically those also who have their profile of emissions very connected to the land use sector. I think maybe to also try to answer some of the questions and from Singapore is very different when, like the actual text, they say, oh, parties recognize the importance of protecting and restoring nature. Another thing is to say we commit and we urge parties to act to conserve from 30 to 50% of Earth ecosystems by 2030, to halt deforestation by 2030. So it's like targets, indicators, is something that CBD managed to do very well. We have indicators, targets, monitoring frameworks. We don't have that, and it's very difficult to have that in a CCC, I would say. I would just like to mention one other elephant in the room for those, because it's difficult sometimes to see in the text, is that there is a lot of this tech versus nature kind of situation, let's say. We have those countries who are pushing nature-related, for example, ocean-related wording, but is connected to ocean CDR. And many countries who are pushing that, in general, CDR for them is like, this is the solutions, the technologies, and we don't need nature, or what we don't need, like in the sense, there is an opposing force in these discussions that is very complicated and is blocking Article 6, is making tricky wording in GST, and this is very alarming. And I think it's not that we don't need research and continue on CDR, it's just that there are lots still science need, and especially on oceans. So we need the technologies, yes, but we need also to see in terms of the time frame that everything comes together, and some are more available than the others, like nature action, we know what to do and how to do, and it needs to happen now.
Thank you, Florence. John?
Yeah, thanks. Great questions. So I'll try to deal with a couple of them, but maybe not all of them. I grew up in the Rocky Mountains in Colorado, so nature was a part of my life, just growing up in the mountains and forests and everything around. And now most of my work has to do with large-scale tropical forests. So quite different, both very important in their own light. I think on the renewable energy question, I think the tripling of renewable energy and doubling of energy efficiency, I think that group is very positive, because we've seen that language come out in the G7 and the G20. It has stepping stones. We have most of the countries have already agreed to it somewhere else, so it makes it much easier for them to agree here. Also, we're seeing renewable energy and solar and wind being built out and scaling up. It's a story of scaling up, and I think that's one of the hard fights we have here sometimes in the nature community of how do we conserve and how do we protect in some of the things that are already kind of hurt in the moment. On the nature and COP, I would say that two perspectives. One, nature is already in the COP. Nature is already in the UNFCCC. Article 5 of the Paris Agreement is all about land use change, forestry, REDD+, all these different words that we use. It is Article 5. So it's in. We made sure that was in. And we said all sinks and all sources will go into an NDC. Means nature is in. So in a way, we have it in many ways. It depends also the way we use the word nature, whether we mean it for land use change and forestry as we measure it in greenhouse gas inventories, or does it mean, are we thinking more in the biodiversity construct? And both are important, but we know it's there. Our goal is to help build it out and build it into other constructs like climate finance. How do we build it into NDCs even more strong? How do we build these out and keep expanding our footprint? And then maybe the last question on the parties. I think the fossil fuel language is the difficult countries right now are those that their economies are dependent on sales of fossil fuels. You know, I think you could probably Google which countries have the highest percentage of their GDP coming from fossil fuels. Those are the countries, and part of that will deal with whether we're going to be talking about phase down, phase out, unabated emissions. All of these different words kind of change a little bit of what we're actually saying. Even the word net zero by 2050 in there says that you could probably use CCUS. You could use carbon markets to kind of balance out the net versus total reductions. And so I think we're going to need to see some flexibility because we need all parties to agree. But there's certainly going to be, I think, some fluidity in that. And I would guess we're going to see a couple different versions of this text kind of swing a pendulum. It's going to make a couple countries angry by being too forward-looking, and then we're probably going to see a big pushback, and it's probably going to come back a little retrograde, and then I think hopefully we get a good landing spot. And that's a bit of what the presidency has to play is this isn't the presidency's text, right? This is the party's text. The presidency has the pen with the secretariat, but they are just hearing from everybody in the background. So the more they hear of us knocking on their door too, and keep knocking. Thanks.
Thanks, John. Rhiannon?
Yeah, I think coming in on that and building on the protection restoration point, and I think there was a question around why it is important. I think we often forget, and maybe we don't communicate it well enough in this, is that the role of nature and what we call like ecosystem services has. So this is its ability to sequester carbon, to keep it in the ground, to make sure that it's helping us adapt and reduce the risks around loss and damage. It's increasing that resilience and how we're doing that. So we're protecting and restoring nature and keeping those intact. And the critical thing is that high integrity ecosystems and making sure that they're there and those ecosystems are kept functioning at the highest level. That's when they're beneficial for us, beneficial for climate, beneficial for people. And I mean, the other thing is around, like, the CBD has targets under that, which I think Shirley mentioned, or Florence, one of you, we're all friends, we're all kind of merge, is that making sure that, the 30 to 50% of, targets coming in there and landing that in your FCCC would be a big win. And it will also help hopefully reduce some of those, what we term, the false distractions or, not quite what we would think as nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based approaches that we refer to. So that's where maybe, countries might plant a monoculture instead of returning a, complex, high-integrity forest. Like, monoculture is not what we need. That's, it's not what we're after. We want to see proper ecosystems happening, functioning at the highest level, and making sure that we're halting and reversing deforestation. That's a really critical one as well. And making sure that we have those social safeguards in there. So, we're talking about like the indigenous peoples, the local communities, the farmers, the land stewards, fisher people. Like, these are all connected to having highly functional, high integrity ecosystems. And if we don't have that, then those ecosystem services around climate mitigation, adaptation, reducing our loss and damage don't happen in that way. And I think this is where, we see those nature impacts you talked about on the ground, like having protected and restored ecosystems and ones that are managed in a sustainable way is what gives us that connection to nature. And I think everyone here, whether they recognize it or not, has a really deep emotional connection to nature, whether that's your local park, if you live in a city, your flower boxes on your windowsill that like you watch the bees and butterflies and stuff come to, or going out hiking in big national parks like you have in the US. Like, we all have that connection, and it's looking at how we can, bring that together and make people feel that, and also translate that to the negotiators in the room to feel that, and making sure they're landing that in the text, landing that strong language, making sure we're getting that at the policy level. Because what happens at that international policy level translates down to the national level, it translates down to the local level. And that's what we on the ground as people out enjoying our little bit of nature in whatever way that is where we feel that emotional connection. So we think about, coming to these COPs as these big scale events, like, are we really making a difference? If we don't get that strong language in the text, those negotiators and ministers writing that strong language, we won't get to keep feeling that strong emotional connection on the ground. And we really have to think that there is that line of connectivity there is the value of us all being here. There is the value of every single one of us having a voice, fighting to get that strong language, getting the ministers, the world leaders, the technical negotiators to listen, and each one of us that continues to push that ask in whatever way we can makes a difference. And like, let's keep doing it. Like I said, the tipping point is almost there. Like, I feel, hoping we don't get no text options, as we talked about, because I think that will be really sad, and we're seeing that happening in the agriculture, negotiations and around food. And let's hope that, one, we can get this, and then two, we can move to, maybe by COP30, getting nature and biodiversity and ecosystems their own work program through Article 5, or some broader mechanism, because like, it's there, people want to talk about it, people need a space to talk about it, and that's what we want to see.
Great, great. Thanks for that overview summary, Rhiannon, on where we are and where we need to be. I think we've just got about a minute or so left, so let's maybe just wrap this up. And I just wanted to get back to the point that the gentleman made about what can we all as a community collectively do in the next 3 or 4 days to realize a good outcome on nature, on people, on climate, and in the global stocktake, and there has been some movement among parties. We've had parties take the floor asking for greater synergies across the Rio Conventions, asking for mentions of the Kunming Montreal Biodiversity framework. We've had parties actually pushing for recognition of the role of nature-based solutions, ecosystem-based approaches. Many of these were put forward as responses to the version of the GST text that we showed to you. So we are hopeful that in the next iteration of the GST text, there'll be even stronger referencing to some of the elements that we spoke about. But now that you all know what our collective view is, we would invite all of you to be champions and in this process and help us in collectively through the networks that you have within the parties. Some of you are in parties, some of you are speaking with ministers, some of you are knowing negotiators. So anything that you can collectively do to help us in this space, I think would be extremely valuable. So with that, let me then bring this session to an end. But before ending, I'd also like to acknowledge we have in the room our colleague James Lloyd, who leads the Nature for Climate initiative that we're all part of, and and has been working also tirelessly behind the scenes to get nature recognized in the global stocktake process. We have our colleague Nadi, who is speaking with somebody, Nadi Mohammed, who's speaking. He's part of the Climate Champions team, who's also been supporting some of the GST process. And of course, we have all of our panelists today. We're all friends, so I think we have some long nights coming up together in the plenaries where we'll be, exchanging notes and in a sense, comforting each other in this last final phase of the negotiation. So ladies and gentlemen, please join me in giving a big round of thanks and applause to our panelists. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The next session will start in 5 minutes. The next session will start in 5 minutes. They're not listening, so I have to go and shut them off the stage.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. The next session is starting in 5 minutes. So if you want to stay for it, great. If you don't,
EUDR.
Thank you. Welcome everybody for this side event on northern forests and climate change. With this side event and with our project, actually, we want to increase the visibility of northern forests in the international climate change debate. And obviously, there's still a bit of work to do there because most of the attention until now has gone to the issue of deforestation of tropical forests, specifically with regard to providing finance either through the REDD+ facility or the carbon markets. And we have an amazing panel to help us do so, representing science, indigenous peoples, NGOs, as well as government, and I'll present the speakers later on. But first, maybe a few words about northern forest. What do we mean? For us, northern forest refers to the temperate and boreal forests of Canada, the US, Europe, Russia, and Central Asia. They are representing almost half of the world's forests, as well as almost half of the world's carbon stock, the forest carbon stock. So they're an important part of the problem, but also an important part of the solution. And that's why we're hoping that in the run-up to COP30, which we believe might be a forest COP, that we can increase the attention for northern forests, as almost all of the northern forests are located in Annex I countries, and it's extremely important for Annex I countries to recognize their responsibility, not only through providing finance, but also to work to protect, conserve, and restore their own forests in a much better way than currently is happening. So that's for the very short introduction, and I will now give or present the panel. So we have 4 speakers, 1 online. The first speaker will be Karel Friedrich Schleusner, who is the head of climate science and impacts at Climate Analytics. The second one is Karin Nuta Pilflicht, who is the forest expert of the Sami Council. The third one, Jennifer Skeen, the Natural Solutions Policy Manager at NRDC, Natural Resources Defense Council. And the fourth, Jesus Maria Alcazar Sabadi, who is a socio-economic expert in DG Environment, which is one of the pillars of the European Commission. So without further ado, allow me to give the floor to Karel. Karel, please.
Yeah, I move over here, waiting for my slides to come up. Thank you very much, Wendell, for that introduction. I think I really want to kind of kick us off with a bit of a science perspective on key facts and what we want to discuss here today on the question of northern forests. And what Wendell has already been talking about, basically just now with some maps and figures. For all of you here sitting in the front, probably a bit difficult to see, but I think you have seen all of this already anyways. But we are really covering a large part of the globe. 50% of the global forest areas are actually in temperate and boreal regions. And as Wendell has said, they're really also mainly located in Russia, Siberia, Central Asia, Europe, and Canada and the United States. So it is an important issue. It's where these places are belonging. And we do see massive changes and the impact of climate change on these northern forests already. The other key number that we need to bear in mind is that indeed about 50% of the global land carbon stock is in relation to these northern forests. And that's important because just to give you a perspective of what we are talking about, around a quarter of our emissions every year go into the land sink. And the northern forests are a critical part of that land sink. And if this land sink is going to work in a different way or is going to impact it by the impacts of climate change as we see it today, our outlooks for containing the climate crises are even more dire. So we need to have a very close look and very good understanding of what's going on there in terms of impacts on northern forests. And that's exactly something that I want to kind of convey to you in my little input this morning. So what's happening there? So we do see that northern forests are warming at a massive speed above the global average because we have something called the Arctic amplification. So climate change in mid-latitude and high-latitude regions is actually happening with a pace higher than the global average. That doesn't, that's our best physical understanding. That's what we would expect from our understanding of the climate system to happen. But it also means that the changes that we observe in these systems are happening ever faster and are really galloping at the current rate of warming. What does this mean for those systems? And these interactions within these systems are fairly complex. Now you don't see anything on the screen anymore, but you just need to believe me that this complex diagram is something that I'm gonna explain to you in 30 seconds. I won't, but I wanna illustrate a little bit how a lot of different interactions, both with the water cycle, the nitrogen cycle, obviously warming and other factors are interacting and affecting northern forests in a way that we haven't seen. We need to appreciate these forests have been around for a long, long time, and we are now basically leaving the stable climate of the Holocene. We are probably experiencing the warmest decades for more than 100,000 years. In these changes, what is important to appreciate is that we are not just talking temperature change, we're also talking increased risks of droughts and their consequences, which first order you might think, well, didn't I read lately that we get more precipitation in mid and high latitudes, so why is there increased drought risk? And that's exactly one of the complexities of us understanding and appreciating the full impacts of climate change, because yes, indeed, we might see increased precipitation, but mainly during the winter month. And during summer, we see higher temperatures and bigger risks of also so-called compound events, where heat waves and drought compound each other and create really also extreme climate events that are unprecedented and have never been seen in those systems. So what we see as a part of this, obviously, from drought risks is massive changes in those systems, and really also forest dieback that is observed virtually all over the regions where northern forests are present. In particular, then also if they are being compounded with mismanagement, for example, for planting certain specific tree species that actually probably been there and are not necessarily the natural ecosystem that you would expect at those places. We have seen a massive increase in forest fires all over global forests, tropical as well as northern forests alike. And we really see that these risks are being probably the highest that we have had in about 10,000 years. And the most latest IPCC report from its Area 6 assesses the risks for forest fires to transgress to being globally high above 1.5 degrees of warming, and that's really something that obviously relates very much and resounds to the topic that we are discussing here at COP, how to keep 1.5 within reach, and we do see this has a big importance also for the future of northern forests. And why is that? I mean, this year gave a striking and I have to say scaring example of how vulnerable northern forests potentially are to climate change with the Canadian wildfire season that has led to a massive loss of boreal forest in Canada. And if you just counted up the emissions, and I've related that to the global cycles earlier, that's about, I think, 1.7 billion tons of CO2 emissions relating to these forest fires. That's more than the annual emissions in all of Africa. So it's a huge emission that has come from this. And if this is the future that we're looking into in terms of risks for climate change for boreal forests, then this is really a very concerning outlook. And this is not a single one-on event. We actually, over the recent years, we see a continuous increase in forest fire risk for boreal forests. This is for 2021, so just 2 years ago. And you do see already there, we have documented there now in the already peer-reviewed scientific literature, how the 2021 extreme summer that we've seen over the Northern Hemisphere has led to increased forest fire-related losses and carbon losses of the northern forests. That's not the only risk that these systems face, because there's always basically these, if you increase stress for ecosystems, they become more vulnerable and less resilient. And that's a key concern that we do see happening for northern forests as well, that they're getting increasingly less resilient against pests and diseases. And there's really something that in the literature is documented as something like a tipping point in terms of the susceptibility of some of these pests and diseases, for example, bark beetles, that are attacking and undermining then northern forests and can lead to additional weakening of the resilience of those ecosystems, basically compounding on the climatic stresses and therefore even further loss in these forest systems. So a temperature rise in these forest systems, basically in these northern systems, means that there's some migration happening, but as we all know, we are here to discuss the convention to allow ecosystems to adapt naturally. And what we do see that the current pace of warming at about 0.2 degrees per decade is certainly too fast for forest ecosystems to adapt in any natural way. So while they are expanding northwards, and we do see that, the loss that we have at the southern border and basically the losses of both coverage as well as carbon stock in these systems that we do observe across the whole ecosystems is faster than any expansion that we would see. So slowing down the pace of climate change is critical for these systems to actually survive. In that context, and that's going to basically be the end, a little bit towards the end of my slide, my little input is that as a result of this, there is also a classification of northern forest systems as being one of the potential tipping points or reversible thresholds of the climate system. The uncertainties where exactly this threshold is are large, but we should take these concerns very seriously and also not just look at the median outcome, but really consider the full range of outcomes, because what we do see emerging, also just basically experiencing throughout this year, and need to expect also to happen further in this decade, is something that shows us that this vulnerability of these systems might actually be even underestimated in some of our climate risk assessments. So to sum up, northern forests are really a key vulnerable ecosystem. Limiting warming or keeping 1.5 within reach is critical for the survival of these ecosystems. Beyond that, we already at 1.2 degrees of warming, we do see very profound and widespread impacts, and beyond 1.5 degrees of warming, we expect them to escalate even more rapidly. I guess there's much more to say about also what this means for people and livelihoods and the countries that basically rely on their ecosystem services, but I leave that to the other speakers, and I look forward to our discussion. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Carol. Thank you for summarizing science in such a very, very short time. There's obviously much more to be said, and we will be publishing a report that Carl has co-authored on the impacts of climate change on northern forests in the beginning of next year. So without further ado, let me give the floor to Karin Nuti-Pilflicht, who will be speaking online. She's representing the Sami Council, which is the NGO representing Sami people of the north of Europe, so Scandinavia and north of Russia. Karin, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I hope you can hear me good. I'd like to start by thanking the organizing for inviting me to share of my thoughts regarding northern forest and climate change. And I really applaud the initiative that opened up for transparent discussions on this topic. Today, I will offer a human face to the use of forestry in Sápmi, the land of Sami people, which includes the member states Sweden and Finland, as well as Russia and Norway. So yes, I am Karin Nuti-Pilflicht, and I am working in one of the oldest still existing indigenous peoples organization in the world, the Sami Council. I am born and raised in a reindeer herding family, and I have a master's in forestry and master's in environmental law and land use change, and I'm working with forestry issues at the EU unit at the Sami Council. So the forests are the bedrock of nature, our climate, and the Sami quality of life. And a healthy forest is prerequisite for the survival of Sami culture, including reindeer husbandry. So a healthy forest and a healthy ecosystem provides us with natural food system. Today I will explain the minutes that are coming why industrial forestry is not a just model for sustainable Sami land use and is currently asserting Sami culture. So we have to go back a little bit to history. Since the 1950s, clear cutting has been the dominant way of managing the Swedish and Finnish forests in our area. And this has resulted in even age and denser forest stands. And this constantly leading to a decrease in lichen coverage. Forestry on traditional Sami lands had not only fragmented the reindeer husbandry grazing land. During a period of 60 years, lichen-rich forests have declined with 70%. And this is really crucial because lichen is crucial for the survival of reindeer and hence to the whole Sami culture. Forestry practices such as soil scarification and the use of fertilization have a significant negative influence of terrestrial lichens, ground lichens, which I said earlier, the primary food resource for reindeer. And also other current practices making it also hard for the rangers or the ranger husbands to move over continuous grazing areas. And also, for example, the need of fast biomass in the 70s was planting Pinus contorta, invasive art, that making it hard to migrate and also changing the whole microclimate underground. The forests have become even more important for ranger husbandry capacity to recover and cope with the consequence of climate change. For instance, the permanent snow cover is anticipated to decrease in thickness and form later in the season, while the spring snowmelt is predicted to occur earlier. And conversely, winter weather is expected to become even more unpredictable and unstable than it already is, and marked by increased frequency of temperature fluctuations around 0 degrees. This, in turn, leads to the formation of ice on the ground, which lays a cover within the snow cover. And further on, a warmer climate and more extreme weather events may result in deep snow, a dense snow cover, or of ice formation, making it energetically demanding or even impossible for reindeer to access these ground lichens. So under these circumstances that are coming more and more frequently, the reindeer herders' natural response based on traditional knowledge passed from one generation to the next would have been to move these reindeers into the old growth forests where the reindeers could feed on the tree hanging lichen instead, which is the second most important food resource. Furthermore, forestry and its infrastructure have significantly reduced the area of old spruce forests, which also can provide relief from heat and insects during the summertime to the reindeers. But as we can see at the moment in Sweden and Finland, these old growth forests are hard to find since most of them have been cut down and replaced by monoculture plantation, which is bad for the biodiversity and further shocking reindeer's natural food supply. And scarcity of lichens means that the herders are forced to buy feedstock for the reindeers. And this is not economically viable in the long run, but more worrying, it is a shift in the reindeer's diet and also the Sami way of life. So decision makers and policies must respect that wood-based products and energy must make way for incentives to protect forests, limit overlogging, and address the effects that climate breakdown is having. So I will have 3 points areas that is crucial in taking this step, the next step to make this better in the future. So firstly, the power imbalance between actors must be addressed. And the second one, legislation must recognize the rights of Sami people. And this includes the right of free prior and informed consent in forestry issues. This is fundamental issues and cannot, as today, be left to voluntary certification schemes such as FSC. So the current legislation is weak and enforces the power imbalance between the Sami and the forest owner and the state. And change will be required political will and as well as particular bravery, but also the company's corporate social responsibilities. And also the third, we know since earlier that areas managed by indigenous peoples have the best biodiversity compared to other areas. And research indicates that indigenous people are by far the best guardians of regions' forests, and within some areas deforestation rate is up to 50% lower than elsewhere. So protecting the West forests is vital to tackling the climate crisis and also finding suggestions that recognizing the rights of indigenous peoples to our land is one of the most cost-effective actions. And also co-management governance structure will also allow us to explore other business models for our forest that will be more sustainable in the future perspectives. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Karin, for bringing this human perspective with a very strong plea on the importance of protecting forest, in particular old growth forest, and on respecting the rights of indigenous people. So that was a very useful contribution. So now over to my third member of the panel, Jennifer. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you very much, Wendell, for the invitation to join this panel. It's an honor to be in this company. And what I want to talk a little bit about today is how for the past 30 plus years, there's really been a hemispheric divide when it comes to forest policy, a divide between North and South. To the extent, as Wendell was talking about, we don't talk about northern forests very much. To the extent we do talk about them, it often comes in the form of headlines about devastating fires in Canada and about natural changes and the impacts of climate change. But we've been missing one of the biggest threats to these forests ourselves, namely industrial logging. That's an industry that really has a devastating impact on the climate, on biodiversity, and as Karin so poignantly just talked about, indigenous peoples. And yes, it also makes the forest in many cases less resilient to the kinds of climate changes Carl spoke about to begin with. Until very recently, when the EU's leadership started to change things, I won't scoop your intervention. The international community's attention has been almost exclusively focused on deforestation in the tropics and the devastating impacts of industries like palm oil, beef, and soy. Policies and definitions have been set up so that in Brazil, for example, when you clear cut a forest to make way for soy, that is considered deforestation. But if you clear cut an irreplaceable primary forest in a place like Canada or a place like Sweden, that's not deforestation. Instead, it's called sustainable forest management. As a result of this and a lot of other insidious policies around how, for example, forest carbon is accounted for and logging impacts are accounted for, policy has effectively given cover to the very devastating impacts that are happening on the ground in these northern forests. Meanwhile, industrial logging in northern forests is actually the single largest driver of tree cover loss in the world. In Canada, each year, the logging industry clear cuts more than 550,000 hectares of forest, much of this in irreplaceable primary and old growth forests. And we're seeing impacts on boreal caribou, on birds, and other species as a result. Sweden has lost 25% of its unprotected old growth forests between 2003 and 2019, and is currently on track to have wiped out all of its old growth forests by 2070. And as Karin mentioned, a lot of those forests are being clear cut and then replanted with monocultures, things that barely resemble a forest. And while the refrain from many industry actors and many governments is, well, logging is different, forests regrow. Forests are different than trees. We can regrow a tree, but we can't regrow a forest. And many of the forests that we're talking about have developed ecosystems over hundreds of years, if not longer, and are irreplaceable on any meaningful time frame. Certainly when it comes to climate change, which we only have a matter of years left to address, these impacts are indelible. Speaking of climate change and the intersection between biodiversity and climate impacts, the impact of what's happening in northern forests as a result of industrial logging is truly staggering. In Canada, according to the government's own numbers, as an analysis recently showed, logging accounts for more than 10% of the country's annual greenhouse gas emissions, which is just mind-blowing to think about especially when the government is out there saying this is essentially a carbon neutral or even a carbon friendly industry. So anytime there's a new commitment, even if it's ostensibly a global one, like the Glasgow Leaders Declaration on Forest and Land Use, which commits signatories to halting and reversing deforestation and land degradation by 2030, the onus and scrutiny still falls almost exclusively on the Global South, and Global North countries continue to have their free pass. But the fact is that there are commitments that bind the Global North. They're just not being acted upon. We have the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework that talks about the protection of intact ecosystems. We have the Paris Agreement, and we have the Glasgow Leaders Declaration. We need to recognize and we need to call on countries in the Global North to act on what they've signed on to and to meet the commitments that they've agreed to, not just on paper, not just through calling on countries in the Global South to do their part, but on turning the spotlight on themselves and looking at what's happening domestically. That's why NRDC, along with more than 100 other NGOs, are calling for the establishment of a Glasgow Declaration accountability framework that would essentially build in mechanisms for common understandings, alignment, articulations of these commitments as a truly global responsibility that needs action domestically from countries everywhere. This is something that African nations called on last August in the Addis Ababa Declaration as a means of addressing a long-standing inequity. Because what we're talking about is not just letting the Global North off the hook and the biodiversity and the climate impacts, but it's also an issue of equity. So just to wrap up, denial has in many ways led us to the current situation that we're in and the need to rapidly decarbonize on a very short time scale. The only way we're really going to find progress is through accountability. And the only way we're going to do that is to acknowledge the impacts that are happening on the ground and develop policies that apply around the world and foster equity and cooperative action. Thank you.
Thank you, Jennifer, for speaking about the North-South divide and the clear need for northern governments to take up their responsibility. We have a representative, not of a government as such, but of the European Union. So Jesus, very much interested to hear your take on this.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation and the organization of this event. So, as you know, under the current Commission, led by President von der Leyen, for the first time ever, addressing our environmental impact has been the top priority, or is still the top priority, despite other problems, geopolitical problems. One of the key milestones of the European Green Deal was the climate law. So the objective of being, the binding objective of reaching climate neutrality by 2050. And it's always very important to explain what climate neutrality means. If we want to be climate neutral, all sectors have to reduce their emissions, but there are some emissions that can be reduced, but not to zero. The so-called hard-to-abate sectors, cement, steel, aviation, etc. And these emissions have to be removed. We have technologies, carbon capture and storage. They exist. They are excessively expensive and they don't work in practice. So they are not ready to be deployed at scale. But we absolutely need natural removals, so carbon sinks. What is happening in Europe? Despite knowing that we have to increase these carbon removals, these natural carbon removals, our carbon sinks are decreasing. In countries, in northern and Baltic countries like Finland or Estonia or Latvia, what we call the LULUCF sector, the land use change and forestry sector, is now emitting. So if you think on Finland, everything is a forest, but this sector is emitting instead of absorbing. So we really have a big problem. And of course, it's not a surprise if I explain you that this trend coincides with the bad ecological status of this forest. So we know that 80% of the protected forests in these areas are in bad ecological status. Why it is not a surprise? Because we know, so science is explaining us that more biodiverse ecosystems absorb, in this case forests, absorb more carbon, but they're also more resilient against the effects of climate change. And Karin gave some examples. So monocultures are more sensible to plagues, also to forest fires. So we are seeing this in Europe, this tendency, even if in Europe we don't have deforestation as such. So the transformation, so the loss of forest cover, but we have a problem of forest degradation. And this is happening in particular in northern countries because of the industrial management that has been described pretty well now. Then this is one of the reasons of this is the socio-economic incentives that have been created to this sort of industrial management over time. So the Renewable Energy Directive historically has been really a big problem when we have been supporting massively with subsidies bioenergy. So countries like Finland, like Sweden, they have a very high production of bioenergy, so renewable, very good, but with these negative consequences. So at the end, what we have to change is the incentives and the consumption and production patterns that we have now. What is now the European Union now aware about these issues doing? The first thing is the revised LULUCF regulation, so the land use change, and forestry regulation. Until now, the objective was the stability. So the land use sector should emit as much as it absorbed. So agriculture could emit, but forests had to remove. Now we have a more ambitious target. By 2030, we have to remove 310 million tons of CO2. We are so far about this. So we are at minus 2040, but with a decreasing trend. So we are absorbing less and less carbon. Then there has been another new reform of the Renewable Energy Directive, reinforcing the sustainability criteria, especially for forest biomass. From the point of view of the Commission, where I work, the final agreement was rather disappointing compared with the proposal. This said, there are some advances, so let's see how this will be implemented. There is in particular one important thing, the cascading use of biomass. So any support instrument has to follow the cascading use. If you read the legal text, okay, there are many exceptions, but this is really an advance. And then we have also to address the incentives that, so the consequences of our role as consumers to these problems. And for this, we have the regulation on deforestation and forest degradation-free products. As Wendell explained, people are thinking that this regulation focuses only on tropical forests. It's not true. So the idea is that we are not going to consume in Europe products that come from deforestation or forest degradation. In Europe, we have this problem of forest degradation. So, and then we have the restoration law proposal is still under negotiations and in very difficult negotiations, as you know. And we know that restoring ecosystems, in particular forest ecosystem, is a sine qua non condition to reach the climate neutrality target. We cannot remove the sufficient carbon from these hard-to-abate sectors without restoring these ecosystems. What is the problem with this regulation? So at the end, legislation is a paper. We have to implement it, and we have to change completely the system. So we have created incentives along many years, investments in some ways of and some practices, and now it's very, very difficult to change this consumption and these production patterns. We are also in a complicated situation at political level. If you follow the European news, there is a certain, I would say, Green Deal fatigue. There are many member states or political leaders stakeholders saying that, okay, we should do a pause in our environmental legislation, etc. We are going to have elections in next year at the European level. So the future of these policies will depend on the results of the election. What the key question which I would like to finish is if we are really ready as citizens and as stakeholders to change these consumption and production patterns to support the change, the positive change in boreal forests. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jesus, also for this very kind of honest representation of the challenges that we're facing with policies that will help us cover these issues. Before giving the floor to the audience, we wanted to give the panel members a very short possibility to react 1-2 minutes about things that other speakers have said, either supporting it or questioning or whatever. I'll start again with the same order also because Karel will have to leave us very soon for another event. I'll give you this mic.
Yeah, thank you, Wendell, and apologies that I probably need to dish out after this, but I think it was a really interesting perspectives, and I learned a lot about like kind of both the perspective on indigenous peoples, but also obviously the environmental and NGO perspectives on the questions of management. And the quote of you can regrow a tree, but on the forest definitely going to resonate with me. I think that's very much also what we need to think about in the context of climate change, because a lot of these consequences that we are seeing now and the lifetimes of these ecosystems in terms of how they're going to change and how basically your tree will grow, if not your forest, is something that we need to be very much on the guard. And I think what we've been seeing is how much actually also for people in the regions, but even then also for the whole policy context, will depend on our ability and the political priority that's been given to the protection of northern forests in an ever faster changing climate. And I think there was a very insightful discussion. And I thank you all very much. And apologies again that I need to probably leave just now. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So if Karin is ready, maybe she can give us a few reflections.
Yes, thank you. I hope you can hear me. And unfortunately, I couldn't be on place, but I'm really happy to be here online. And it was really interesting and new views. I just have to comment from the EU legislation, the influence by EU legislation it's quite crucial constantly assess the impact of the activities, and particularly those who are influenced by the EU legislation for us in the north, in Sápmi. So it came in mind, for instance, the use of land and its consequences as seen in practices like converting the use of plastic to wood products. It's not really a green way to go for us, but it leads to more intensified forestry, more loggings, which prevent the loss of grazing land and food resources, and also our traditional migration routes. So it's really important to take that account. And when also talking about like climate change and all, the forest cannot be the whole, how do you say, it's often in the green transition, it's forestry should be the I forgot the word, the way of solving all the problems, how to say,
the solution.
Solution, exactly. Thank you very much. So we also need to think about the other, the social and the human rights impacts of this.
Thank you, Karin. Jennifer?
There are so many things I could respond to. Maybe I'll just add on to some of what Jesus was saying about the EU's leadership. And I think it's hard to overstate just how critical this moment is for these kinds of regulations and for this moment in the marketplace. You know, the EU has now adopted a law that for the very first time puts attention on northern forests. It's not quite the definition of degradation we would have wanted to see, but it is a critical first step in actually identifying the fact that this is not just a problem in the global south, it is also a problem in the global north. And the hope is that this regulation is going to really transform markets everywhere. And we need more leaders to be adopting regulations like this. There's one currently sitting on Governor Hochul's desk in New York, and that would address deforestation and degradation only in the tropics, but would sort of set the stage for more robust impact. So we're hoping she will find leadership and sign that. But also we're seeing unprecedented momentum from the private sector as well, from investors who are calling on corporations to adopt policies to prevent deforestation and forest degradation, as well as to ensure that indigenous rights are respected in these supply chains. We've seen this, for the first time in 2020, a shareholder resolution against Procter & Gamble passed, calling on the company to address report on how it can address these impacts. And we're seeing more and more of these investor actions happening. So this is a really critical moment. It's amazing to see the EU's leadership, and hoping that this is the start of a much more transformative change.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Jesus?
Yes, there is one point that for me, being involved in the preparation of these policies, for me is always very surprising, and really I think is one of the big messages from Karin. That, so in the process of decision making at European level, there are different stakeholders, different sensibilities, even within the Commission, and I never see in these discussions the Directorate General on Education and Culture. When we are talking about changing lifestyles, for the good or the bad. So this is about culture. So losing the Sami culture, but even at lower levels, some regional cultures, very linked with the forest, this is terrible. So we always think, as you said, that on the tropical forest, etc., but we have also our own culture linked with forest. I'm Basque myself, so we have a culture linked with the forest and with the sea. So, and for me, probably one of the issues that we have in our policies at EU level is that we are missing this link with the day-to-day life of citizens. We are very bad in communication, first. I doubt that many of these policies that I briefly described are well known by everyone, but the citizens. And second, we are not making this connection with people and their way of. So I think that this cultural aspect is super important if we want to make these policies work. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesus. So now it's time for opening the floor to any questions you may have. Maybe if you briefly also introduce yourself, and then and if there's multiple questions, maybe we can take them all at once. Then David after that.
Thanks, and thanks for a very interesting set of presentations there. I'm here, I guess, with probably 3 hats on. I'm a lawyer with Clifford Chance, a law firm, but I'm also on the board of trustees of a development NGO that looks to support pro bono assistance in relation to the SDGs, called Advocates for International Development. But also I'm a founder and trustee of the Lifescape Project, which is a relatively young NGO that looks to support rewilding through a combination across the board, including litigation and legal guides, but also species reintroduction and the whole lot. So with that background, actually, I wanted to focus a little bit in my question on the regulatory side of things, and a couple of you picked up how important that is, and at this particular moment. And one thing that certainly, with, if you like, my sort of legal hat on, that we've been talking about a lot has been the impact or potential impact of the CSDDD that's coming through at the moment, being negotiated. So I have a question really about whether you think that the Corporate Sustainability Due Diligence Directive will get through this time around. And of course, that is much broader in basically requiring businesses to carry out human rights and environmental due diligence on their businesses. There's a lot of discussion and disagreement about precisely what that will look like. But that seems to, if you like, be very holistic across all the things that we've been talking about. And then the other key development, I guess, on the sort of reporting and disclosure side has been the development recently of the TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Based Financial Disclosures, and if you like, the voluntary nature of that at the moment, but that potentially moving like TCFD did into regulation and requiring, again, businesses to be much more sort of focused upon that and requiring them to look at the vulnerability of, in fact, and reliance on nature that they have. So, sorry, that's quite a long question in a way, but I think there's, for me, two sort of key developments that are going through that require disclosure and action and due diligence, particularly from corporates. So I'd be interested in your comments on that, and particularly, I guess, if you have any comments on whether we're going to get anywhere anytime soon with CSDDD. Thank you.
Hi, I'm David Howell from BirdLife, based in Spain, but working at European level, Europe and Central Asia region, and here this week on the Cannes International Delegation. Thank you for setting up this panel. Really important issue to bring into this space. And I have, I guess, a couple of, well, one question and a reflection. So the question is a very European question, but I think it's relevant right across the distribution of this ecotype, which is there is another piece in the European policy jigsaw just arrived, which is the forest monitoring proposal.
Yeah.
So specifically to Jesus, but maybe for the other panelists to think about too. Firstly, how is it that we've taken so long to realize that the EU should monitor the state of its forests? So what's happened there? And I think it's very revealing what's happened and what's still happening there. And how can that help us piece together this jigsaw of EU policy at least? And then secondly, how does this agenda relate to the ecotone to the north, the tundra? A massive carbon store, incredibly fragile carbon store, and we see the forests, if they can, starting to try to colonize, but then that in itself is an incredibly fragile ecosystem because of climate damage. So those 2 points from my side. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, two not so easy questions. Jesus, do you want to start?
Okay, you raised plenty of technical issues. So, concerning the due diligence, you refer to the due diligence under the EU, deforestation regulation, or not under the taxonomy. So sustainable finance. So
there's a separate regulation on due diligence that is being worked on.
Okay, I'm not involved on that one. But you mentioned the point on disclosure. This is one point, yes, under the tax, what we call in our jargon the taxonomy. So the sustainable finance. So the obligations for member states. So what we have to, there is a difference with other regulations that I was mentioning. So this is something, let's say, volunteer. The idea is to make the finances more transparent, the private finances in particular. Of course, not any enterprise has the obligation to follow, but if they want to look green, they have to. So on this is more about transparency. So this is why I was mixing it with the due diligence that is important, is obligatory in the EUDR, the EU deforestation regulation. I'm going to link it with the question of so why the forest monitoring took so long to be prepared. We have to understand how the decision making at European level is organized. It's super complex. There is always a proposal from the Commission, which takes a lot of time to prepare, with an impact assessment, with different internal negotiations, etc., different lobbies, stakeholders participating, etc. In the end, you arrive to a consensual position proposal. But this has to be discussed also with the Parliament. Generally, the Parliament is greener, not always, but generally, and with the member states. When you talk with countries like Finland, Sweden, Estonia, Latvia, with a very strong forestry industry following for years these practices on which we were talking, and consider them sustainable, it's very difficult in these negotiations to reach an agreement. And this is why, for example, the discussions on the Renewable Energy Directive were so long. And the same happened with these forest monitoring guidelines. It's not even a... so it's really a very, very delicate subject to discuss with a blocking minority within the European Union. So hopefully I was not involved directly on this, but I can tell you that my colleagues, the pen holders, had very difficult discussions with stakeholders and especially with some member states. So this is the reason. So the good thing of this very complex system we have at European level is that, okay, coming from a world war, now everything is based on the consensus, we have no wars. But sometimes to deal with problems like climate change, biodiversity loss, maybe is not the most efficient manner to solve the problems.
Okay, thank you, Jesus. Jennifer, you want to?
Just to add a couple different pieces. First on the forest monitoring and why it took so long. I was just having a conversation with an official from a country in the tropics, and he summed it up really nicely, which is, for far too long, we haven't been led by data, we've been led by narratives. Mm-hmm. And we've had this narrative being fed, particularly by, governments with large logging industries, that everything that is happening there is sustainable forest management. You ask, what does that mean? It's pretty nebulous. But that has sort of defined how policy has progressed for a very long time. And so as a result, we haven't had the need of data collection, just assuming if you replant a forest, it's totally fine. And so, like, for example, in Canada, there's still no publicly disclosed data on where primary forests are, where these high integrity forests are. I see Tegan in the audience from Stand.art. They just led an effort to start producing satellite images of old growth forests that hadn't, this is not coming from the government, this is coming from NGOs because there's been such a dearth of data disclosed. And that's one thing we're really calling for in this Glasgow Declaration accountability framework, is for countries to step up and start releasing the information, particularly countries in the global north, and gathering this information in the first place about what we need to actually assess how our forests are doing and progress toward 2030 goals on addressing deforestation and land degradation. So that's on the monitoring piece. On the due diligence, one thing, I haven't been involved in that process myself, but one thing that has been very heartening to see in the past couple of years is sort of a shift in focus toward sort of self-led due diligence processes from companies. For a very long time, there's been a heavy reliance on third-party certification, certifications like SFI, PEFC, that have sort of presented a nice packaging, but actually mean very little in substance and have very much served as a greenwashing mechanism for a lot of industry actors. They're not all the same, but for the most part, this has been a very problematic dynamic. And it's been heartening to see things like OECD, FAO regulations and guides, the EU deforestation regulation moving beyond that very industry-captured paradigm toward corporate-led due diligence and really putting the onus on companies to take a look at themselves. And I see this as very closely linked with the forest monitoring piece. We need companies to be self-reflective and self-reporting. We also need more data from the governments, and we need these pieces to come together so that we can actually know what is happening on the ground.
Thank you, Jennifer. So maybe Karin, do you have any reflections on any of the two questions?
No, I don't.
No, okay, no problem.
But I just a comment, it's for the forest monitoring law, not the process why it's took so long. We really welcome the forest monitoring line in Sapmi because we see there's a need protecting guardians of the forest. So yeah, thanks.
Okay, thank you. I don't immediately see other hands. So maybe just to start to concluding the meeting. So if there's any last messages any of the panel members might have. So while you think about it, so with this project trying to increase the visibility of Northern Forest, we're publishing a number of reports co-authored by Carl in Climate Analytics, with the first report on the impacts of climate change on Northern Forests planned to come out in January of next year. Anybody who would be interested to receive a copy of the report can provide me with your email address, and I'll provide you with the first examples and whenever you want. But having used that time, any final comments anybody wants to make? Jennifer?
Maybe the one thing I'll say is, there has been an outsized focus or an exclusive focus on the tropics. I won't say it's outsized because we need action there as well. But the fact that we haven't been paying attention to northern forests isn't just impacting those northern forests. It is also holding back progress globally, because what's happening is we have governments in the global north who are sort of trying to do this dance around definitions that accommodate their own logging sector, and that's watering down ambition everywhere. We're also talking about a global system and global markets and global processes. And if we don't have cooperation everywhere, we're not going to see that level of ambition. And of course, there's also a credibility issue. If you have countries calling on the tropics to do something that they themselves are not willing to do, you're not going to get very far. So we're talking today about northern forests and the need to protect them, but this is a global issue.
Thank you, Jennifer.
No, indeed, I fully agree with Jennifer, because what I perceive, very often we receive visits at the Commission, very often students, and when you talk about this topic, I realize that there is an absolute lack of awareness about the problems of our own forest and ecosystems. So we have this Eurocentric vision. Yes, this is a problem in Brazil. There is deforestation in Brazil, in tropical areas. Yes, but when you explain these issues, as I explained today, they are surprised. This is happening. How it is possible, and why, I don't know. So there is really a problem also of communication vis-à-vis citizens of these problems that we have ourselves, and that we are causing ourselves with our consumption, our production patterns.
Thank you, Jesus. And then I'd like to give the last floor to Karin for your final remarks.
Yes. So indigenous and local communities are fighting environmental crime and risk of losing our livelihoods and even our lives sometimes to identify illegal or destructive logging activities. And it is really key to track this extent and location, and it's really important to have healthy forests because it's the bedrock of our culture.
Okay, thank you very much. With those concluding words, I'd like to thank the speakers, Carl, Karin, Jesus, Jennifer, as well as the IUCN for hosting this this pavilion and our side event. And yeah, thank you all for attending.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. It's an honor to be here. want to take us on a very brief journey to talk about the foundation of our places. And the foundation isn't necessarily concrete and mortar, but our foundation is our very human existence and how we've seen and interpreted the world and built our societies. And in this journey, I want to talk about nature-based solutions. But before we go on a journey, I want to provide a bit of a context. If you went up to Bella Bella, it would be like traveling through time. Because our people lived in this area for the Hilltop for 14,000 years of continuous occupation. And to put it into some perspective, Canada as a nation state is 156 years young. And our people have been here on this land for the last 700 generations. So we have something to offer. As the glaciers melted, our people developed laws and systems of governance. We call it our guilas, our laws, and our lukwe, our source of power, comes from our relationship to place. We had a governance system called a potlatch, and big houses and canoes were made from the cedar trees when the ancestor, the California redwood, migrated up the Pacific coast, and we call it the tree of life. Our people had clam gardens and salmon traps and did controlled burning, and they sustained themselves for a millennia through this system. And it abruptly changed 150 plus years ago for our people. A part of the teachings is everything is connected. Take care of the water and land, and it will take care of us. Take a little, leave a lot. Relationships are reciprocal, and those relationships are with the natural environment as well as with each other. Upholding our rights and our responsibilities. And how we've converted that into actions is by sustainably harvesting, stewardship and conservation of waters and lands, that built the conservation economy and are still building the conservation economy, and decolonizing through revitalizing our language, because when the colonizers first came here, they attempted to sever our relationship to the land by legislating, enacting discriminatory legislation. And so what we're doing now is we're advancing Indigenous-led conservation, because as I said, we all depend on this earth. The 80% of this biodiversity in these indigenous lands, that the current biodiversity that's left on the planet exists within indigenous lands. And so it's imperative that we protect that, not only for the indigenous people, but for all people, because it's the lungs of the earth. Honestly, there is not enough financial resources in state treasuries in the world to do this work. But if we support and empower indigenous communities in a meaningful way to be the eyes and ears on the land, to be able to inform these strategies, these unique ways of seeing the world, this unique language, that was almost eradicated. And what we're doing is we're decolonizing through language revitalization. I'm involved with this tribal canoe journeys, the resurgence of ocean-going canoes, supporting young people, indigenous young people, to connect with the power of the natural world, because when the natural world is at risk, they will be more inclined to defend it. I challenge you to go back to your communities, to where you are living and working, and say, what is the indigenous people's relationship to these places, and how did they do it? And before this, I mean, we've done amazing things as the human family, but we've also made some tremendous mistakes. And so this is my family, and this is just the end of our potlatch. And so we're bringing that back. The potlatch was banned on the West Coast, but it's coming back now. And this was a tribute to my late uncle in memory of him. We have a responsibility. It's about our core values and truths to be able to share. That's a part of the indigenous ways to share. And so we're sharing these insights and teachings to inform how we're going to move forward together. Wallace Gayasika, thank you so much.
So thank you very much. You'll agree with me, this is a real call to action. And I hope we'll all take up the challenge which Chief Frank Brown had asked us to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Nasir, and thanks indeed to Chief Frank Brown, who unfortunately could not be here with us in person. But I think his message really synthesizes why it's so important for us to protect nature, to allow it to fulfill its natural role and work with it as opposed to against it, while respecting the rights and the benefits that nature can provide for the people as well. It really makes me think how counterintuitive it is that we actually needed to come up with the concept of a nature-based solution, whilst those peoples work with nature naturally. I think this shows how much we've been working against nature, that we need to get together and think how nature can be a solution to what we are doing against it. So now we move to the main part of our program. We have a roundtable with 3 distinguished speakers who are experts in this field, and I would just like to provide a few words of context and introduction. The concept of nature-based solutions has already been wisely explained by Sandeep and the history behind it here in the context of a COP. So the concept of nature-based solutions has become, alongside, of course, deep and fast decarbonization, one of the most discussed and deployed strategies for climate change mitigation and adaptation. Because the idea behind them is really to provide these nature benefits while ensuring social equity and social benefits. Legal frameworks from global through national levels play a key role in ensuring a number of aspects in enabling nature-based solutions to be rolled out, implemented, and monitored, and therefore scaled up as well. A first point is, of course, what has already been mentioned also by Sandeep, the need to really agree on common understandings, common definitions. What are we talking about? What are we not talking about? And what should be considered or not as a nature-based solution, which is, of course, a first stepping stone into using something as a mainstreamed policy concept and a policy tool. So this has been achieved throughout the years by the IUCN concept, subsequently by the IUCN standard, which will be explained in more detail by Angela and Manuel. Subsequently in the UNEA resolution in 2022. And I think a demonstration of how far this has come is the fact that now 2/3 of the nationally determined contributions to the Paris Agreement mention nature-based solutions somehow as a strategy to either both or adaptation and mitigation. And then a subsequent aspect is, of course, how this translates into national action and implementation, which is really the core of our discussion here today. And I'll give 4 brief points to exemplify how law can be an important tool in this process. And the first is, of course, that just as internationally, also at national level, it is important that we have rules that share a common understanding and direction for defining and implementing nature-based solutions. A second point is that legal responses to nature-based solutions need to be informed by best available science, take a preventative and, where needed and applicable, a precautionary approach, and a number of legal principles come into play in ensuring that. There's also a need to safeguard against regression from achieved levels of protection on environmental and social aspects, and ensure also access to information and access to justice when there are challenges to these issues. A third point is that many relevant areas of law come into play in enabling a nature-based solution to be deployed. And those include, to give a few examples, land use, management and planning legislation, zoning legislation, climate action laws, biodiversity protection laws, human rights, of course, and standards of protection of human rights. Further, and considering what we heard from the video of Chief Frank Brown and the close relationship between indigenous peoples and local communities and their lands, issues related to customary rights, customary laws of those peoples and how they are reflected and integrated into the national legal system and therefore allow for their customary protection of these areas to be achieved. And related issues of tenure of land and natural resources. And last but not least, legal frameworks also play an important role in creating opportunities and ensuring safeguards for investments in nature-based solutions to occur in a responsible manner. To give an example, I think increasingly carbon credits are being linked to nature-based solutions. There is even discussions of adding a premium price to carbon credits that are generated out of nature-based solutions that have biodiversity co-benefits. But there, again, it's very important to have safeguards, to have standards, to understand exactly what we're talking about and avoiding greenwashing and opportunism in these issues. So with that, I am happy to introduce our three speakers for the roundtable. Manuel Pulgar Vidal is the chair of the Climate Crisis Commission at the IUCN. Angela Andrade is the head of Global Conservation Lead, chair of the Commission on Conservation, Ecosystem Conservation, I'm sorry. And Francesco Sindico is my co-chair at the Climate Change Law Specialist Group at WCEL. So Manuel, I'll invite you to come first, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So this event, it is about the role of law in scaling up nature-based solutions. And yeah, I have to make a disclaimer. I am a lawyer. So I love my career. I thank you. I have always appreciated the role that law can have in progressing, in making this planet a more livable one. But okay, let's focus on MBS and what is the role of law. And I have some elements. First of all, the law can bring clarity. And it is so important when we think about nature-based solutions. And when I'm talking about law, I am referring to international and domestic law. Sometimes I'm going to be very precise on what I am referring to. But in this case, I am referring to both sides. Look, I don't remember when the concept of MBS started to be developed, but probably it has already passed more than 10 years, 20 years, I don't know. And it has been in February 2022, in which for the first time ever, the concept has been consolidated. What happened in the meantime, since the beginning of the concept until the consolidation of the concept by UNEA 5, that we started to have a lot of confusion, a new concept, some people saying nature-based solutions, nature-climate solutions, and many other topics, many other concepts. So by now, the adoption of this resolution by UNEA, it has been fantastic in giving clarity. For me, and because also of IUCN, it is extremely and crystal clear that when we think and when we talk about MBS, we are talking about three main values. The value of the societal challenge that we are planning to address, the value of the ecological integrity that we have to secure, and the value of the social consideration that also we have to secure. So if, for example, I have a project to planting trees that could affect biodiversity, that is not MBS. If I am developing a good intervention on nature without any reference to what societal challenge I am planning to address, food security, health, water security, climate mitigation, adaptation, among some others, it is not MBS. So clarity, it is the first element when I think about the law. And that clarity, it is so important when we talk about public systems or the public governance, because if you are an authority, you have to follow the rules. You have to follow the law. It is so important for public investment, for public actions, to have the clarity that the law can bring into the scenario, into your work. That moves me to a second reflection. Hard law or soft law? You are not lawyers, probably, not you all. But that is a so important discussion. We are used to thinking that it must be hard law always. No, that is not true. I don't know how many of you remember that the Rio Declaration of 1992, it was pure soft law. It was a declaration. And when you now go into every country and you see how many of those countries have already adopted all those principles of the Rio Declaration, most of the world. And also we have the Paris Agreement as a soft law. And that was mostly because of the difficulties of having some countries joining the Paris Agreement if it would have been a hard law because of the ratification by the Congress. So sometimes a good soft law with the accurate incentive can be so effective in moving things forward. So that is my second element. That moves me to the third element, law, regulations, and regulators. And why I am bringing this, and sorry that I am too lawyer in this event, I am enjoying that, to be lawyer. Because let me say first, in Spanish, we are used to using in an indistinctive way law and regulation. It is always the same. Ley y regulación, it's always the same. But when we think on common law, regulation, it is more related to regulators. So it is more related to the essence of what regulator is based in the British law. No? The idea of having regulators to define or establish rules to create market systems, mostly in places in which there are not, or there are monopolies. So it is important to make first that distinction. And why I am referring to law, regulation, and regulators? Because now the process of MBS, it is evolving into defining if we do need to have standards and how to make those standards applicable to secure high-quality interventions on MBS. The point it is, what should we do? Should we move to UNEA 6, a new resolution to adopt the standards? Probably not. Probably what we have it is to keep IUCN developing their standard and have some ways to incentivize everybody to come into IUCN to use those standards, kind of regulator. And for sure, IUCN, it is not a regulator. By doing that also, we will have more formal regulators adopting the standard as a valid one. That is currently happening with the net zero. European regulators are using different mechanisms to bring those kind of standards into its regulation. So there are many alternative processes to use the law as a way to make more effective the development of high-quality interventions in any topic, in this case, nature-based solution. That moves me to an additional point. The law can be useful to enabling the conditions. And probably you know that because of the UNEA 5 resolution, a consultation process was developed, regional and global. And most of countries requested to the process to have technical assistance, capacity building, for have them enabling the conditions to create ownership. And look, friends, for me, that is something so important because sometimes in this global process, we are used to thinking that it is enough with our global decision. But there is a strong gap in between that decision and the ground. And that is happening with carbon markets. I am all the time amazed on that big gap in between the carbon markets and its dynamic and the level of understanding, for example, for indigenous peoples on the ground. They talk different language. Why? Because we have never been able to think on that gap and to create conditions to create ownership on the ground. And that is something that the law can do. And that is why countries are demanding to have this kind of capacity building to enabling their own condition. And also that moves me to my last point, because we don't have too much time. By doing that, we can promote to have MBS as a national policy. Because it is not just about having MBS fully divorced of what it must be a public policy. We do want to have countries, mostly of countries which main source of emission it is related to nature. I am Peruvian. 62% of our emissions are because of deforestation, land use, and agriculture. So we know how important it is to bring nature-based solutions as an effective tool to promote that emission reduction in countries mostly based in the tropical areas of the world. And probably my last point, I am all the time lying with my last of the last, no, but that's true, yeah, I know. I am a liar with the last of the, but lawyer, that's the point. No, please. So the point it is also that we are in a time in which we are promoting convergence. No, we have the Global Biodiversity Framework, we have the Paris Agreement, and now we are looking to see how can we connect both conventions, but not only in the global side, in the domestic side. How can we make NDCs and NAPs for the climate debate more close to the NBSAPs from the biodiversity side? Because that could create effectiveness. That could create more ability, mostly in the global south, to address the intertwined crisis. And again, in that sense, the law can play a key role. So law, it is a fantastic way, and IUCN has demonstrated historically. When I was young, I remember well the role that IUCN had in promoting environmental law framework for many, many countries in different topics. That is a role that the World Commission on Environmental Law can play in making MBS a strong reality for our countries and for the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Manuel. Now, I'm happy to invite Angela Andrade. Let me correct myself. She is the chair of the World Commission on Ecosystem Management. I'm sorry, I'm bad with names and acronyms.
Thank you, Fabiano, and thank you for inviting me to join this panel. So I'm not a lawyer, I'm sorry. I come more from the science that is looking for the integration of socio-ecological sciences. And we were tasked really to support IUCN with the development of the IUCN Global Standard. And so I will just highlight some of the main topics that I think that are relevant from the science perspective, because it has been said, yes, we were doing MBS for ages. I don't agree completely with that, because what we have been doing so far in most of the areas of work that are included in the IUCN Global Standard have been done in a fragmented manner. And as was clearly presented in the video, the reality is connected. And if we are going to address a problem that is so complex, we need to respond in an integrated manner, not in a fragmented manner. So most actions that we had previously done in IUCN and in many areas have been just focused on one specific element of the ecosystems, and lacking of an integrated approach, and especially with the social and economic and cultural component. So when we began this work that Sandeep already mentioned and gave us to have a common definition on nature-based solutions that was adopted by IUCN members, we used as a reference the ecosystem approach as adopted by the Convention on Biological Diversity. But that framework, that for us continues to be the framework, was meant mainly to address conservation issues. So when we started thinking, well, we need to go beyond the conservation world. We need really to address the sectors. We really need to engage everyone in this endeavor, because what we are doing is fragmented. So it's not that it was not the topic, but it's the way to do it. So what we began the process convening a group of scientists coming from different areas, from the ecological sciences, anthropology, sociology, economics, and we analyzed the principles of some of the key areas that were aligned with what we wanted. So, and there are some papers that we developed in that regard. So we arrived after reviewing and evaluated those principles that were part of the IUCN definition. We also agreed that it was extremely important to establish a set of indicators and criteria, because there were many actions implemented all over the world, labeled nature-based solutions, but at the end, it was not. No, we found eucalyptus in the Cerrado in Brazil. We found all kinds of actions that were affecting indigenous peoples, and everything NBS. So that was the big problem, and we thought, well, we need really to be clear, to develop something that is that helps shaping markets, because I think we don't have anything against the markets per se. I think it's important to provide the key elements that should be considered, also the key elements that should be included in any policy, whatever the level of focus is. So the 8 topics that we consider and then we move our agenda from conservation to addressing the global societal challenges that are clearly established by the SDGs discourse. So and since we understood that providing is not just about the climate change and biodiversity crisis, it's about the food security, it's about water security, it's about health, it's about all other challenges that are completely interlinked. So the key topics that are the 8 key areas of work is: 1, the clear documentation of the societal challenges, then the recognition of the relevance to implement the actions at the landscape level, not in a fragmented manner. Whenever you read the IUCN standard, goes beyond projects. We speak about interventions, because projects are time limited, and also the space in which you implement any project is completely limited. We also speak about biodiversity net gains and ecosystem integrity. We focus, well, it's not because the Commission is mainly focused on the ecosystem approach and ecosystems, but because ecosystems play a key role to link biodiversity and climate change and other areas of work that in many cases are not visible, and people speak more about the species, but ecosystems are the ones who provide ecosystem services. We are also talking about being inclusive, transparent, empowering communities, and also considering different levels of governance. Another important topic is the issue of identifying and balancing trade-offs, because any action that we are implementing has pros and cons, and we really need to make sure that all the people are properly informed, and in a clear and transparent manner we are identifying these trade-offs and arriving to some decisions together with the communities. The topic of adaptive management that is at the core of the ecosystem approach is also critical, and the need to really mainstreaming and promoting sustainability. So these 8 criteria have the long list of indicators. We are at this point in the implementation phase. We don't think that we are ready to go beyond that certification or anything like that, because if you go to our standard, there are many indicators. Most of them are context dependent, and we don't have clear information for defining the thresholds of each of them. So this is something that the only way to do it is through experience, through implementation. So we have compiled, we are working on that, and there are several organizations that are also working on that, but we still have the question, out of that, the long list of cases that you have labeled as MBS, which ones are really MBS? So this is something that we believe that takes some time before we move to another step. But it's extremely interesting to see experiences that are, at this point, focused on the policy and planning area, let's say, and interesting to see, for example, their synergies with something that Manuel mentioned, spatial planning, that is already included in the Global Biodiversity Framework, and is needed, is a basis for our work, but making sure that the element of risk is there. No, it's not about the spatial planning like we used to do, identifying categories of land use and assessing the feasibility of implementing each one. It's considering the risk element that is associated to climate risk and ecosystem risk as well. So yeah, so with that, I will just finish and say that it's an invitation for all, because it's not a matter of being a lawyer or a scientist or whatever. We all need to have MBS as the north, making sure that the key elements of the definition are conservation, restoration, sustainable use. There are many people that in many cases say, yes, but I want, do you think that biofuels are MBS? Do you think that if I have agroecology, is that MBS? In my view, it doesn't matter. The point is how you do it. And this is why we have the criteria and all the indicators to guarantee that we have robust interventions, that they are really strong, that they last, and that they are inclusive, and that all the elements, the safeguards on biodiversity and the social and cultural elements are included. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. And now, to bring the discussion to a more concrete level, I'll invite Francesco to share some thoughts and ideas on nature-based solutions in the context of island states.
Thank you very much. Hope it's not too loud. A few disclaimers. I'll try to be brief, so maybe we can open it up to one or two questions as well. The first disclaimer is that I'm not an islander myself, but I have been working in the island sphere both domestically and internationally for some years. I've been on secondment to Scottish Government for 2 years in the islands team. I'm not speaking on behalf of the Scottish Government, though. I'm also the co-chair of the first International Water Resources Association Congress on Islands and Freshwater, so that gives me some context. The second disclaimer is that I am also a lawyer, and like Manuel, I'm not the kind of lying lawyer that some people may think we all are. So, yes, I'll speak of islands, but I just want to make some points at the end on law as an enabler. What do we mean by enabler? So, in the work I have done in Scotland, for example, I've realized that science and knowledge is often the first challenge. And some of you may know where it is. Most of you will have no clue, I'm assuming. Shetland Islands, an archipelago of 18 islands in the north of Europe. Very famous for oil, gas, energy, now offshore wind. So everybody thought when they did a carbon audit that the big number would be energy, oil. And what a surprise when they realized that land-related emissions, and in particular peatland, was the biggest chunk of the pie chart. And if you think of actually damaged or drained peatlands, release every year 2 billion tons of CO2. I have no idea how many zeros that is. A lot of zeros. Which actually is 5% of greenhouse gas emissions. If you compare it to all the flights that we took to come to Dubai, aviation stands for 2% of global emissions. We all know this. We're here, Nature-Based Solutions, we're IUCN, but it's important to remind ourselves how staggering the role of nature can be when it comes to these numbers. And even in Shetland, first they were surprised, then they said, what about the data? What about the science? When does it drain? When does it degrade? At what point can we say it's restored? If you have the answers, please come talk to me. I'll pass them on to Shetland, because it's not very clear still. So we do have that aspect there. Now, as WCL, what we're looking at in the Climate Change Law Specialist Group may not be framed specifically as nature-based solutions, but the spirit is somewhat the same. So we're developing a project called Islands, Nature, Renewable Energy and Law. And what we're doing there, we're looking at how on-island nations or island communities who have these often very, very ambitious renewable energy targets, what kind of legal laws, regulations, as you mentioned, Manuel, frameworks can be put in place to, yes, promote the renewables, but without undermining and actually sometimes even promoting marine and land biodiversity. And just to make it clear, this is not an academic exercise made by some academics. It's country-driven. So we have started working with the government of Vanuatu, and we're very keen to have work that is driven by the interests and needs of energy and climate change-related stakeholders on island nations, so that they get the answers they want, informed by their own experts, and then we can work together as IUCN and island nations in this respect. And if you're interested, please come and talk to me later. The last things, 3 points about the role of law and enabler. I fully agree with Manuel when it's a lot about clarity and consistency. Having said that, it's really difficult to get a law that is always very clear. That's why we lawyers sometimes talk about constructive ambiguity. So yes, we want clarity, but we don't always get there. And actually, that's where legal interpretation comes in, through the principles that you were mentioning as well. The second point is about effective public participation. Again, even in my own work in Scotland, in the Carbon Neutral Islands project, on islands, even in Shetland, unless you get not just a buy-in, but actually get the voice of those who live on the nature, who will benefit from the solutions, all of this becomes, if you want, academic. And third, law, as I said at the beginning, has to be informed by science. But this is a climate crisis, as your commission reminds us. If it's a crisis, we need to act fast. And good data takes time. And I'm starting to develop this idea, not a rocket science or anything, that we really have to have data, but good enough data for fast but just action. And I'll stop with that.
Thank you very much for all our speakers today. Now we have about 5 minutes for some questions and answers and interaction with the audience. I'd really welcome you to share your ideas, your experiences, and your questions with us, whether you work with nature-based solutions or... who has the microphone?
Hi, I'm Roger Lees and I'm a lawyer. And actually, who I'm sort of here for, I guess, I think makes some of the other connections that we're starting to talk about, really. Because I'm with a law firm, Clifford Chance, but I also work with Advocates for International Development, which looks at using law within the context of supporting the achievement of the SDGs, the Sustainable Development Goals. And I don't think that was implicit in a lot of what you were saying up there, but the SDGs are the other big framework out there, which I think, if you like, has to be integrated. I love that idea of wanting to integrate the framework. I also help found and chair a rewilding NGO called the Lifescape Project, which looks to bring together professional skills across rewilding, reintroduction of species, but also law, and looking at how those professional skills can be used in collaboration with others to actually achieve landscape rewilding and restoration at scale. And in fact, on the legal side there, just sort of by way of example, we've been producing guides for landowners that want to rewild and restore ecosystems on their own land. And that's where, in fact, law often at the moment certainly lacks that clarity that we look for by a long way. Just one example I would give is I was talking, we were involved with looking at law around the reintroduction of large herbivores in the UK. And in fact, it turns out there are 3 different legal regimes in the UK, all of which are entirely contradictory, that would apply to bringing a bison or bison into the country, because they are considered to be farm animals, wild animals, and also dangerous animals. And those are 3 completely separate regimes, and they make no sense, can I just tell you. So I think there's a role for the law there in giving guidance and to people who want to engage in this themselves, and NGOs that want to engage in this, and also trying to untangle some of these thickets of law that we're faced with. Thank you.
Anyone else in the audience has a question? If not, anyone? No.
No.
If not, maybe we can start moving into some closing remarks, and I'll give the word to each of the speakers to maybe react to the question. And maybe a thought from me, what would you think, or if can we even say that there is an advisable approach to translate, for instance, what the standard represents into a national context? Do we need specific legislation on nature-based solutions, or a construction from different principles and legal instruments that would enable really what the standard represents to be an effective guidance for nature-based solutions at national level? So with that, I would invite
Well, thank you, Fabiano. From my perspective, I'm more aligned, let's say, with science. What I would ask the lawyers next to me is more, well, science is always a process, no? And we don't have the right answer. So the questions that we have today may be, well, problems of tomorrow, I don't know. But I think that I would ask for flexibility. How can you incorporate flexibility in the development of the laws? Because there are some principles or criteria that are extremely relevant for the implementation of MBS. And one of those is adaptive management.
Yeah.
That is not so simple. So how to incorporate something that includes learning by doing, or this kind of interaction with the communities, with experience. And the other one is balancing trade-offs. That is, for me, it's at the core, because nowadays the decision is either you do this or you do something else. And that will have ecological costs and social costs.
All right.
Go ahead.
Just very briefly to come to a conclusion and answering your question. So how do we incorporate flexibility? Just like you said, you know, the adaptive management, we can think of adaptive regulation. And actually what I'm thinking here is that even in the concept of due diligence, which is very much at the heart of a lot of climate change law, both internationally and nationally, the idea that it has to be in sync with science and can and has to change through time is actually embedded there. So if you follow the theory of due diligence, at least it should happen. Now, the last thing is, if you're talking about scientific uncertainty, well, we have the precautionary principle. So clearly, any national legal framework that is either underpinned or accepts the precautionary principle will use that principle, going back to the principles, the policies, to allow that uncertainty, that adaptive science, adaptive management to take place.
Last comment, and I would like to come back into my reference to Rio 92. So if we go back into the Rio Declaration, it's 2 pages, 3 pages. But the level of development of environmental law based on those 2 or 3 pages, it has been fantastic. Some years ago, my friends from France, the French, developed this idea of a global pact of the environment. so interesting because they were thinking in some way. It is not that they have failed, but it has not progressed as much as they expected to codify those principles. And my comment, it was always, why? We don't need to codify what it has been already adopted by the regulations and laws in every country. But probably what we have to do, also referring to the SDGs that are goals, not principles, are goals, or to reflect science, it is to start to think on what it should be the next set of principles that can address the new challenges of the world. Because you mentioned the precautionary principle, the CBDR, even the sustainable development, polluters paid, all of that that were reflected, it has already played its role, and it is continue playing its role. But probably we have to think on some principles that can help to frame the next cycle of new laws to promote renewable energies or to promote nature-based solutions and those kind of things. So it is not that the only way to do it, it is by having a written law with clear mandatory. No, no. Sometimes it is by having a principle that you can start to. It is as in here. In a COP, what is the way to get something in sense of a new topic into a COP? It's impossible to go into a negotiator to say, make this a mandate. No. Sometimes you have in the preamble something mentioned. The next year, they open a dialogue, then a working group, and then you get a mandate. It takes time. Loss and damage 10 years ago, it was a bad word. Now it has a mechanism, a funding mechanism. So also it is important to know well the process of the law, the international and the domestic. So I hope that we can work to think the new role of the environmental lawyers in developing the new set of principles for the future. I am all the time thinking in a set of new 5 principles that are so important to inform the next cycle of environmental law in the world.
Very much, Manuel. And in closing, I just wanted to mention that last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, COP27, a new partnership on nature-based solutions has been formed, the ENACT, or Enhancing Nature-Based Solutions for Accelerated Climate Transformation. We were hoping to be joined by an ENACT representative in this session today, but they are actually having a meeting right now. So I just wanted to close by mentioning that this partnership has been formed to accelerate global action on nature-based solutions. So stay tuned on new chapters in this story. Thank you very much for being with us today.
get headphones because it's going to be 100% French. If you don't speak French, we invite you to get headphones here with our colleague. Yes. Okay, we give you 1 more minute to get headphones. One for English, 2 for French. Ok, super. Avec votre permission, on va commencer. Secrétaire général. Merci à tous d'être là, de témoigner de votre présence à cette session. Je m'appelle Aïssa Traoré, je travaille pour l'IUCN et nous sommes très heureux de vous accueillir dans notre pavillon aujourd'hui. Alors la session qui nous réunit va parler des efforts de conservation des communautés locales et peuples autochtones contribuant à l'adaptation et à l'atténuation du changement climatique. Et cela a un lien nexus Convention sur le climat et Convention biodiversité. Nous allons essayer un peu d'expliquer le lien entre les deux conventions, mais aussi démontrer comment les actions des communautés locales contribuent à l'atténuation et à l'adaptation au changement climatique. Encore une fois, merci beaucoup. Sans plus tarder, nous avons avec nous la directrice générale, la directrice régionale de l'IUCN pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest et du Centre, Madame Nana Touressi, qui va vous souhaiter la bienvenue. Voilà, et les mots. Merci.
Merci Aïssa. Bonjour tout le monde. Merci pour ces mots d'introduction. Monsieur le secrétaire général, merci d'avoir fait le déplacement. Juste pour introduire rapidement, hein, je pense que Aïssa a jeté les bases un peu pour dire simplement que cette conversation fait suite au dialogue national qui a eu lieu au mois de mai à Kinshasa relativement au suivi du cadre de la cible 3 du cadre de biodiversité, du cadre mondial de biodiversité, le 30x30. Et la feuille de route qui en a découlé, formulant les différentes étapes en fait, de mise en œuvre de la stratégie nationale, feuille de route qui a été transmise à la ministre de l'Environnement et du Développement durable, la ministre d'État, en début de COP, et qui en fait donne mandat également à l'IUCN pour l'élaboration de cette stratégie nationale, et mettant l'accent vraiment sur la contribution particulière des peuples autochtones et des communautés locales, comme l'a dit Aïssa, mais également tenant compte de la gestion des aires protégées classiques, mais des autres mesures de conservation relativement aux zones spéciales de conservation. Donc, je vais laisser la parole à Monsieur le secrétaire général de donner son mot d'introduction. Je ne vais pas faire un discours. Il y a un discours de quelques pages. Je ne vais pas faire un discours et je vais vous laisser la parole, Monsieur le secrétaire général. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Ouf. Bien. Madame la directrice sous-régionale de l'IUCN, Mesdames et Messieurs les représentants des organisations de la société civile et des peuples autochtones, Mesdames et Messieurs, distingués invités. C'est pour moi un honneur de procéder ce jour à l'ouverture officielle de cet important side event sur une thématique qui nous appelle à une action urgente. Et cette action nous rappelle notre responsabilité partagée et qui interpelle notre conscience collective pour une voie et un choix de conservation pour le climat. Je suis là pour ce choix qui a été le mien de venir partager avec vous ces side events. Et je rappelle que dans mon pays, nous sommes en plein processus électoral, raison pour laquelle vous n'avez pas vu Madame Laminita avec nous, mais nous la représentons valablement. De prime abord, je voudrais m'acquitter d'un agréable devoir, celui de vous remercier tous pour avoir répondu présent à cet événement historique. Historique parce que nous avons un devoir sacré d'écrire dès aujourd'hui et depuis le début de cette COP une histoire de gloire au bénéfice des générations actuelles et futures. Ce qui témoigne de votre présence en ce lieu et l'intérêt que vous portez aux questions relatives au changement climatique et surtout à celles qui portent sur la conservation de la biodiversité. Aussi voudrais-je réitérer ma profonde gratitude à l'Union internationale pour la conservation de la nature et au programme de maintien de la biodiversité et gestion durable des forêts qui ont daigné apporter leur appui conséquent, non seulement à l'organisation de ces assises, mais aussi et surtout à l'ensemble de ce processus important pour le respect de nos engagements souscrits à l'échelle internationale, notamment dans le cadre de l'objectif 30-30, qui constitue l'épine dorsale du cadre mondial de la biodiversité communing Montréal. Comme vous le savez, à la francophonie qui nous a ouvert les portes de ce super pavillon ici, j'exprime ma reconnaissance. Et aussi, j'exprime ma reconnaissance à tous les partenaires qui nous accompagnent dans la réalisation de cette mission salvatrice pour la planète. J'ai dit infiniment merci. Au cadre des concertations des organisations de la société civile et de peuples autochtones sur la biodiversité en République démocratique du Congo, j'ai fait une mention spéciale. Mesdames et messieurs, comme vous le savez, la République démocratique du Congo, avec ses forêts de plus de 155 millions d'hectares et ses tourbières avec une étendue de 500 km², et que ce soit les forêts qui séquestrent le dioxyde de carbone mondial, et que ce soit les tourbières qui stockent environ 40 gigatonnes de carbone, représentent un atout majeur pour le pays et aussi pour la planète. Je suis rassuré que si les inventaires s'effectuent dans l'ensemble du pays, la RDC, mon pays, se trouverait à la première place, pour ne pas dire la deuxième position pour responsable de séquestrer le carbone qui circule dans l'atmosphère et qui stockent le même carbone à travers ces tourbières. Ce qui justifie le fait que la RDC se soit présentée au monde comme pays solution face à la crise climatique et aussi à l'érosion de la biodiversité. Pour cela, la RDC a pris un train de mesures afin d'améliorer la gouvernance et la gestion de ces immenses ressources naturelles. Aujourd'hui, nous sommes fiers de présenter le bassin du Congo comme un premier puits de carbone et par conséquent, premier poumon mondial dont la reconnaissance internationale et d'une manière scientifique qui s'accroît de jour au lendemain. À ce titre, par la participation active ayant conduit à l'adoption du cadre mondial de la biodiversité communique Montréal, notre pays, la RDC, est entré en plein processus d'actualisation de cette stratégie et d'action nationaux de la biodiversité et se prépare à accueillir en mars 2024 le premier atelier sous-régional d'échange d'expériences sur la mise à jour de cette stratégie. Mesdames et messieurs, le cadre mondial de la biodiversité communique Montréal prône la promotion des autres mesures de conservation efficaces par zone, communément appelées AMCI, avec une emphase sur les territoires de vie de peuples autochtones et communautés locales pour l'atteinte de la cible 3 qui entend consacrer 30% des espaces terrestres et marins à la conservation d'ici 2030. Un travail conséquent a déjà été réalisé dans le cadre de la foresterie communautaire, de conservation des concessions de conservation et d'identification des aires et territoires conservés par les peuples autochtones et les communautés locales APAC, en sigle. Grâce notamment à l'appui des partenaires et bien sûr avec l'appui aussi de l'IUCN, qui a activé la liste verte en RDC pour encourager ces initiatives de conservation qui se distinguent. Ainsi donc, ce side event est le résultat d'un travail de coopération, de collaboration et de coordination basé sur des données et des informations de qualité collectées, compilées, analysées et interprétées en ces jours. Les présentes assises vont nous permettre justement d'opérer un choix entre hausser la voix et poser des actions concrètes pour limiter les dégâts du réchauffement climatique ou rester sans voix et ne rien faire en subissant tout de même les effets néfastes du changement climatique que nous décrions aujourd'hui. Alors, est-ce qu'il faut rester indifférent? Je ne pense pas. Mais votre présence témoigne que vous êtes avec nous pour que nous puissions entrer dans cette bataille pour convaincre les fléaux ou notre ennemi commun, le changement climatique. Mais nous ne pouvons pas gagner cette bataille si nos populations, nos peuples autochtones et les communautés locales sont dans la pauvreté. Raison pour laquelle je vous encourage que pendant ces side events que nous puissions discuter et échanger sur des options qui peuvent nous amener à bien conserver notre biodiversité, à lutter contre les changements climatiques, mais aussi améliorer les conditions de vie de nos communautés locales et peuples autochtones. C'est sur cette note que je déclare ouvert les travaux des 120 sur la voie de la conservation pour le climat. J'ai dit et je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire Général. Distingués invités, merci pour votre participation à ces side events. Nous allons à présent demander aux panélistes de prendre place devant ici. Les voies et les choix dans la conservation pour le climat, c'est une thématique super intéressante, d'autant plus que aujourd'hui nous parlons de pertes et dommages. La biodiversité est également affectée par ces pertes. Lorsqu'il fait très chaud, ce matin, je venais d'interviewer un expert de la RDC qui travaille dans l'espace Biliwere, qui m'informe qu'à chaque moment qu'il y a de fortes chaleurs dans la région, il rencontre plusieurs problèmes, notamment le décès de plusieurs mammifères. Et cela doit nous interpeller tous. Je suis Alfredo Prince Ntumba, je suis journaliste et j'accompagne cette coalition dans leur démarche pour porter la voix et faire les choix de la conservation pour le climat. Alors je vous présente les experts qui sont devant vous. Maître Willy Eloi, qui est acteur de la société civile au sein de l'ONG appelée APEM en République démocratique du Congo. Monsieur Issa Bado, qui est le spécialiste du programme négociation internationale au sein de la de IFDD. Et nous avons aussi M. Alex Kapoupou, qui est également de la société civile à RDC au sein de l'ANAPAC Congo. Mais bien avant de prendre leur point de vue, nous avons prévu une intervention de la Corée qui sera projetée devant vous et après quoi je vais donner la parole aux experts. Merci.
Bonjour à tous. Je suis heureux de partager le cas d'étude de la Corée. Je travaille pour l'Institut de recherche sur les parcs nationaux de la Corée. Et je m'occupe de l'élaboration des politiques pour les zones de projet et les zones d'autoconservation. Tout d'abord, je tiens à vous remercier de m'avoir accueilli. Je vous remercie de m'avoir invité. Mes excuses, Madame la directrice de IUCN, Madame la ministre de ne pas être présent. Je vais vous présenter brièvement notre approche de l'expérimentation des AMEC en Corée. Commençons à lire l'aperçu de notre recherche. Afin d'atteindre un nouvel objectif global en matière de biodiversité. Nous avons donc commencé à identifier les problèmes potentiels en Corée. Dans le cadre du programme de partenariat, nous avons décidé de développer une stratégie nationale, c'est-à-dire un système de conservation national en rapport avec aires conservées en Corée. Cette diapositive montrera vers la fin l'organigramme général. Sur le premier slide passé, le ministre de l'Environnement chapeaute le service des parcs nationaux où dirige ce projet et coopère avec tous les experts et les parties prenantes, et le nom est soutenu. Pour le portail en question, donc le service origine en 2006, ils fournissent des services de consultation sur la manière d'identifier les anses. L'année dernière, nous avons eu 4 réunions. Au cours de cette réunion, nous avons fait le point sur la situation actuelle, nous avons rencontré l'administration publique et nous avons eu l'occasion d'accéder aux données de IUCN, ce qui nous a permis de nous familiariser avec le concept ANS. Puis nous avons examiné les types potentiels d'ANS en Corée. Nous avons beaucoup discuté de la manière d'identifier les cas potentiels dans le contexte coréen en tenant compte du contexte coréen. Ainsi, cette année nous avons donc élargi les experts avec plus de représentants des parties prenantes et avons proposé un objectif succinct pour la reconnaissance des ANS. C'est ce qu'on appelle le COEC. M2K. Mardi prochain, nous aurons une première réunion du forum, et nous discuterons de la feuille de route pour atteindre les objectifs 30 par 30. Je vais maintenant vous présenter fréquemment les résultats de notre étude. Le service du Parc national de la Corée lors du dialogue national a développé la boîte à outils sur les anses en ne prenant en compte le contexte coréen. Sur la base d'une norme mondiale IUCN. Je veux dire la boîte à outils de l'IUCN adaptée. Nous avons donc développé une terminologie coréenne à travers le sub et le nom est zone de coexistence de la nature. L'objectif est d'atteindre ces constantes. L'utilisation de la terminologie coréenne plutôt qu'une simple traduction. L'objectif est d'améliorer la perception amicale et l'acceptabilité des différentes parties prenantes et de réduire les inquiétudes concernant les réglementations. Nous avons mis l'accent sur les principales préoccupations afin d'identifier ce que nous avons dit en Corée, établir les critères alignés sur les normes mondiales. Nous l'avons donc simplifié pour le mettre en œuvre dans le contexte coréen. Le deuxième point concerne la mise en place d'un vaste réseau de participation des différentes parties prenantes pour fournir le lot de plateformes de communication. La première consiste donc à considérer les systèmes de certification volontaire. Ces systèmes sont basés sur la participation volontaire et l'autorégulation orientée. Bien entendu, les systèmes et les politiques de soutien sont pris en compte. Pour améliorer les résultats à long terme, il faut examiner les différents aspects, y compris les zones environnantes. Je veux dire qu'ils incluent la valeur de la biodiversité et autres. Oui, la fonction et le service de l'écosystème et d'autres valeurs sociales et écologiques, par exemple le processus d'identification des responsables gouvernementaux, qui se déroule à un stade précoce et qui est largement répandu. La deuxième étape consiste à obtenir un consensus. L'étape suivante consiste à détailler l'évaluation et le rapport. Je veux dire l'évaluation et le rapport au niveau du site en utilisant d'autres critères supplémentaires comme la performance et la gestion efficace et durable à travers la liste verte de IUCN. Cette diapositive montre quelques types potentiels d'air conservés en Corée sur la base des perceptions locales. Ainsi, l'administration chargée du développement 11 National Trust Site Conservation, pour nous l'organisme de régulation de tout le patrimoine biosphère de la gestion de l'écosystème, et la recherche et l'éducation selon plan spatial et ainsi de suite. Nous avons effectué des exercices de site à site en utilisant l'outil de l'IUCN. Aujourd'hui, nous avons donc passé en revue les 5 sites candidats à PAC. Nous avons recueilli des données et consolidé la base de données pour dresser la liste des AMEC. Nous avons donc recueilli des données et consolidé la base de données pour répertorier les sites et nous avons essayé de rassembler la base de données GIS disponible. La base de données contient environ 30 sites potentiels. La prochaine fois, nous le mettrons en œuvre pour une liste plus détaillée des différents sites identifiés. Et nous sommes prêts à développer d'autres lieux et systèmes pour air conservé. C'est ce que nous faisons. Nous voulons obtenir un système de base de données intégré sur air local conservé. Je me penche donc sur le développement d'une stratégie nationale pour atteindre la cible 3 au niveau national. J'espère donc que ces sites seront bien intégrés dans les stratégies nationales. Merci de m'avoir écouté.
Merci beaucoup, merci pour cette présentation. Je vais demander à nos intervenants de reprendre la place. Je pense que vous avez bien compris, comme moi, qu'aujourd'hui, les choix se présentent devant nous, notamment les APAC. J'avais peut-être l'impression que ce sont des initiatives qui sont donc mises en place et développées ou promues au niveau de la RDC, mais je constate avec beaucoup d'enthousiasme que les APAC sont aussi mises en lumière dans d'autres pays comme la Corée du Sud. Alors, je vais déjà entrer en pleine matière avec nos experts. La première question, je vais la poser à M. Kapupu. Vous avez constaté avec moi qu'au niveau du Corée, il y a déjà ces initiatives, les APAC, qui sont déjà mises en place et qui sont même déjà répertoriées. Au niveau de la RDC, qu'est-ce qui est déjà fait? Parce que je sais que votre organisation travaille dans ce sens-là. Est-ce que vous pouvez partager avec nous les résultats de la RDC?
Bonjour tout le monde. Je réponds au nom de M. Alex Mweneluata Kapupu. Je suis de la communauté autochtone Bambouti. Nous sommes là pour partager, en tout cas, les acquis en rapport avec la conservation par les peuples autochtones. En tout cas, avec cette expérience, aujourd'hui en RDC, les aires conservées par les peuples autochtones sont déjà, avec le concours du gouvernement congolais, nous avons déjà identifié 25 sites APAC qui sont déjà identifiés. Ce sont en tout cas des sites qui conservent la valeur culturelle des communautés. Ce sont des sites qui réellement sont conservés par les peuples autochtones partant des règles traditionnelles éditées par ces communautés. Et 25 sites sont identifiés, 8 sites, parmi les 25, 8 sites sont cartographiés et documentés. Et aujourd'hui, il se pose jusqu'à présent un problème lié avec la sécurisation de ces sites. Nous sommes engagés avec le gouvernement pour avoir une base juridique pouvant sécuriser les aires et territoires conservés par les peuples autochtones et surtout avec les cibles 3 ou du cadre mondial de la biodiversité ou en tout cas pour la matérialisation, pour la mise en œuvre de ces cibles. L'État congolais est en train d'actualiser ce span B, ou la stratégie et plan d'action de la biodiversité. Alors, ça sera une opportunité, en tout cas, pour voir dans quelle mesure que les APAC peuvent être influencés dans cette stratégie de l'État, afin que réellement, aujourd'hui, quand l'État va parler de son espace conservé, que les sites conservés par les peuples autochtones font aussi partie.
Merci
voilà
beaucoup.
Un peu de
Merci pour ces précisions. Maître Willy Eloi, il faut donc sécuriser les APAC. Est-ce qu'il y a-t-il déjà une démarche pour essayer de sécuriser les APAC? Si oui, comment cela se passe au pays?
Oui, merci Alfred de la parole. Je suis Maître Willy Eloi. Je travaille pour le compte de l'ONG APEM, qui est Action pour la promotion de peuples et espèces menacées, une ONG de droit congolais qui travaille sur des questions de défense environnementale. Oui, la question de la reconnaissance ou de la sécurisation juridique des AMEC en RDC, elle est à l'ordre du jour. Tout simplement parce que nous vivons une époque historique dans le cadre de la conservation de la biodiversité, parce qu'aujourd'hui, on peut parler aussi des autres mesures efficaces de conservation. C'est-à-dire, lorsqu'on parle de la conservation, on ne voit pas seulement les aires protégées classiques. Lorsqu'il faut comptabiliser les efforts de la conservation d'un pays, on va dans le sens de pouvoir reconnaître aussi les efforts des communautés locales, les efforts du secteur public, ça a été dit ici dans le mot du secrétaire général, et tout ça, c'est ce qui va nous aider à pouvoir atteindre cet objectif très ambitieux de 30-30. Qu'est-ce que nous faisons? Parce que tout cela a été dit, que les AMEC aujourd'hui sont reconnus dans le cadre mondial Kunming-Montréal. C'est un engagement pris au niveau international, mais qui doit nécessairement être internalisé dans notre arsenal juridique au niveau national. Parce que nous devons domicilier ces concepts dans les différentes législations sectorielles de notre pays. Un travail est en train d'être fait. Une étude que notre organisation, ensemble avec les autres, notamment ANAPAC, dans le cadre de notre plateforme, le COSPAB, nous menons une étude sur la reconnaissance juridique des AMEC dans la législation de la République. Et la réflexion a été poussée dans ce sens-là. Et je me rappelle, lors du dialogue national sur les AMEC en RDC, on s'est posé deux questions. Est-ce qu'il fallait une législation, une loi propre des AMEC, ou il fallait trouver une législation ou une loi pour insérer la question des AMEC à l'intérieur? Et à cette question, on s'est dit, par rapport à la première, nous nous sommes butés à un problème qui est beaucoup plus constitutionnel. Vous savez que pour qu'une loi soit prise, il doit être bien énuméré dans la Constitution, donc dans le domaine de la loi, et pour éviter qu'il soit rejeté par la Cour constitutionnelle dans le cadre de la procédure de l'élaboration des lois dans notre pays. Il était important de pouvoir penser peut-être à la deuxième hypothèse qui était celle de trouver une législation qui méritait de pouvoir insérer les AMEC ou les concepts AMEC à l'intérieur. Et dans cette démarche, nous avons trouvé que la loi relative à la conservation de la nature était une loi appropriée par rapport à cela. Parce que lorsque vous lisez notre loi qui règle les questions de conservation de la nature, vous allez voir que ça touche beaucoup plus les aspects de gestion des aires protégées tout simplement. Alors qu'aujourd'hui, comme nous l'avons dit en liminaire, la conservation doit être conçue comme un oiseau qui doit voler avec ses deux ailes. Donc d'un côté, vous avez les aires protégées, de l'autre côté, vous avez des AMEC. Et donc, il faut peut-être voir, parce que cette loi-là, elle est en pleine révision, parce qu'il y a un député qui a proposé une révision par rapport à cette loi, et nous pensons qu'il faudrait, dans la démarche, insérer les AMEC pour assurer la reconnaissance juridique de ces concepts, parce que c'est très important. Le cadre mondial Kunming-Montréal, c'est un instrument au niveau international, bien sûr, mais pour qu'il soit contraignant dans notre pays, il faut, comme je l'avais dit, l'insérer dans notre arsenal juridique.
Merci beaucoup, Maître Willy Eloi. Vous avez bien compris que cette situation qui prévaut en Afrique centrale n'est pas si différente de ce qui se passe aussi en Afrique de l'Ouest, parce que nous sommes tous confrontés aux mêmes réalités. Et justement, je voudrais aussi poser la question à Madame Anna Sitolire. Je pense que j'ai bien prononcé votre nom, Madame. Je voudrais poser la question de savoir comment vous travaillez avec les communautés dans cette partie du continent pour justement faire face à ces problèmes et aussi arriver à capitaliser les espaces des communautés locales.
Merci beaucoup. Je suis Madame Touressi Nana.
Ah, Touressi. Voilà. Ah, je suis
voilà.
désolé.
Merci beaucoup. En fait, il n'y a pas de différence entre les méthodes et les approches de l'IUCN qui sont les mêmes d'un pays à un autre, d'un continent à un autre. Nous travaillons beaucoup avec les communautés locales qui sont en fait les partenaires, les premiers partenaires au niveau de ces aires protégées-là. Il est important qu'il y ait une appropriation des communautés de tout processus que nous engageons dans ces localités-là. Et les premiers récipiendaires de tout, ou les premiers bénéficiaires de tout acte que nous posons sont les communautés locales. Nous travaillons, alors bien entendu, on a toute la dimension solutions fondées sur la nature. Il est important de mettre ces éléments-là en avant parce que il y a des méthodes traditionnelles qui sont déjà là, il y a des méthodes par les communautés qui sont déjà là, que nous devons mettre en avant pour que ces communautés se sentent intégrées dans tous ces processus de conservation de la nature. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Monsieur Issa, je voudrais vous demander, parce que la question d'appropriation se pose, comme madame l'a dit, il faut que les communautés arrivent à s'approprier des différentes initiatives qui sont mises en place. Je sais que votre organisation, l'Organisation internationale de la francophonie, intervient dans la partie francophone de l'Afrique, notamment l'Afrique centrale. Comment vous travaillez avec les communautés pour les pousser à s'approprier des différents mécanismes mis en place aujourd'hui?
Alors, merci. Vous me donnez l'occasion de souligner une chose. Nous sommes dans l'ère de la mise en œuvre du cadre mondial Kunming-Montréal, ce qui veut dire que aujourd'hui, les négociations, c'est seulement pour finaliser les règles opérationnelles du contenu du cadre mondial. Ce qui veut dire qu'aujourd'hui, il faut que l'accent soit mis sur le niveau local, sur la grande majorité de la population qui a la charge de traduire en action des engagements des différents pays. Et nous parlons justement ici de la cible 30-30. De notre côté, du côté de la francophonie, ce que nous avons compris, partant de ces postulats, nous avons mis en place une plateforme qui s'appelle Biofrancophonie. Et elle est disponible maintenant sur notre site web, également sur le e-pavillon de la francophonie, parce que nous sommes dit que la meilleure façon d'engager les acteurs de la société civile, aujourd'hui nous avons la chance d'entendre les communautés autochtones, le secteur privé, il ne faut pas les oublier, ce sont des acteurs qui vont jouer un rôle sur l'APA. Sur ce point-là, oui, les bénéfices devront aller aux communautés, mais ces acteurs devront s'approprier de plus en plus le processus et jouer le rôle et pouvoir aussi gagner une marge dans ce processus. Donc, la plateforme vise d'abord à mettre en valeur ce que les communautés font, ce que le secteur privé fait, ce que le gouvernement fait pour accompagner les initiatives de tous ces acteurs. Et nous, ce que nous sommes en train de faire, au-delà de cela, c'est de se dire, maintenant, si nous voulons que les acteurs de terrain, que ce soit les municipalités, que ce soit les territoires, maintenant, mettre en œuvre, prennent des engagements à leur niveau selon leurs capacités, tenant compte des circonstances nationales, il faut renforcer les capacités sur des questions qui sont complexes pour elles. Nous en parlons aujourd'hui, les communautés, en écoutant les communautés, je vois qu'elles présentent ce qu'elles font. Mais au vu de l'ambition du cadre mondial, est-ce que cette ambition pour tous les acteurs ne doit pas être revue à la hausse? Comment ces acteurs le comprennent? Donc, il y a du renforcement des capacités, mais évidemment, il y a du pilotage. Nous avons un devoir, nous, de subsidiarité. On ne remplace pas les États, mais ce qu'on veut, c'est aider les pays en finançant quelques projets qui montrent l'exemple au niveau de ces acteurs. Et l'engagement collectif, ça va se faire comment? La sensibilisation. Ça va se faire comment? Ce sont des boîtes à outils comme Biofrancophonie que j'ai mentionné pour que ces acteurs, à leur échelle, puissent contribuer.
Merci beaucoup. Alors, bien avant de poser ma question au secrétaire général à l'environnement, je voudrais, dans l'auditoire, s'il y a une question à adresser à nos experts, si vous avez une question, levez votre main, nous allons vous donner la parole. Oui, monsieur? Est-ce qu'il y a quelqu'un qui peut nous aider pour donner le micro, s'il vous plaît? Vous vous présentez et puis vous nous dites à qui vous adressez la question.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator, for the opportunity being given to me. I'm Sakeli. I'm from Sierra Leone, West Africa. I think my question, I can't remember the name, but my question will go directly to you, and not only you, but the entire panelist. You've been talking about ownership of the indigenous people. I'm sure you are rightly referring to the forest edge communities. And you've not mentioned empowering them. What are the empowerment that you intend to give to them for them to take ownership? Because nowadays, if you think at times, central government is not the best manager of forest. These are the communities that stay along this forest. Central government will take projects, will take programs to the forest edge communities. We do whatever we want to do, we sensitize them, but if they don't take ownership, you don't empower them. Like we have the community-based forest management system, the CBFM. CBFM, you go to the communities where these forests are. Maybe you meet to the communities, you identify community forest. At the end of the day, maybe you try to organize, you empower the one of the empowerment, you empower them by what? Maybe you form a committee amongst them. Forming that committee amongst them, you give them various roles and responsibility, either chair, PRO, or financial secretary, or wherever, you understand. At the end of the day, you capacitate them, you train them for them to take ownership. After training them at the end of the day, because they live there. At the end of the day, if you don't empower them, once you abandon that area, you leave for the city, they will do whatever that is not good to the health of that forest. So I think you've not mentioned the actual empowerment you are talking about for them to have the ownership of the forest. Thank you very much.
Thank you, my brother. Alors, on prend la deuxième question ou bien vous répondez directement? OK, allons-y.
Alors, vous allez me corriger si je ne me trompe pas. Dans ce que vous avez mentionné, il y a deux choses. Il y a la question de l'autonomisation des peuples autochtones, mais il y a une question aussi juridique sur les forêts. Alors, je pense qu'une chose est claire. Hein. L'objectif du cadre mondial, l'objectif des partenaires et de tous les acteurs, je ne rentre pas dans la souveraineté des États, l'organisation souveraine des États, c'est d'accompagner les acteurs qui sont dans la communauté riveraine de tous les aires protégées qui vont être, renforcées, ou celles qui vont être constituées, je dis dans une perspective de renforcer l'ambition. Mais ce que je veux dire, à titre d'exemple, de notre perspective, il est important de parler en termes de prise en compte des besoins des communautés locales si on veut les comprendre. Et ce travail-là, ce sont les autorités locales, les organisations internationales, les partenaires qui accompagnent ces acteurs. Pour vous donner des exemples, si je dois accompagner avec les partenaires IUCN, le PNUE et autres, une communauté rurale sur 2 points. Premier point, l'agrandissement d'une aire protégée ou la constitution d'une nouvelle aire protégée, il faut entendre la communauté. Il y a un impact sur la communauté. Et dans le long terme, il y a un impact sur la communauté, que ce soit sur la gestion, que ce soit sur la restauration, que ce soit l'appui des communautés à s'approprier le travail de conservation. Parce que je dis une chose, on peut constituer une aire protégée, mais les officiels, les institutions, après, ils ne sont pas là. Mais là-dessus, ce qui est important qu'il faut mentionner, c'est la question de la résilience des populations. Je parle de résilience climatique. J'aime à dire ceci, c'est nous qui créons les silos entre la question de la biodiversité et la question du climat. Mais la résilience de la communauté s'entend dans le sens de les aider à avoir des activités génératrices de revenus, des activités alternatives à l'impact du projet sur les communautés. Des activités qui leur permettent de comprendre l'utilité aussi de la conservation sur le long terme, une fois que les autorités sont parties. Donc, je reprends avec des terminologies assez génériques en disant ceci. Il faut travailler sur des activités, l'appui des communautés, avoir des activités alternatives génératrices de revenus. Il faut renforcer les capacités à comprendre l'utilité de l'objectif de la cible 3030. Pour vous et pour nous qui avons participé aux négociations, ça veut dire quelque chose, mais pour les citoyens dans le fond de la RDC, est-ce que ça veut dire, est-ce qu'il y a quelque chose qui vient dans son assiette? Est-ce que c'est comme ça qu'il faut traduire la chose? C'est-à-dire que c'est du gagnant-gagnant, tant qu'ils comprennent qu'ils peuvent comprendre la cible, ils ont à leur échelle une contribution, ils peuvent renforcer les contributions en termes de qu'est-ce qu'ils font au quotidien pour la conservation. Il peut aussi jouer un rôle dans la mobilisation de la communauté. Et donc ce travail-là, ça se fait avec vous, ça se fait aussi avec les partenaires.
Merci beaucoup. Est-ce qu'il y a-t-il encore une question, s'il vous plaît? Voilà, s'il n'y a pas une question, je voudrais poser la dernière question à Monsieur le secrétaire général à l'environnement. Vous avez compris que les acteurs de la société civile essaient de lancer la balle dans votre camp en tant que gouvernement pour dire qu'ils ont besoin de l'accompagnement, ils ont besoin du soutien du gouvernement pour que l'initiative de sécurisation des APAC puisse avancer. Comment comptez-vous aider ou bien comment comptez-vous vous impliquer davantage dans cette démarche pour que cette situation puisse évoluer et aller plus vite?
Bien, merci beaucoup de la question qui est très pertinente. Surtout en écoutant des juristes. Il a bien souligné que on ne peut pas sécuriser les APAC sans un soubassement légal. sans un soubassement réglementaire. Donc, ça, ce sont des outils qui aident à la sécurisation de toutes les aires protégées. Parce que ça fait partie, les APAC font partie des aires protégées. Alors, ce sont des concepts qui naissent à tout moment et que nous sommes conscients que l'engagement dans le cadre mondial comme Montréal nous amène à prendre tous ceci en compte. Parce que sinon, il sera difficile d'atteindre les cibles que nous nous sommes engagés. Conséquence, nous devons revoir notre arsenal juridique pour voir quelle est la loi où nous pouvons aller rapidement pour que les APAC puissent être resécurisés. Au niveau de la Constitution, on parle de la loi sur l'environnement, qui englobe un peu tous ces aspects, de la biodiversité, donc tout ça y est là. Mais au niveau de loi, les APAC n'existent pas. On parle des aires protégées, on parle de la foresterie communautaire, par exemple, on le trouve dans les codes forestiers. Mais la loi sur la conservation, on ne parle pas des APAC. Au niveau de la loi sur la forêt, on parle des concessions de conservation. Ça protège, ça aide à protéger aussi les forêts. Mais au niveau des APAC, personne n'en parle. Alors, où est-ce qu'on peut y aller rapidement pour trouver solution et sécuriser les espaces APAC? C'est simple. C'est la loi sur la conservation. Et comme nous sommes maintenant dans la stratégie pour que nous puissions revisiter la loi sur la conservation, parce qu'il y a trop de soucis, beaucoup de soucis, même pas beaucoup de soucis dans cette loi. Aujourd'hui, nous avons la problématique, par exemple, permettez-moi d'en parler, conflit entre hommes et faune. Est-ce que quelqu'un qui se trouve, par exemple, au Katanga, très loin, ou loin de la forêt, il y a ces conflits-là. Est-ce que l'IUCN, par exemple, parce que chez nous, les aires protégées sont gérées par l'IUCN, donc l'Institut congolais de la conservation de la nature, est-ce qu'elle est à côté? Non. Donc auparavant, il faut l'administrateur du territoire qui peut agir rapidement pour résoudre les problèmes. Donc de la même manière, les APAC, il faut intégrer les APAC dans la loi sur la conservation de la nature. Parce que les peuples autochtones, les communautés locales se sont engagés à contribuer dans ce cadre mondial. Donc, il faut aller vite pour revisiter cette loi. Et on va, dans cette loi, intégrer comment sécuriser les APAC, mais il ne faut pas que ces dispositifs qu'on va mettre dans la loi dans la conservation, il faut que la personne qui doit prendre un acte, l'autorité qui doit prendre cet acte-là, ne peut pas être loin des APAC, là où ils sont identifiés. À l'occurrence, on va travailler comme on travaille avec la foresterie communautaire, qu'un gouverneur peut prendre un arrêté rapidement pour concéder cet espace d'APAC aux communautés et sécuriser cet espace-là. Au lieu que de commencer, parce que l'APAC peut se retrouver à 100 km de Kinshasa et que les peuples autochtones doivent quitter là-bas pour négocier. Non. Il y a un gouverneur qui est à côté, il peut prendre cet arrêté provincial et attribuer cet espace aux communautés parce que ce n'est même pas un grand espace de plusieurs hectares. Donc, facilement, les gouverneurs peuvent faire l'affaire rapidement et l'espace est sécurisé pour les peuples autochtones et des communautés locales. Donc, voilà un peu notre démarche simple. C'est simple parce que je trouve que c'est simple et c'est plus facile. Et en tant qu'acteur principal de la révisitation de ces cadres légaux de la conservation de la nature, je ne pense pas réfléchir autrement. Et c'est une option qu'on peut se mettre autour d'une table et que demain, bien sûr, il y a beaucoup d'aspects qu'on doit intégrer dans cette loi, mais pour APAC, c'est une garantie pour moi parce que je suis les amis intimes des peuples autochtones et je ne vois pas d'inconvénients. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Secrétaire général. Merci pour ce soutien. C'est vraiment le soutien gouvernemental à ces processus. Et je pense que les acteurs de la société civile attendaient ce soutien. Voilà, vous avez politiquement un soutien pour faire avancer la machine. Alors, il ne nous reste plus que 4 minutes. Je voudrais tout de même signaler que la loi sur la conservation qui est évoquée ici, c'est l'une des lois qui a vu jour en 2014. Et vous avez compris qu'on est en 2023. La loi est donc dans l'obligation d'être révisée ou révisitée, d'autant plus que la dynamique sur la conservation exige beaucoup de modifications. Et je peux même penser que c'est l'unique loi qui sera modifiée dans notre pays dans l'espace de 10 ans. Parce que je me souviens que la plupart des lois dans notre pays prennent plus ou moins 40, 50 ans avant d'être modifiées. Mais vous avez compris que la loi sur la conservation sera modifiée et le processus est en cours. Donc, ce qui manifeste un peu la possibilité ou l'intention de la RDC de pouvoir s'adapter aux défis climatiques, aux défis de la conservation qui se posent. Alors, je vais vous donner une minute, en commençant par Madame Anna à mes côtés à Madame Nana, excusez-moi, je vous donne 1 minute pour conclure. Comme ça, nous allons prendre la photo de famille et clôturer notre side event.
Voilà. Je remercie Monsieur le modérateur et je tiens à remercier Monsieur le secrétaire général de nous traduire l'engagement du gouvernement de RDC d'avoir une approche inclusive et de s'engager vraiment à soutenir l'implication des peuples autochtones dans ce processus de conservation. Et je voulais réitérer également l'engagement de l'IUCN auprès des autorités nationales, mais également auprès des communautés locales et autochtones, avoir cette approche inclusive. Et la question de notre participant de Sierra Leone est très pertinente et nous tient à cœur. Parce que les peuples autochtones et les communautés locales sont au cœur de ces aires de conservation. Donc notre approche est vraiment basée sur cela, mais ça nécessite une coordination gouvernementale. Il y a une intersectorialité. On a parlé de l'aspect légal, réglementaire, on a parlé de l'aspect décentralisé. Les gouverneurs dont Monsieur le secrétaire général a fait mention, il y a même la loi sur la décentralisation qui sera concernée par cela. Donc, l'administration du territoire, etc. Donc, aujourd'hui, pour dire que la question de l'environnement, de la conservation se trouve au centre de toute l'action gouvernementale aujourd'hui pour le bien-être des communautés. Et nous travaillons à cela, nous voulons vraiment converger vers cela. Je remercie.
Merci beaucoup, madame. Je sais que monsieur le secrétaire a déjà parlé. Je voudrais lui éviter encore peut-être les redits. Mais sinon, si vous avez eu un mois placé, on peut aller assez rapidement.
Bien. Ce qui a parlé, c'est... Vous voyez l'expérience de nos amis coréens. En les suivant, je pense que c'est un modèle qui nous amène aujourd'hui comment en amont arriver à identifier les APAC. Vous comprenez? Et de faire des APAC comme... Il ne faut pas faire des APAC comme des espaces comme nous le faisons avec la foresterie communautaire, non. Les APAC, c'est pour la conservation, contrairement à la foresterie communautaire. La foresterie communautaire, elle est là pour aider les communautés et les peuples autochtones à améliorer leurs conditions de vie. Mais les APAC, ils s'engagent aussi, bien sûr, pour améliorer leurs conditions de vie, mais dans la conservation de la biodiversité. Donc, si nous mettons les deux ensemble, vous allez voir que ça sera plus facile. Là, on a la foresterie communautaire pour travailler dans ces aires des communautés locales pour améliorer leurs conditions de vie, et aussi au niveau des APAC, de travailler aussi pour augmenter la biodiversité dans les mêmes objectifs pour améliorer aussi leurs communautés et conditions de vie de leurs communautés. Et à travers les paiements des services environnementaux.
Merci beaucoup.
Bien, merci.
Merci, monsieur le CG. Maître Élu, oui, Maître Élu, Maître Willy Éloi, vous avez 30 secondes, s'il vous plaît.
Oui, 30 secondes. Je dirais que pour nous, hein, la République démocratique du Congo, l'atteinte de l'objectif 30-30, comme nous l'avons dit, ne passera pas seulement par les aires protégées qui couvrent plus de 13,5% de notre territoire national. Et maintenant, si vous voyez les autres sites potentiels de ZAMEC, ils sont nombreux. Ils sont nombreux. Nous pouvons les citer. Il y a les concessions de conservation, les concessions forestières de communautés locales, les APAC, comme l'a dit le secrétaire général. Tout ce qui manque maintenant, c'est un cadre légal et institutionnel.
Voilà, qui est en cours d'élaboration.
Voilà, qui devra.
Donc, la révision, c'est pour bientôt. Merci beaucoup, Maître. On donne la parole à Monsieur Issa. 30 secondes, s'il vous plaît.
Alors, je veux retenir.
Je sais que les avocats, si vous laissez le temps, ils vont aller jusqu'à 16 heures.
Je veux retenir 3 choses de cet événement. La première chose, nous avons une action des pays sur les APAC. Nous avons éloquemment écouté la contribution, en fait, l'action de la Corée. Et nous avons entendu aussi les communautés autochtones de la RDC. Et je pense que de côté de la francophonie, elle est disponible pour favoriser de tels partages d'expériences. La deuxième chose, il y a un accompagnement justement des partenaires comme l'IUCN. Et ça, c'est important à souligner. Et justement, là-dessus, la question de l'alignement avec certains besoins, ça, c'est la troisième chose, justement. Ce que j'appelle des recommandations que nous devons tirer, c'est justement prendre en compte les besoins primaires ou secondaires des communautés locales, des communautés autochtones. Mais c'est surtout également les intégrer entièrement dans les projets qui vont naître dans le futur.
Merci beaucoup. Monsieur Kapoupou, 30 secondes, s'il vous plaît.
Merci beaucoup. Je voulais seulement, en tout cas, conclure pour dire que l'engagement des peuples autochtones à conserver leurs sites, c'est parce que ces sites représentent une identité culturelle pour ces peuples. Donc, c'est une valeur ajoutée pour les peuples autochtones. Et aussi, les APAC n'ont pas vraiment... Ce n'est pas... Si nous, le peuple autochtone, nous sommes engagés dans la conservation communautaire de nos sites sacrés, ce n'est pas en lien avec les aires protégées, parce que nous savons comment est-ce que les aires protégées ont eu des incidences sur nos vies, nous, peuple autochtone, par exemple, au niveau de la RDC. Donc, si nous nous engageons, c'est pour, en tout cas, conserver notre identité, conserver notre identité culturelle. Et
merci.
Voilà, merci beaucoup. Et pour ajouter maintenant, il faut aussi penser à recourir, à améliorer nos activités génératrices de revenus, c'est-à-dire
merci beaucoup,
une
Alex.
Conservation
merci
résiliente.
beaucoup.
Merci.
Est-ce qu'on peut acclamer, s'il vous plaît? Merci beaucoup. Ça a été un plaisir de vous écouter. Je sais que la matière est là, mais le temps ne nous le permet pas. Je vous invite à prendre une photo de famille comme ça.
And for the rest of today, December 8th, we're going to be talking about education, climate education, nature-based education. We're going to have a reception later where we celebrate the importance of education for leapfrogging us into a culture that truly takes care of climate while taking care of the planet. We are super lucky in our first session. Bryce Kuhn from the wonderful organization Earth Day is going to lead us off with two gentlemen here, one online, talking, not a lady online, excuse me, talking about climate education and the critical need for us to invest in climate education. I'm going to turn over to Bryce to lead us through this session. Have fun.
All right, thank you, Sean. Hi, everyone. As Sean said, my name is Bryce Kuhn, and I am the Director of Education with earthday.org. Sorry, trying to think about this. Let's go through, and if you guys could just, everyone could say their name and then their title and their current role.
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Abhir. I'm the Youth Advisor to the Governing Board at the Commonwealth Human Ecology Council. I've been working in the space of climate action for 11 years, particularly on air pollution, waste segregation, climate education, and we can do a longer intro later. Yeah.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. My name is Jean-Pitren Mandu. I'm from Zimbabwe. I work with Earth Day as one of the coordinators for Africa. I also coordinate young people in Zimbabwe through a platform called IUCN. Thank you.
Thank you. Elsie, would you be able to introduce yourself?
Yes, good evening, warm welcome everybody. And I'm Elsie Gabriel, the founder of Young Environmentalist Program Trust, and also the co-founder of an ocean school on our islands here in India, and the ambassador for India for Ocean Quest, and a national coordinator Oceans for Climate Reality Project, trained by former Vice President USA Al Gore. And thank you so much for having me present virtually. Very good evening.
Of course, thank you. We potentially have another panelist joining us. If they show up, we'll invite them on stage, but we'll just kind of be flexible here, and I think we'll probably have some time for questions at the end, so that's exciting. So I mentioned I'm the Director of Education at earthday.org. Prior to that role, I was a classroom teacher for 11 years, and I taught high school social studies in the States. And what drew me to climate education was talking to students and hearing the way that they felt about the climate crisis. Students tend to either shut down and not want to talk about it, or they feel like we're not doing enough and they're very anxious about it. And I feel like both of those responses are rooted in climate anxiety, and I feel like education is a valuable tool to address that. So that's where we're coming from today with kind of the why of climate education, and we're going to, with our panelists, we're going to dive in a little bit deeper about why it is a critical tool for solving the climate crisis. We're going to consider aspects of inclusivity and access to climate education. We're going to think about what does it mean to measure success in climate education and a vision for what the future of climate education can be. All right, I'll start with Abir. In your view, how crucial is climate education in inspiring and mobilizing young people to become active participants in the fight against environmental challenges? And what experiences have shaped your belief in the power of youth-led initiatives?
Sure. So I think, today we're at a place, at least back home in India, and from my conversations with everyone else at similar such conferences, I think climate education is at a stage where it's started to seep in. It's been adopted. We have these definitions in textbooks in class 6, 7, 8. Maybe younger than that, where we're talking about the importance of water conservation, the importance of clean air, what climate change is, what the greenhouse effect is. So all of that is there, but the problem is that it's stuck to our textbooks, right? How do we move past that? How do we get climate education from being a 1 or 2 mark question in your test to being something that's actually something that young people are enthusiastic about and actually want to work on, right? How do they adapt that in a way that's holistic and inspiring? So I think that's the key objective, at least the way I see it, for climate education and sort of inspiring and mobilizing young people, because only when it's perceived in a way that's not just something that's there as a formality, but something that people want to engage with, is where it becomes important. And I think talking about my experiences, which have shaped my belief, at least personally, being someone who's 22 and been working in the space for 11 years, I think the one advantage that young people have, although they need to exercise it with responsibility, is the fact that young people don't necessarily have any organizational bindings, which is to say that they don't come from a particular political party or a particular say company which prohibits them or enforces them to take a particular line. So in a certain sense, young people are the perfect candidates to speak truth to power. The best example I have also of young people being relevant to sort of adopting all good things pertaining to climate has to do with the fact that, in India, we've had a firecracker ban forever, and nowadays, and that ban has been falling on deaf ears to a great extent. But what's interesting is that nowadays, over the last 5, 6, 7 years, you'll see that it's not the school kids who want to burst firecrackers during the festival time. It's actually the parents and the adults, right? So young people are central to families, and they are sort of extrapolating from there and convincing their families that they want to sort of bring about this positive shift. And the last point I'll make is that I think young people have that resilience or determination to go the extra mile. I remember I had started a campaign with the Delhi Metro, and at that time I was 15 or 16, and I walked into the government office, and the secretary over there literally laughed me out of the door when I first went, because she's like, "Oh, have you lost your mother? What are you doing here in a government office, wandering in? What are you doing here?" But I went there week after week for 3 months. I went there until I wore them down. I got my work done. So I think that's a unique ability that young people have, to go the extra mile and to be persistent. So, yeah.
Veer, thank you. I really appreciate that, and a lot of that resonates with me, especially as a former educator, the energy that young people have and how that can be inspiring for older people. I also thought your point about the lack of bindings was really interesting, especially with political parties. This is kind of interesting anecdote, but I remember I would teach sometimes political issues, and we'd have a conversation in the class, a very productive conversation. We'd all be kind of in a general one area, and then the students would go home and then come back the next day, and the perspectives had changed. So they obviously were talking to other people, maybe influenced by parents, and then their views changed. They had these, the bindings kind of came out. But I do think that, schools are a safe place for students to kind of explore, their views on issues. So thank you for that. Jean, I want to ask you, what are some challenges and opportunities for young people who are interested in pursuing careers in climate education and green skills development?
Yeah, thank you for such a wonderful question, Bryce. So, there's the first thing, which is the understanding of the actual context of climate education, green skills. I would say right now, recovering from COVID-19, we're talking about recovering green. We're talking about transformative societies where we need to develop green in a green manner. We have opportunities in renewable energy. We have the opportunities within the circular economy, but the understanding of the entire aspect of it is still lagging behind, because as most of you might know, this is referred to Africa as a developing continent with developing countries. So for communities or for young people to understand now how the climate change is shaped, climate change agenda is shaped, it's quite a little bit far-fetched. So first of all is to communicate the conversation, to have the right channels of communication so that they acquire the information that they need. So there is a gap on research. The information that we're getting or the information that we have is insufficient, and also it's not adequate for us to move forward in pursuing climate education initiatives We need to learn how to research ourselves. We need to have the resources themselves so that we can explore, because we need to experiment. Our generation is sort of like lagging behind, because as most might have known, we are coming from a situation where we wanted to enter into industrialization. We haven't, exploited much of our resources, but we were headed towards industrialization, where we were mining our resources so that we can try and develop our communities. So keeping those resources on the ground or trying to phase down, it's actually a lot of information that's coming up, and it's just a shift of how we are brought up or how we were doing things. So the process of just transition is quite important, but it also needs to consider education. So as we are transitioning now, trying to articulate or take care of the climate issues or the climate agenda, we need to have a transition where we have information that can give us the ability to educate ourselves. I know we talk about peer-to-peer education as a strategy, peer-to-peer, like mobilize, use social media, but we don't have such platforms. So we need to create an enabling environment. But how do you create such an enabling environment? You should be able to experiment, find play around with your phones, play around with your indigenous knowledge, play around with whatever that you have. Even our mode of communication, I know we do lots of communism where we have populism, where you have a leader who's representing you. They call in, they're the most viable people to get a lot of people under one room. We are also shaped by communities whereby our surroundings, what our parents teach us at home is what develops in us and makes us who we are. So all those aspects or that knowledge needs to move with time. Even the education that we're getting in school needs to articulate that there are opportunities whereby I can, instead of just advocating with the government, I also have an opportunity to train or teach the government. I have an opportunity to set up with my peers information centers, put up laptops, do exchange knowledges. So these are some of the opportunities that we want to explore, but then the environment itself is not enabling, the resources are not there for us. So we need, in these conversations of climate education, when everyone says, yeah, ACE is important, Action for Climate Empowerment, when everyone says, yeah, education is a cross-cutting issue, it's important. But what they don't know is we are leaving out the main needs of education. Right now we're talking about pushing it into the NDCs, but how are we going to develop pathways? Because in Africa with Earth Day, we have engaged about 20 governments. We asked them to include it in the NDCs, and they agree, but they need the resources. They need to do the community engagements. They need to develop the pathways of how to implement it. So as we go forward, we need to put in the resources, put in investment, and create an enabling environment. Because when we talk about it just as a common word, education, it's not the education that we need. It's not the education that the communities need. It will end up being loads of information on the websites, loads of information in the books, but then no one is going to adopt it or use it anyway. So we need to find an enabling environment and create it ourselves. So I think those are some of the challenges and some of the things that I think we need.
That's great, John. Thank you. Yeah, the way that you explain that just shows you have a very strong understanding of the education system in general. I know it varies a lot from country to country, but that's a very common situation where you have the resources. There's lots of information online, but making sure that that actually reaches students and reaches them in a meaningful way, where it's not just you're kind of throwing it out there because you were told to do it. You want to have quality materials that the teachers are prepared to teach. Elsie, if we can get you back on the screen.
Yes.
I've been very interested in, I've read a lot about your work, and it's just so fascinating. So I was curious if I could ask you a two-part question, where maybe you could share with the audience a little bit about your work and what that looks like. And then also, if you could connect that to how can we create more opportunities to bring youth into climate action, to participate in climate action and decision making?
All right. So as the founder of Young Environmentalist Program Trust, which is an ISO certified education NGO in Mumbai, what we do is we have researched since 2005 over the different categories of the education system that exists. So once you research and document the various different education systems, maybe it starts with your municipality, maybe it starts with your state schools, and then your private schools and your international schools, and then take it on. So once you've researched your target audience of students and the youth, then you try and break it down to what goes where, and you give them what they want. Because we've been up against the wall trying to lobby with the education ministry and trying to lobby with the principals and the institutions, academic institutions, and the trustees. So you're always up against a wall, or you're really finding some sort of they're up against something like extra education being added to their already jam-packed curriculum and schedule. And then, I'm talking about India here, it is purely the 3 R's and just study for the exams, and you need to pass all the subjects. So therefore, they did away with the environmental education as a compulsory subject in India exactly about a decade ago. And then we were like, saying, oh my God, we need it the most, right from civic sense to the environment, climate change education, ocean literacy. And therefore, we decided that we will outline it in an interactive manner. So the first pillar was make it interactive, make it leadership skills, make it personality development, fuse all that with climate and ocean literacy and education. So we did that and we found good results. And then we also connected it to the curriculum and the chapters, and we linked each and every subject to climate and ocean education. If you had geography, it's obvious that you have the whole countries and the oceans and climate and your vegetation and biodiversity. But you also have like English. What do you do with English? So if, most of the schools would say, what would you do with English and climate and ocean education? So we turned it around into English environmental journalism, environmental newspaper article writing, and we found great results there. So each and every subject, right from measuring impacts and data collection for mathematics, and then of course you had your 3 sciences where you studied pollution and the science of segregation of plastic and microplastic. So there you had it, even the history of all the laws, all the Paris agreements, the history of climate change. So all the 7 subjects in the school were linked to climate and ocean literacy modules, and chapters were linked. And therefore, they didn't resist us so much. Like we're coming in with extra, time for the students, or taking away extra time from the teachers and the whole academic system. So there we did find some success. So that's the way we work it. And we do give the local vernacular schools a different platter of, options. And the third main pillar is let the students come out to the field. I'm not just saying, it's fashionable just to go for a beach cleanup. No, the science of segregation, right from the entire marine ecosystem. I'm talking about ocean literacy here. So I would start from the plastics behind their kitchen door, in fact, and then take it down to the stormwater drains, to the rivulets, and then the lake, and where our institution is based, to the lake, which flows into the big massive river, which again goes out into the various oceans in Mumbai. So the whole marine ecosystem, then you could do it even whether you're on the ocean side, or whether you're a lake side, or just by the river, or just simply without any water bodies around you. But even if you're middle of a city, you would always get an MPA involved, close by somewhere, and then study the source of pollution. Say, in fact, if you're studying pollution and ocean literacy, you would let them know that even the urban system is involved. So wherever you are, just take them out for field trips connected to the curriculum. So that's a very strong pillar. And the last thing I'd like to say is the moment you say you're going to give them credits, they're very excited. The school is excited, the academics are excited, everyone's excited that you're going to get credits for this. And then you also ask the principal to add these credits to the final report card, which is fabulous for the students to motivate and take it forward. So these are the challenges we've broken down and found solutions. where it is acceptable now, and they readily want to celebrate. In fact, Christmas is coming, so we're celebrating an environmental friendly Christmas, eco-friendly Christmas. So I'll give you a last example before I, turned out is, for example, we won the Mayor's Award like 6 years ago for something which is called the Eco Ganesha Project. Now, the Eco Ganesha Project is huge, gigantic, the elephant god, which is worshipped in India, made like 30 feet, 40 feet out of POP and lime. And we did not preach. It's very sensitive. So what do? It's not a moral science class. So we had clay from the lake, from the river, and converted it into art class, and had tabletop these same idols and murtis, as they're called, the elephant god, made, with the silt of the lake and the river and the ocean, and then mixed with water hyacinth. So it was agri-waste mixed with that. And over 10 years, we struggled to replace the POP idols into tiny eco-friendly idols, and which were artistic. And then we gave awards and certificates of participation and luncheons. And in 10 years' time, we are so happy to say that has become a policy decision making now with the government, where every idol has to be eco-friendly. So you can infuse what's happening around your community and take it on to what the people want, what the students want, and how valuable, how you're going to be an asset to the academics. And I'm especially talking about students from kindergarten, even 2 years old, come with their moms, for nature trail and tree identification trails and whatever. But the climate education and ocean literacy has to match their curriculum, and we have to be an asset to the institution. Of course, I'm not talking about degree and a PhD, who we also deal with, but they do their research for their own sake. They do their research for their own doctorate, and their research is very private. And therefore, though we encourage information portals and information sharing, but we found the need to start right from junior high, kindergarten and upwards till class 12, high school. I mean, these are the solutions that we really put up and broke down these challenges, and we found great success. And in fact, UNESCO has just recognized and awarded us the Green Citizen recognition for our ocean literacy project. So
great.
it's exciting to get the students out and connect the field work and the actual ecology into the curriculum and weave that to create that success story.
Thank you, Elsie. Really appreciate that perspective. I really enjoyed a couple parts. At Earth Day, we've been working on and not quite ready yet, unfortunately, but I wanted to release it today, but a climate education report that is going to go over the overview of kind of where we are at in the United States and internationally, what it is, the politics of it. And when working on that, and we're making it very research-based as much as we can, because sometimes we talk about these things and we know these things are important, but it's nice to have the data to back them up. And Elsie, one of the things you mentioned was the importance of being in nature. And I really think about that anytime we collaborate with IUCN, because I think about nature and I think about biodiversity. And the studies about how humans, and especially children, are feeling less connected to nature. So, when I think about when I was a little kid, it wasn't that long ago, technically by the most liberal definition by the UN, I'm still a youth for 6 months, which I don't see how that's possible. Tell that to my back and feet, but whatever. So anyways, when I was a kid, I would go and I would play outside. Why? Because I didn't have a phone. There was nothing else. I probably would have been on my phone. I probably would have played video games more often if they looked like they do today, right? I didn't get the first Nintendo until I was like 8 or something, right? It just wasn't there. And so the data's out there that young people are spending 12 hours on their phones a day. They're on their phones more than they sleep, the average teenager. It can't be good for you. But that also means you're not outside and that you're not enjoying the nature, not understanding why it's so important to fight for it. And additionally, the research is even 15 minutes outside in nature decreases people's anxiety levels. So when we talk about climate anxiety, bringing Elsie's point back to what we were talking about in the beginning, I think that being outside has to be a part of that. The other thing that I wanted to make a connection to, Elsie, from an educator perspective, is the cross-curricular component that you brought up and how important that is, and how it is so applicable to any subject. You can make it fit. You know, even some of the ones that people are like, that seems like a stretch. Sure, you couldn't do it every day in your physical education class, but last year in my former district, there were days because of the wildfires that people could not exercise outside. So when you have those heat advisory days, when you have the air quality days, view that as an opportunity to step back. Don't go play basketball in the gym that day. Just take a step back and think about what's going on and how it affects your, I think it's cardiorespiratory system. I'm not a gym teacher or science teacher, wasn't. And Elsie, just one more point about that cross-curricular aspect to consider from education teacher perspective is that students have different strengths. We all did, right? Who are the science people in here? Like when you were in, I mean, it's IUCN, so I'm going to think maybe some hands go up here. Like you were strongest in science. That's cool. I was not one of you. We wouldn't have been friends. No, I was kidding. How many of you were strong at math? Social studies? That would be me. I'm raising my hand for that one. English? Okay. So as someone who wasn't as strong in math and science, if climate education was just being presented to me in the context of science, I'm going to kind of shut down a little bit on that. That's going to be a topic for someone else, that they're going to be the experts on that. I in social studies, I can have something else. But if it's being taught across all subjects, now I can talk about advocacy in my social studies class, and I can learn about the politics of that, and I can shine in that context, and someone else can shine in that context. Someone else can shine by making a mural about climate change, and we're all working together on that. So that's another aspect. It's not just about making those connections, but it's about letting everyone shine. All right, Jean, I wanted to ask you, what does success look like in your mind for youth activism? What makes it, what would you like to see to have it be that would make you feel like you're making progress in that regard?
I'm going to bring the other aspect of activism. Of course, we have activism in the sense of climate justice, right? Where we're saying, let's stop pollution, let's compensate for the damage that we have done, which is very, very important. But I would hammer more on the potential of young people that we haven't unlocked, because I think it is important for us to produce as a young generation. We are always at the receiving end, but we don't know the responsibility that comes with consumption and being a conscious somebody who consumes responsibly. So we need to be informed. Say if I'm to get any products or to buy any products, I have to know that this plastic is going to be detrimental. This, mass consumption or this mass buying, which is not necessary, is not going to. So for me, I think such acts would be activism for me, that I would see shaping up the communities where we are all socially accountable and we have a sense of responsibility and sense of belonging. Also, like I said, production is quite limited. If you look, less young people are farmers in this day and age. Less young people are producing. I know we might be studying these technologies in universities and schools, and we do these innovations, but then at times they are not funded. They just become experiments or a project that we do, but then it does not manifest. It's not seen further because the young generation does not have any money. We all know who has all the resources, the land, the money, the buildings, everything. Even the books that we study, we have nothing. So I would say my activism would come where we are acting, doing loads of acts of green, producing more. It could be in farming, it could be in renewable energy, it could be all these technologies for climate. It could be hydro as well, setting up mini grids and rivers and all that, producing electricity, all these innovations. I think that's the activism that I would want for young people. Of course, we need to make noise, but a successful activism is whereby we can sit down with the duty bearers, claim leadership spots, and also prove to the communities that we can do so. As much as we are shying away from politics, because the politics that we have seen in the global world is not exemplary, it's high time we also challenge that system and we become politicians that we want to see. So let's not divert from the system. Let's challenge ourselves to be the next Secretary General. Let's challenge ourselves to be the next presidents of the big institutions that are driving change. So for me, that's the imagination that I have. I know it's not a very huge imagination, but I would start there and just end it there. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I think that is, you had a big picture idea, but I really like how you provided us with these very specific examples that we can try and connect with. Abir, you, one of your key initiatives that later went on to win the global recognition, or win global recognition from BBC World News was Swachh Chetna. Did I say that right?
Yeah, not bad.
Not bad. I mean, you can say no. Okay. Where you worked on taking climate education to the masses through the Delhi metro. Could you tell us more about this initiative, how you started it, how it went?
Yeah. So Swachh Chetna was, as I mentioned briefly earlier, I was 15 or 16, and I read in the news. I'd started working on the climate space for about 3-4 years by then. And I decided I wanted to start an initiative of my own. I was done volunteering, and I wanted to do something with, very specific objective. And the two objectives for this was education and awareness around air pollution, climate education at large, and what can people do about air pollution. So I read in the paper one day that the Delhi metro became the world's first green metro system, which makes sense because, metro systems in London, New York, Paris were made so many years ago. And I decided that I wanted to do something with them. I wasn't sure what, but I knew I wanted to do something with them. So I went to their office. I was ridiculed out of it, but I went on going, and after wearing the receptionist down, I got into the waiting room, then to the undersecretary's office, then the joint secretary, so on and so forth. I got the meeting that I wanted. And we decided to do three things in that initiative. We did plantation drives, cleanliness drives, and awareness drives at and around Delhi metro stations. And we all know that plantation drives nowadays are fairly commonplace. It's often used as an instrument of greenwashing. So for me, that wasn't the unique part. The unique part of the initiative was the awareness drives that we were doing, because you all know how populous India is, and Delhi by extension of that. And these Delhi metro stations in and of themselves are very clean, but the area around them tends to be littered or something like that, right? So what we would do was, at these metro stations, at the platforms, we would do nukkad nataks, which is street theater. We would do street theater and flash mobs for about 5 to 10 minutes. And with the kind of population we had, literally thousands of people with each passing train coming and sort of forming a circle around us and listening. And now if you think about yourself when you're in the metro, what's your mindset, right? What's the user journey? For all of us, myself included, I came here by the metro this morning. I'm not a morning person. I had my earphones in. I didn't want to socialize. I was on my phone. And the metro is one space in the city which is a unifying factor, right? You have your blue-collared staff, you have your white-collared staff, you have students, you have all sorts of people. So we did these awareness drives at these platforms, metro stations, and we got these huge crowds, and people would ask us simple questions like, why should I switch from a plastic toothbrush to a bamboo toothbrush? Or we would have people asking us more nuanced questions like, how can I get a subsidy on my EV or offer my solar panels? Or how can I make money if I contribute the power, surplus power my solar panels generate and provide back to the grid? So very simple to very large questions, and that was inclusive climate education for me, right? Because we went to the place where you had all of society rather than, these silos. You had like I said, you had a diverse lot in the metro. So we went in the thick of things. We got them to look up and out of their phones and actually care and learn about stuff which they probably would not have known about or wanted to learn about, right? So we took education to them rather than taking it to them in a classroom or in a conventional setting. And we did this for 3 years, which is what got that BBC recognition then as, they called me, they gave me this fancy title, which is like top 5 environmentalists, youth environmentalists globally. But the point there was that the uniqueness in this project was the fact that it could go to so many people in their daily commute, get them, shake them out of their, the daily rat race and actually get them to care about this. So that's why this project was so special to me.
Wow, that's an amazing project. When you're talking about that, I was thinking about some other aspects of youth and why that brings so much energy to this cause. One thing I think is, you talked about wearing down all these people to get to the office you wanted to, and it's the persistence, but it's also, there's just something, I think you mentioned it, like more freedom, really.
Yeah.
Like, I think if I started, harassing people, like, at some point they're going to like call my boss and be like, can you get this person out of here? Or I might be afraid what people might think of me as a professional.
Yeah.
And, I have seen like some youth advocates, they can kind of jab and poke in a way that, I feel like I can't. So that's really an important point. And then also just the creativity, I guess it's 7 years ago, roughly.
Yeah.
So, doing flash mobs or how young people use TikTok in ways that, I wouldn't understand. That's a really, great addition.
Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that. Elsie, I'm curious if, as we're in the IUCN Pavilion and we're thinking about kind of the connection between climate education and the importance in that of biodiversity and nature. So could you talk more about what you think biodiversity and nature looks like? I know you have already, but if that's something you could expand on, either what you think it would look like in the classroom or why it's so important, or both.
Okay, not many years ago, I authored a book called Get Out, Get Going Outdoors. And it was like a big shock to the city because India was just about booming with the digital world and just going the whole hog about, almost 90% of students would never get out and never very rarely. So this book took them by shock. And I also used the word digital detox. So, and they'd wonder. I said, no, you can have your percentage of digital life, but you need to get out and connect. And what we did is we used a very important medium. I know there are scientists around. I know we have a lot of professors, teachers, educators, and nature enthusiasts, and you have your own nonprofit with members and everybody. So what we did to find a solution to gather momentum was use a big segment of our communities called citizen scientists. So citizen scientists are maybe bankers, housewives, nurses, medical, whatever, but they all are hands down knowledgeable people working with nature sometime or the other, got some background and hands-on experience working with nature trails or ocean dives or maybe, documentation. So we gathered a whole community. And I also focused on women and girls. So therefore, I made this whole group of girls and women, giving more importance to, of course, gender equality, and used the medium of citizen scientist to contribute to getting students more connected to nature. And that worked out very fine. So wherever you are, whichever place you're living on this planet, try and use the community, try and harness their knowledge and their time and volunteerism. Build a bank of volunteers. And these are simple things that, I know in the long run, we're all looking for funds or we're all looking for support, but what can you do? And it's never like I'm just one person or a group of people. But, like Margaret Mead said, it was a group of people who eventually make a difference. So how can you create a ripple effect and how can you grow? as young entrepreneurs, as youngsters in the nonprofit climate and nature enhancement and mitigation, as well as education, how can you grow? So use the power of citizen scientists. And that worked very well for us. So that's one solution that I can share with you about. And of course, being a deep sea diver, I did use the diving community, and it's always wonderful to have divers, to learn ocean literacy. And not only is it good for, I was just invited for the G20 summit where I contributed on ocean tourism, how important it is for divers to really, and they're all young and youthful, and they like recreational diving, and they love the ocean, the beach, everything that comes with it, the glamour, the glitz, the sunshine. But how can you seriously tell them, take your diving courses, but also do our ocean literacy program? And we would reward them, award them, give them T-shirts and certificates, and make all the modules available to them so they could refer to it. And now our divers, many of our divers are agents of change for climate and nature. So, and they know the ocean at the back of their hand. They know every octopus, every whale, the movements of the corals, the bleaching, the heat, everything. So these are storytellers. So I use divers also as agents of change, and I also used a small group of surfers on the Lakshadweep Islands. So these surfers, it's just not a sport. Now it does belong to Olympics, the surfing, but why not be agents of change for nature? And keep talking about your biodiversity, how valuable it is, and how you use the ocean, for recreational purposes and for sports. But how can you educate your clients who come on the boat a little bit more? And can you have them plant corals? Can you have them document? Can you have them support you? Maybe someone CEO of some company who can also fund you. But these are the youngsters in the diving community and surfing community that we used to spread nature education. And it's making it exciting and making it more fun and making it educational at the same time.
That's
so
great.
these are the two pillars that we used as citizen scientists and divers and surfers.
All right, thank you so much for that, Elsie. I really liked your emphasis on the importance of community. Definitely key, especially as getting climate education mandated. There's definitely going to be a top-down strategy, but that in a lot of places is not ready. And so at this time, we need to be thinking about the bottom up, and that's going to come through the community. I also liked the way you talked about how these are storytellers and how important that is for getting this message across. As someone who was recently in the classroom, I can tell you that even over my 11 years of teaching experience, students are not learning the same way. When I started teaching, I could do a 30, 40-minute lecture, straight PowerPoint. I thought it had some good stories in it. I thought the jokes were funny, and I could maintain their attention. 2023, you can't compete with TikTok and the Instagram and everything like that. So storytelling is going to be such a key part of this. We have these new problems, and we can't just keep thinking of using the old tools that we've used in the past. So I really appreciate you giving us an example of what that storytelling might look like. So for the last question, what I'm going to do is and I'm going to give you time to think while I ask the audience something, but the last question is I would like each panelist in a short response, a minute, 90 seconds, tell us what would be your goals of something you could announce at COP30. So something specific, and not 10 years from now when everyone's doing climate education, a 2-year time period. And it could be something very specific, or it could be something more general, but something that is important to you. What I would also like to ask the audience is we are going to have some time, let's say maybe 10 minutes if people are interested, to ask some questions of the panelists. You could ask me questions. I've kind of turned this into a fireside chat since we had a couple people not show up. So think about, whatever your interest is, your passion, your perspective of the climate crisis. Is there a way to incorporate climate education into that? Is that something that we could discuss? So if you could think if you have any questions relating your interest to climate education, I think we'd all love to hear that. And in terms of COP30 and what you would like to see, could I get a volunteer to start us off?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, so at COP30, of course, it's going to be hard because you can't anticipate, with the uncertainties that's coming with climate change. But it would be good to have climate education mainstreamed in all developmental agendas at local level, could be national level, international level, and also mainstreamed within all the curriculums, because either way, no matter what you do, it's affecting you either way. It would be good to also have a fund or the resources, money, specifically for climate education, and also tools and pathways that can be adopted by all sectors that they can use, that are obviously updated from time to time. I think you can see how the information is being updated even at these negotiations. I think this would help us to implement climate education across all the sectors. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean.
I think.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think for me, I would like to see a bit of a role reversal, because if I'm to point out a bit of an ugly truth, which I've seen at least myself, and this is across countries, right? What happens at the COPs? What happens at the SBs? The people who are giving the speeches in the plenary are not the people who've written the speeches, right? Which is to say that the environment minister or even the prime minister is a separate story, but the environment minister or the head of the climate delegation at such conferences is typically a politician, right? However, it's the bureaucrats doing the legwork, doing the research, implementing the policies, right? They're the consistent ones. Why I point this out is because today we see that at most climate conferences, we are seeing that young people are increasingly getting invited to attend or even to speak. But at several fora, not all, at several fora, you find that the environment minister or the senior most person in the room will come in for 5 minutes, they'll talk, and they'll leave because of their busy schedules, which is fine. But then what's the point of calling young people if you're not actually going to listen to them, right? So it's important for young people not just to have a seat at the table, but also a say at the table. And that's what I would want to see at COP30, wherein, bridging the 2 points I'm making, we possibly have some sort of plenaries or some sort of conversations where young climate enthusiasts, educators, whatever you want to call it, are actually having sit-down sessions with the ministers or the representatives and saying, this is what the problem is, this is what we want. Because if I'm to hedge a bet, 60 or 70% of the terms that these environment ministers or climate delegates are using in the plenaries are things that their bureaucrats in their home offices or foreign offices or environment ministries have worked on, but they're not very familiar with the nitty-gritties of it. So yeah.
Thank you for that, Veer. Elsie, could you please share what your
I'd
goals
like
would be?
to reiterate what John said and what we've been working on for the last 10 years as well, is more global countries. I mean, there are a few nations who've adopted compulsory climate and ocean literacy already, a couple. And but I would like to see by 2030, like all the countries adopt a compulsory education and ocean literacy in their curricula, and also enhance the career options in climate mitigation and ocean pollution and ocean conservation. If you give the students the key, the knowledge to careers, I mean, they would pick more careers which are, of course, more fruitful, and they're going to get big packages compared to the other career options that they might choose in life. But if you give them really good career options, not just marine biology or oceanography like I work on now, but I'm saying really work out more career options in climate mitigation. I mean, it could be windmills or solar, but true careers, and fund these career trainings, skill trainings. And I mean, if that's funded by the government, I think we have a whole next generation of Green Brigade, really not talking about talking the talk or not just action. Now we have to, COP23 has to focus on solutions. So at 2023, I'm looking at a whole new generation with taking on solutions as experts. I'm hoping that we get there.
Thank you, Elsie. Me too. All right, so I did warn you all. I would, love for some questions. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I guess if we could just say name and...
Yes, my name is Mark Robinson, and I'm chair of the Commonwealth Human Ecology Council. The first thing I would say is I'm very proud to have a youth advisor who is sitting opposite me in the chair and who's speaking so well today. I'm also proud that I've got a team here. I'm the only one over 30. But I have a comment to make. And this comment was actually made by a young he's not that young now, Justin Trudeau. He said at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting that youth activism is not about the future. It's about the now. Because the time, like you, Mr. Moderator, you get to the future, you have fallen off the edge of youth activism and you are no longer a youth activist. I would like the comments of the panel.
Great. I think...
Thanks. Albert Askjung. I work for an NGO called Business for Nature. Thank you so much, all of you, for very thoughtful ideas and sharing your stories. I was wondering, you've been talking about formal education and for children and youth mainly, but we know that in general the world population is aging and we need to sort of transition in the global economic system and people need to transition from a certain line of work to something else. So, I mean, reskilling and so on. And also we know that mainly youth are perhaps more knowledgeable and interested in climate and sustainability in general. So what about lifelong learning? What's your thought on that, and how can we promote that among older generations and so on, and perhaps go away also from the formal education to the informal opportunities? Thanks. So just your thoughts on that, really.
Yeah.
Thanks.
No, you want to take that one?
Yeah. That's very interesting because although I'm here in my personal capacity as of 4 or 5 months ago, I joined a consulting and accounting firm, one of the big 4. And it's very interesting because something I've observed not just over there but elsewhere as well is that anywhere in the corporate space today, if you look at a company's head of ESG or head of sustainability consulting or head of climate initiatives, none of them have a degree in what they're working on. And that's simply because of the reason that 30 years ago, when they were probably in school, there was no such thing as a degree or an MBA in sustainability, right? So to your question, something that I have been trying to do, and I think that's where young people actually have a big opportunity, is for us to be what's being called intrapreneurs, right? Being entrepreneurs within the organization, because at the bottom line is that a lot of these leads of climate change, ESG, sustainability, know that whoever they're recruiting are probably coming in with a new skill set that they don't have. So there's a lot of opportunity within an organization, and if there isn't, then young people need to make that space for themselves to say that this is what I would do, or this is how I would do it differently. I mean, for me, I've entered corporate sustainability in the last 5 months, but I've been working with nonprofits for 7, 8, 9 years. And the insights that I can get from working as a freelancer with nonprofits to actually the corporate space, first they shoot me down, but 2 minutes later they're like, oh, that's a good idea, maybe we should try that out. So I think that's how one can go about it.
Yeah, I can speak.
I'd like to add
Oh,
that.
go ahead, Elsie.
Okay, so I would welcome the seniors, and I by no means is my nonprofit is called Young Environmentalists, but our target audience is also the youth. But I'd like to, give you a simple fact of life, which is the importance of a mentor in life. So use that. So mentorship, we welcome people of all age groups, all stratas of society. So to have a mentor for the youth in a young entrepreneurship organization or an organization which is educating the youth on climate education and mitigation, I mean, there should be a mentor-mentee match. And then, there's a bridge. And I learned this while documenting my ocean literacy book, which is I've tried to bridge the gap between traditional knowledge and science facts from IPCC, all right? So then I saw, like 20 years ago, these were our elders who predicted the storms, who predicted where fishing was more prevalent and sustainable fishing and everything, pole line, everything. So that gave me the idea of bridging the gap between science and traditional knowledge, which we can do only from my elders and more experienced people like the gentleman who asked the question. And also remember, mentorship takes you in the long run with more experience forward. It just catapults the whole mission forward. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Elsie. And I think a good point to make is that you probably don't have to be that old to be a mentor.
Yeah.
Right? You can always find someone younger, or maybe
Yeah.
you just have more experience in a field and can mentor someone. John, you want to add to that?
Yeah. So I would like to say that there is a saying that say, "Why waste the young?" The youth on the young, and why waste, the wisdom on the old? So the thing is, or some would say it's hard to teach an old horse new tricks. And us as young people also, we are seen to waste too much energy on things that are not, relevant. I would say the gap in the incontinuity amongst generation is something that we might need to address. You remember it the first I spoke about transition, the just transition, it's omitting, the growth or the generational aspect. So it's going to be a process. It's not going to be easy. But I was talking to a colleague yesterday. I figured that with how fast the world is, it's very easy for a young person to just do their studies and their homework, and then they go home and they think they are done with life, So we need more time to rest. That gap, you get it where you work hard and then you just have free time. That would help us to repackage our timing and then interact with the elderly, focus on developmental issues. Because if I feel like I have to be busy to survive tomorrow, then I'm not going to reflect, I'm not going to interact, we're not going to be able to bridge that gap. So there is need for us to know or positioning ourselves where I'm always thinking, what am I going to do after 2 years? What are we going to be doing? Like you said, youthful is a process, it's going to get past. So what are we going to do after 5 years? It means that instead of just finishing my job and getting a glass of a drink or going to party, I will then engage with my peers or talk to my elderly, try to understand the politics, and then we can shape a future together. We can go to the farms together, we can do horse riding, we can relate and interact with businesses and nature and so and so. And then that transition now from time to time can create viable solutions, I think.
That's great, Sean. Another deep answer. I feel I don't know if anyone's ever told you. I think you should write a book. I would read it. This is great. I would like to hear one more question at least, if more people have questions. Thank you. I know you put your hand up too.
Yeah, thank you so much. My name is Elvis Leon from Kenya, and I also work with children and youth. And I want to say congratulations to all the panelists. I think this is one of the most informative sessions that I've attended. So actually, mine is more of a comment than a question, because I just finished writing a children's book, a guidebook on climate change. And I think you alluded to something to do with we can't compete with the change in times right now with TikTok and all that. And I think it's important for us to now reach to the youth and children where they are, So if it's online, they like to play games, then why can't we have people who are inventing online games that educate them on issues to do with the environment? If it's the cartoons for the children, let's have like cartoons that are educative in terms of environmental conservation. I know people who have also come up with, superheroes. We know of Batman, we know of Spider-Man, but can we have an environmental, superhero that will actually educate children on the same? I've seen people who have come up with board games. Recently I was playing a very interesting board game on water conservation. It's like Monopoly, and you earn points, in liters. It's very, very educative. You land on a place where you're cutting down trees and you lose points, and you land on a place where you're growing trees, you earn points. Very interesting. And I think that's one of the best ways to engage youth and children in the climate education. Yeah, thank you so much.
That's a great point. Thank you. You saw it. Yeah, hand over here.
Thank you. Elise from Breda. I am here with the Plant-Based Treaty, but overall I try to focus a lot on climate education. And what I feel that we often tend to forget is that for us to be able to speak and read and understand English isn't privilege in itself, or even speaking one of the major languages. It gives you access to so much of the knowledge that is available online. How do you, if you feel about how can we breach the language barrier? And there are so many people, first you need internet, then you need to be able to read, and I mean, like I said, climate isn't.
I know it's especially an issue in India, so.
Yeah, so I was just going to say something I didn't mention about the Metro initiative, right? And I think even to your earlier point about how we need to spend more time in the great outdoors, one of the reasons we were not doing, say, a recorded video, because the plays we were doing could have saved just a lot of effort if we were playing it in the Metro screens, right? But the reason we did it in person was because, one, of course, we wanted it to be outdoors and engaging, but more importantly, towards your question, we brought in kids. We had 500 volunteers working on this project for 3 years, and we brought in students who were doing these performances from NGO schools, government schools, and private schools to do this shoulder to shoulder, and we were doing this in 3 to 4 different languages, right? So obviously the idea is that if you are, for lack of a better word, if you're dematerializing climate education and making it an engaging in-person activity rather than a video or a book to read, then it's a lot easier because, just physically also, body language also goes a long way, right? And of course, you have to be very mindful of the communities you're working with or who your target audience is. So that's how we did it, but I do recognize that it is a very large issue, especially with print media or podcasts or any of that, and it's not just language, it's internet. So many places still don't have internet strong enough to support, videos, etc. So yeah, that's there.
Thank you so much for that great question.
Yeah, just to add on, I think, like you said, I don't think there's any other tool more than human interaction, which is bigger than it, actually. There are other tools, but human interaction is quite strong. I remember, at times we go to communities, rural communities, and you try to engage with communities and young people there. It varies, unfortunately. It varies from a district or the area that you visit. And you would notice that even your script, it changes. And then you have a conversation, you ideate, you come up with ideas together. But then, like I referred to in the first place, without the resources, you're not going to be able to do anything, because you can talk to young people. At times, you can get to a community where they don't speak your language, right? And then you just speak with 1 or 2 translators. And it's very fascinating. I would say for Africa, we're a little bit privileged because we relate very easy with nature and wildlife, which is the base of everything that we are now suffering or now we're trying to address. So when you talk about such things, the communities would understand because they have it surrounding. That's how we survive. That's what we rely for food, for any production or anything, livelihoods, right? So it would be good to have more resources channeled towards these engagements so that if I train, it becomes a training of trainers. Or if I have a conversation, we create a manual that 2 or 3 young people can use. If it's a template that they will use for research, they can go and reach out to their children or friends, peers. And then they have also that stipend that they can use for transport and also give their peers who are coming to that session, because we are not compensated for the time. It's not considered as a job, you know. Climate education, all these things that we do is not considered as a job. So I would agree with what you're saying, but we need more resources to make sure that the main power, the human resource, is additional. It's not just me who has to go to COP and has to go to the community, and you know, it becomes continuous. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. I know there's a question here. You have the microphone.
So I listened to one of the last comment. I had to get out for a couple minutes. So first of all, we have to admire all the youth today that get involved in the climate change and being concerned about the climate and everything. But the one thing that the fact that we do get the youth people to really rise up doesn't mean that they have the solution for everything. They don't have the solution. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the COP. It would have been done 20 years ago. I started the education, my own personal education in Switzerland in 1973. Unfortunately, I just told my age right now. It took 50 years. 50 years, that's what it is. So, and I understand that the young people don't want the answer and the result today, the instant satisfaction. And, you know, you get them out of the games on their phone and on TV or anything like that, and suddenly they know everything better than everybody else. And they don't. I admire the people today that are getting involved, but at the same time, you said something about the adult can be at the table with you, but they don't hear you. Well, somehow in the solution, you need the adult at the table. The young people might think they have the solution, but they don't have the background or the experience of an old man like me that will tell you otherwise. My kids are the same, you know. When they arrive at high school, I was the dumb guy in the house, and they knew everything. But, you know, you learn how to deal with that, but that's not, the thing is, you need the adult. You need the adult, you need the older people to help you and guide you, because really, it's not a simple road. Nothing is simple, unfortunately. And that's why that climate is taking such a long time to get resolved. And you would think that with what we know today and what NASA have been telling us for the last 50 years, that the whole world would react like crazy. Well, today there is still a bunch of people that don't believe in the climate change. So it's important to have the young people, but it's important that they also have, like you said, the mentors. They should not dismiss that. This is very important.
Yeah, I think that's a really great point. I could see how, you know, on a day that we're focused entirely on youth, that it could seem, you know, that I can recognize that kind of dismissiveness. But yeah, this idea of like being at the table and everyone hearing, you know, it is interesting too, because like when I was a teacher, I remember there were like times when this sounds so bad, I'm a terrible person. I would learn something from my students and I would be like, wow, like every time it happened, a 14-year-old would say something and I'm like, I never thought of that, because their brains just work differently than mine. But at the same time, my brain works differently than theirs, and I have experience and, you know, could use that. So I like the idea of that collaborative nature and the mentorship that you mentioned. Thank you. Question?
Okay, thank you. It's not a question, it's a comment.
So my name is Sausti Lusanzo. I'm a youth and advocate climate from Tanzania. I am also a teacher by profession, so this topic is touched me so much. So I want to contribute that climate education is so much needed in the current world. And I'm from the community where climate education is not given so much important. So there is a need to ensure that climate education is a part and a compulsory to be taught in schools. So I was trying to pass through the UNESCO website, and I found that more than 70% of young people have no idea on what is climate change, first. And statistics show that the survey that was done, more than 95 of teachers in primary and secondary schools felt that teaching climate change is important, and less than 30% expressed the readiness to teach it. And also, around half of the 100 countries' curriculum had no mention of climate change in their national curriculum. So now you can see where is the challenge. So there is a need also to ensure national curriculum integrate climate education. I would like to conclude by saying that there is no climate justice without climate education. We should empower young people so that they can lead change in their communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And it appears, I think we're at the end of our time here. If we could thank all of our panelists, two here and Elsie online.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. And appreciate your kind words about the panel. Also feel like this was one of the most engaged audiences that I've experienced at COP, and really enjoyed your questions. So thank you very much. Thank you for learning more about climate education with us.
Thank you.
Afternoon, everyone. Hi, my name is Sean Southey. I'm chair of IUCN's Commission on Education and Communication, and we're here to talk about education. Climate education, nature-based education, environmental education, all of it, education. We have an incredible panel of 4 speakers. But I think before we start, maybe we need to remind ourselves of why we're doing this work and the expectations that we have, that the world has of us, and especially the expectations from a segment that's largely missing at this COP. I think I've seen this segment only represented twice in 7 days. So let's hear a call to action.
Ter uma criança pequena em casa é uma preocupação bem grande. Além de ser pequena, tem várias prioridades. Alimentação, higienização. É chuva todo ano. São casas de estelhada todos os anos. Que culpa que eu tenho de morar na frente de um rio aberto? De eu dar água suja para minha filha nos tempos de tempestade? Daqui a 10 anos, qual que é o futuro que espera para a Aira?
If all the world leaders were listening, I would say, stop fighting and let's actually focus on something important.
I think the responsibility is to just help make Mother Nature better.
Мене планета найлепша, ако пингвини имaju led, životinje imaju šumu i deca imaju parkove.
Now that we're grounded in that space, I want to thank Lais at the Alana Foundation who produced these. She produced 9 of these videos, reminding us of the voices and the responsibilities we represent. Lais will be running away a little bit early from this session because they're going to play one of the videos in the huge dome at 7 o'clock. But you can stay here and have a reception with us as well. Or you can go to the dome and come back for the reception. Today, we want to ground ourselves in the reality of children and learning and education in its both formal and informal sense and in a framework of lifetime learning. And I can't think of a better speaker to start us off than Kartikeya Bai. Kartikeya Sarabhai, if I'm being the proper name, but Bai is a sign of respect in India. Kartikeya is a long-term friend of IUCN and the Commission on Education and Communication, a previous steering committee member, and runs one of the most special organizations in the world because it's focused on environmental education and it's been doing so for a long time. Kartikeya could fill days of content for us and we'd be entertained. But he's going to focus on a special new report they've just done for UNESCO on climate education. It's brand new, it's just out. So over to you, Kartikeya.
Thank you, Sean. Wonderful always to be with CEC and, as he says, many, many years of association. You know, India's environmental education program got a major boost somewhere in '92, when the Supreme Court said that how can people fulfill their constitutional duty to save the environment if they don't know about it? And so they made it compulsory for everyone, every child, every formal education program to have an EE component. For higher education, it was infused into the system. At the lower, at children's area, it became the focal point of doing this. And over the years, obviously the quality of it has improved and things have happened. UNESCO wanted to see specifically on climate change education, what's happening in the country. And they do an annual report. And this year, UNESCO did a report. This is a Hindi summary of it. The full report is available on the net. but looking at climate change education as it happens and what are the recommendations for the future. And this is a wonderful report. My colleague Shweta, who is here, was co-authored this but did most of the work. And she surveyed students, teachers, educational institutions, policymakers, and others to get what we need to do. And it was interesting because India's new education system is broken up into the foundation stage, which is kindergarten through grade 2. Then the primary grade, which is 3, 4, and 5. The middle school, which is 6, 7, and 8, and then the secondary. So that's the breakup now. And they recognize, incidentally, the new education policy recognizes the critical role below 5 years. The film which you just nicely showed, and what needs to be done. And again, how do you not make them, again, go through a regular schooling exercise? And therefore, the whole approach has been nature-based education, expose them to what is beautiful. And nature-based education doesn't mean going out to forests. It could just be a few trees around you, or even just observant of the bird which comes to your garden or something else. And how do you do this? But the new education policy is just out. And literally, the first meeting was day before yesterday on writing the new curriculum. It happens every 20 years. So this report came just on the eve of that report coming up. And so it's been a wonderful opportunity of taking this and saying, how do we put it into the new educational policy? Now, the new education policy stresses 3 or 4 things. One is nature-based and experiential learning. It talks about Indian traditions and how people are rooted traditionally to their nature and not think of human beings as something apart from nature. And how do you get them to act? Because the time when we could say that let me finish my education and then start doing something, that's long over. And I think the child themselves feel that, look, they need to act. And acting or doing something even in your school or neighborhood or something really also makes you feel much less anxious about what's happening because you feel you can really do something. So we started with that and looking at Sean, looking at some of the ethical principles. How do you bring climate change ethics into, say, a primary school? And some of those Rio principles like polluter pays or common but differentiated responsibility. If I present this as climate related, it becomes rather complicated. But if I say that if I spill something in my class, who cleans it up? Then you can have a perfectly good discussion, not too dissimilar from the discussion happening here, when children will say, so-and-so does it or this or that. So how do you bring up, on the one hand, the love for nature, the ethics behind solving these problems, the sense of urgency, yet not making people feel anxious about it, that they can still do something, and how do you make them empowered? All of these are sort of to be put together into this thing. And what finally this new curriculum is saying is that we will infuse it into the middle school and other things, but at the high school, they want us to prepare a 10th standard, a book on which will be an environmental education course. Everyone will take it, 45 minutes every alternate day from June next year. And they have just formed the committee of which, Sean, I'm fortunate to be the chair now, of writing this book. So it's a huge opportunity of all our work together, I'm saying. It's not my work, but it's an opportunity for taking all these ideas which are there globally and putting it into a program, not textbook oriented, but still it is a textbook which will go to every child who graduates in India and spend a substantial amount of time. So I think there's this opportunity coming up now, which is wonderful. And I was just seeing the climate index, which was announced just a few hours ago in the next room, where India has made a commitment and comes about 7th in that list. So you find that even a developing country is trying to balance the fact that they need to get out of poverty on the one hand, but save the environment. And I think that's the exciting part. And I think CEC gives us the sort of platform to share these ideas and to see that whichever country has the opportunity, how do we put it in? And specifics, not just generality. So if anyone wants to know how do you deal with this, I mean, we can easily share this. And so look forward to continuing collaboration. We are also collaborating on an intensive network in South and Southeast Asia, just starting as part of the CEC's overall outreach efforts. And Sean, it's very exciting to be in this period. Thank you.
And Kartikeya Bai has to run to some other sessions immediately, or do you have a few minutes? Any quick questions? I have one. There's going to be millions, if not billions of dollars going into climate education as this issue amplifies. It's an incredibly diverse field though, because often it's at the local level. You're very lucky to be able to be talking about national level engagement with curriculum for 1 billion plus people. It's exceptional. What is your advice to the countries that don't have that top-down opportunity to begin to get the same broad traction that you're establishing?
I think one of the things which we do, and whether you're connected globally, internationally or not, is to take some area of this planet. It could be a block around your school, it could be a little larger school district or whatever it is, and we are asking institutions to engage with that little part, looking at the SDGs. Now, as you know, there are 169 targets, but we've taken about 36 of these, which everyone can do, segregation of waste. Can I say that in this little part of the planet, there is no waste which is not segregated? There is nobody who goes hungry. There is no trees which are just cut down, or I will see to it that indigenous trees are planted and cared for. Or can I see that there is no wastage of water? We've got these things which everyone can do. And I say, okay, I as a school, I and my friends have not been able to necessarily change the whole world, but we can say that this little plot has got all of these things done. And just imagine the power if every school and every college took on those little places all over the world and saying, look, we have done it. Here is our school. Every school has an opportunity to do nature-based education. I think that's the way to solve it. So you can't really solve it up there. It has to be done locally with a view to knowing what's happening there.
Thank you. And we could not have had a better introduction to our next two speakers. So thank you, Kartikeya. Thank you. And for those of you interested in the report, please find me after, and I will send you the link to the full report in English or in Hindi, whichever you prefer. Thank you. Dhanyavad. Moving from the huge country of India to the huge country of Brazil. Almost the same, but hugely radically different, where you can look at a top-down model in India. The last thing you could dream of in Brazil is a top-down model. But hyper-local schools. We in the Commission are in love with green schools and outdoor learning. So Lais, you have some slides for us? And Lais is going to talk to us a little bit about the work in Brazil, but globally on greening schoolyards and outdoor learning. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Luis, he's going to talk now? Okay. 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 I think I would like to okay, thank you. To bring a little bit of context why we also understand that this work is so important. So as Sean said, my name is Lais, I work for Alana, that is a Brazilian-based global organization, that it's a social environment global organization that works pretty much to honor children's rights. And one of the rights that we understand that it's innegotiable is the right of kids to have contact and access to nature, and especially with healthy environment, I would say. And one thing that worries us a lot, and we understand that this is also the foundation of climate change, is the connection between children and nature. And I'm very excited about this whole movement that it's starting and getting a lot of momentum of greening education in schools. But one thing that I worry a lot is that before we learn about climate change, we also need to guarantee that kids have a positive contact with nature. Because sometimes if you only talk to them about whatever, like all the disasters that it's happening in the world and in like where they live, and they don't have this foundation with them, like this love of nature, because they didn't have the opportunity to connect with nature, to be exposed to nature, maybe it's gonna be really hard for them, like mental health problems, it would happen because they feel very threatened. So one of the strategies that we understand that it's very important, it's to green the schoolyards. And why the schoolyards? Why the schools? Because children, they spend a lot of time these days in the schools. Not necessarily they have the streets anymore to play so much, especially the ones who live in the urban environment for different reasons from all over the world, but we understand that the data is pretty much similar. It doesn't matter if it's like Brazil or India or Norway. The kids these days, they spend 90% of their time inside, like they're confined. And they spend a lot of time in the school, and not necessarily the school offer to them like time to spend outside. So Alana really advocates for this connection to nature like very strongly, and we understand that this is a very shared responsibility. It does not depend only on the families and also like the society and on the government. Everybody has their own role, and one good way to start is to green the schoolyards. So 2 years ago, right, Sean, we started a partnership with other organizations, and this movement was actually led by Children Nature Network and Salzburg Seminar. And we wanted to understand, like, okay, so who are the countries and what are the best practice of greening school grounds? Because we really want to enforce and give a momentum into this movement around the world. So we started, I don't know if it's not showing the, oh, okay, yeah, sorry. Maybe, okay. Sorry. So let me show you. So the first step that we did, can we do like this? How can I don't know. I'm not a very good. Okay, so the first thing that we did, we put a survey out there, just asking people, hey, if you already work with greening education or outdoor learning, please tell us how is your work taking place in your country. And then, fortunately, received more than 200 submissions that we received. And then we put them in different categories, like categories of play, health and well-being, climate resilience and biodiversity, community engagement, and education. And then we selected 13 very good practices all around the world, making sure that we would have at least one in one different continent. And again, of course, we understand, I'm sure there are way more practices, but these are the only ones that we were able to map. And we encourage everyone who now knows about this world movement to still apply and submit the survey, because we love to know that there are good practices around the world. So one of the practices that I would like to highlight, just to now have like a more tactical vision, it's one that it came from Brazil. And as I said before, all our kids in Brazil are really like suffering of what we call nature deficit disorder. That it's not like a medical term, but it just means that the kids are not having a lot of contact with nature anymore, and they are suffering a lot about that. And also adding to that, we have 78,823 municipal principal schools in Brazil, and 61% do not have an outdoor area of the schools. And then we only have 34.7% of them have playgrounds, but within this number, only 30% have a green outdoor space. So it's really like, it's very critical. And so we are working quite hard to improve and have more like green places for the kids to play and be exposed to nature in their daily basis. And one of the things that, one of our strategies was to partner with this project, the name is Urban 95, that it's run by Bernard Van Leer, that they have 27 municipalities that are really like inspired and doing a lot of policies and work on making the cities a little bit more child-friendly and also have contact with nature as well. And then with some of these municipalities, we've been working of implementing natural playgrounds. So I'm gonna just talk about one of them, just for you to have a sense of what we've been doing. And so when we select a place, so the name is Jundiaí. Jundiaí, it's a municipality in Brazil, in the like almost south of Brazil, right? And then when we decide where this natural playground is going to take place, the first thing that we do is to invite the community that it's around that place and ask them, okay, so what's your dream? What do you desire to, what do you want, that, what are the elements that you understand that it's very important to have in this playground? And this is a key factor, because if you don't engage the community, not necessarily that place are going to be used. So we need to create this sense of place and this sense of ownership of the place that we want. So this is one of the places that we work with, and it's clearly that it doesn't need to be a huge one. Only if we have like a small piece of land, it's already enough to start the project, and it can be like the whole world for a child, especially the ones like in the younger ones. And this is how it became after we made the intervention there. So how you can see, we only work with natural elements, and all these elements that you can see here, they are they were collected by a pruning system. You know, when you cut the trees. So local resources, natural resources, super affordable, because not necessarily the municipality needs to pay for them because they are there around. Sometimes these trees, they pretty much go to the trash or just like gone, like thrown away. And yeah, and super like, the kids don't, like they don't need more than that, right? Like so many, lots of fun. And also this is also considered as an outdoor classroom. This municipality, especially during COVID, we worked with them a lot just to bring all the schools to have a temporary classroom so they could have the kids playing outside. So, and then after that, it became a public policy there. So these are a little bit of the process that we developed with them. Not necessarily we always invite the community like around just to help us to set up the toys, I would say, and also like some of the natural elements. And also another aspect that we understand that it's very important is first to make this place challenging for the kids, because we understand that it's very important to take risk. So kids, if they take risk when they are young, they can develop a very good resources to deal with the adverse of life when they get older. And also we invite local artists that they can also create and decorate, I would say, the toys that we have there. So it's pretty local. So we have like global principles, but the solution usually comes from the ground. And then we also explain what this environment is about, because natural playgrounds, not necessarily they are like people understand the importance and the meaning, because we really have this image that a natural playground, not necessarily the toys are made of natural elements. Usually it's made by plastic, unfortunately, these days. So we just explain how it's important, what are the key elements, so that the families would be feel more comfortable to leave the kids to play there. So I think that's it. And I would like to finish just to, again, invite you to see the movie that we are going to exhibit tonight at 7 p.m. at the Dome, where we are going to be able to screen like the kids' voice, children's voice, just sharing about their concerns about the climate action and climate change. And it could not have been like a better place to do it like in COP. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lais. It's exciting work. And the Lana Foundation does phenomenal things. They've also produced 2 beautiful movies that you can find on Netflix called The Beginning of Life, The Beginning of Life Outside. So if you're ever at home and you're wondering what to watch, highly recommend it. Wonderful quality, beautiful messaging. And they're one of the few groups that focus on this child entry point. We see a lot of groups that focus on youth entry point, young professionals. Super exciting for me to see it, which is a wonderful opportunity to hand over to Bruno, because his organization also focuses on that child interface. Tell us a little more, Bruno.
Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Lais, also for the invitation. I'm very happy to be in the middle of 2 organizations that inspired me a lot along the way. Alana Institute and IUCN. I had a really good experience in my life with the Alana Institute, with the program Children in Nature, yes, for many years, many activities, many discussions in Rio, in the Atlantic rainforest, in some different areas. In IUCN, I was talking to Sean that about 20 years ago, I was working with nature photography, wildlife photography, and I supported the red list species, the archive, with many photographies of endangered species with primates. And I was so happy to support that because I was only taking photos for it, for supporting conservation, to help people know about the endangered species, learn more about the endangered species to help to conserve. So thank you so much for the invitation. I'm happy to be here. And I would like to first start about my childhood, so then I can explain what I'm working on. It will be really quick about my childhood, but I was born in a small island in Brazil, and I had a lot of contact with nature every day on a daily basis. After the school, I was living like a few steps from the beach in a bay, and I went there. I was playing there. It was my natural playground. Like every day, I was going there. And this was when since I was born until maybe 12, 15. But during these years, it changed a lot, the environment. There are a lot of impacts, oil spills in the bay, in the islands, at the beach that I was swimming every day, a lot of trash. So I lost this possibility of go to this beach. So when I was like 18 or 12 or 20, I couldn't go to the beach anymore. Couldn't have this natural playground. So I lost these contacts because of different impacts that we've been discussing in this COP, for example, in terms of fossil fuels. So, but I remember the first time that I went on a trail with my mom in the Tijuca National Forest, which changed totally my life. So she took me and let's go to the forest and walk there. And when I close my eyes, I remember like if it was today. And this makes us very connected, keep us connected actually, because we're all born connected with nature. We lose during the way. So when you are like during the years, you lose, especially in the urban areas, you lose this connection because of your activities, because of the buildings and all these distractions. We lose your connection at school, for example. The numbers that you showed shows us that we lose the connection at school as well, this connection with nature. But this connection, as Lais mentioned, is so important for us to keep going and to keep fighting on climate change. We need to have this connection. We need to have this love for nature. We need to love the forest, as I'm seeing there. I love to watch the forest there and to watch all what we've been seeing, the animals, different species, the biodiversity, to get inspired and to keep connected and keep with hope that we need for changing, for sustaining life in this planet. So this is very important. So I'm here representing Earthchild Institute, and we work on empowering children and youth, especially in vulnerable countries in Africa, in Latin America, Asian Pacific. It's our focus. We've been working mostly with small NGOs on the ground, with youth-led organizations, with schools, community-based organizations that knows the reality. Each reality is totally different. In the Amazon, in India, that we work too, in Africa, in Uganda, or in Fiji. They have a totally different reality. The ones that are in the place know more than everybody. So we work with them together, supporting them. And they implement projects, activities with children at schools. Not necessarily inside the classroom. We always stimulate to be outside, to do field trips, to go to the playgrounds and teach them about the environment, having this contact, keeping this connection. I always like to say this, keeping this connection, because children or child is nature, right? We're talking about the program Children and Nature. Child is nature, as we all, but as we lose this, we need only, as adults, as educators, teachers, keep this connection, them connecting, loving nature, so they can, when they have any challenge, they can remember that they are connected to nature, so they have the base to change and to feel strong. Also, the other speaker also mentioned about the small actions, how important these small actions for us to keep going as well, small actions on the local level that the children are doing. We are seeing the Children and Youth Pavilion, we see many youth, but we still need a lot of children involved also in these, in negotiations, in the events, because we really need to listen to them as the first step. Listen to them, right? And the second step, very important as well, is empowering them, leave them, they should be the leaders of change. So we really need to empower them and provide them this opportunity. But for doing this, we need to have, they should have a healthier life. So we all know that they will be the ones that will suffer the most these impacts of climate change for longer. So then we need to listen more to them. It's why we support the COP for Children. It's why we are working together for COP30 in Brazil in 2 years, having more children. I've been in the COPs for 10 years, always providing opportunity for children to come or bring a message from children, but we still see just a few children. We saw the amount of young people. I see a lot of young people, but children still, we need much more involvement, much more children participating and telling us. We saw many days today, and in the action also Francisco from Colombia, he inspired us a lot with his speeches and talking about nature, talking about life, talking about climate change. He's a leader already, with 14 years old, Francisco Vera, right, from Colombia. So this is important for us to listen carefully, not listen, oh, he's a child. He's only a child. We listen a lot to this. And I was always mentioned this. I had a side event 2 days ago also talking about children, youth, and education. And we had a lot of young people, and I told them, it's very important, no matter in which area you are working or will work, some of them are not, they are not working yet. Don't forget about the children. Don't forget about listening to them, no matter in which area you go, not only in education especially, because you are on a daily basis as educator with children at schools or non-formal education. But don't forget about them. Don't forget about their rights, so important. Then you have a much better planet. And I would like just to finalize talking about the Amazon. We are working now at 25 countries. Most of them in Africa. We identify the most vulnerable countries and most vulnerable communities. In Africa, we know that the whole continent contributes only 4% to climate change, but they are the ones that are suffering the most, the continent that is suffering the most the impacts of climate change is Africa. You know, many countries, least developed countries. So we are working in 10 to 12 countries in Africa, but we are also working in Asia and also in Latin America, in Brazil, in the Amazon, and I would like to share something about the Amazon with you. We started working there around 10 years ago with children, 8 to 12 years old. Now they are 18 to 22, and they are the leaders, inspiring the younger ones on water, on conservation, how to protect the river, how to protect the forest. I'm very happy and proud of them because they become the leaders on the local level. They started there. We had a lot of schools coming together for having many activities, workshops, discussion about how to protect the river, how to access safe water, how to protect the forest, the standing forest there in the Amazon. And now they are the leaders coordinating the project on the local level and inspiring the others. And I'm talking about climate change, about Amazon as well, because when you talked about the natural playgrounds, it's the one that comes to my mind. The biggest playground that we have, for example, in Brazil is the Amazon. But it's not a playground in terms of that people can go there and use, but it's a natural playground in terms of a place that the indigenous children are for thousands of years learning from the river, from the seeds, from the trees. This is their education. This is the indigenous education. It's different from another system, totally different. So, and we have a lot to learn with them. We really need to learn more with them because they are responsible in the whole planet to protect 80% of the forests. So we need to really listen to the indigenous people, especially to the indigenous children that have these connections, and then it's a good inspiration for us as a natural playground, the Amazon. We will have in 2 years the COP in the Amazon, so it's a good opportunity to learn more about the Amazon, about the education there. The education system has a lot to teach for many countries, and even in Brazil, in the urban areas as well, they have a lot to learn with the education system that is happening in the Amazon, inspired by the indigenous community that can teach us a lot. So this is my message about the next steps. So thank you so much, Sean.
Thank you, Bruno. Thank you. I didn't give you a chance to ask questions after Lais because I wanted you to hear these two talks together because there's a texture, a commitment in these two organizations, Earthchild and Alana, to really work at the child and the heart level. Just to let you know, if you're interested in this love concept, we have a global program with 800 institutional partners called Nature for All, natureforall.global, and it's a group, it's a set of organizations around the world committed to deepening that earth connection. From grandmothers in Colombia taking their grandchildren out, to Canadians teaching new immigrants how to camp, to groups in Korea making green schoolyards, surfacing best practice, sharing it, and creating a community of people who are open to recognizing that heart drives the head, not the other way around. Some questions for Bruno and Lais. Any questions or comments? Please, sir. I'm going to run to you because I need the exercise.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Sinzombe. I'm from Africa Environment and Food Systems Stewards. I'm an educator as well. I'm a young farmer. My question, maybe to you first, is which countries are you working with in Africa? And also, do you have specific instruments which can be used to rural kids who doesn't have connectivity? Because where I am, I think we travel about 63 kilometers get connectivity. And I agree with you that Africa have got most untamed natural playgrounds in most rural areas. But just having them without instruments, you know, it's not sustainable. And how can we improve in teaching and educating them that even though they are in the natural space and they're in the natural playground, how can they preserve that? Why is it important? Because, you know, someone grew up with everything around trees and everything. How would they see the importance of those things vis-a-vis those who are in the city? Then we also have got cities, you know, there's rural-urban migration. Those in the city, I think I got the solutions from your presentation there. And yeah, but I would want to know in terms of collaborations with you and also how, you know, we can teach from the rural areas. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll stay in Africa. I'll be speaking from Morocco. I'm Ayman Shalqawi. I'm the Deputy Chair of the IUCN Work Commission on Environmental Law, but I'll be speaking from the perspective of my role as Director of the Hassan II International Center for Environmental Training with the Mohammed VI Foundation for Environmental Protection. To say that, the presentation and what we've heard really speak to work as we very much focus on EST, as Sean knows very, very well. We work with children from preschool to, as I learned a few days ago, one of our incubator program was able to raise several hundred of thousands of dollars in seed funding for a project in Egypt and across Africa. So my question to you, of course, my first invitation will be to partner and to work together in terms of helping scale up what we do and also what you do, because there are really clear connection I'm seeing. My question would be more in terms of how do you work towards contextualizing some. We saw a beautiful picture. The before and after was really striking. I think that was very, very good. But in terms of making sure that these kind of activities are not isolated and can actually connect and can speak to what we see in different communities, in different contexts, I think that would be quite important for us to reach the scale that we'd like to see. And finally, how do we communicate better on that? Because this is so amazing, and I happen to be quite connected to that work. This is literally my day job. However, I was not aware of these amazing things that you are doing. Thank you very much.
Perhaps I'll start, Lais. So, in response to both questions, do look at Google greening schoolyards and outdoor learning. There's a whole website. Alana Foundation is a partner. We're a partner. Children in Nature Network is a partner. We actually don't have a strong North Africa partner. So we're looking for one. One of the things that came very clear through the survey that Lais mentioned is there's big gaps. Some parts of the world are doing this really well, really intense. Some, nothing is happening. Big gaps, in fact, in Southeast Asia, Korea, that part of the world. And in fact, some of the places where you think it's big, like Brazil, it's actually quite isolated in unique communities. So for you, for finding those resources, for you, for partnership, do check there. Do you want to?
I think besides this movement, there is the International School Ground Alliance that it's also part. And now we have a new member. The name, he's from Gambia. That it's part of this International School Ground Alliance. That is pretty much like architects and urban designers and teachers from all over the world. That their main goal is to making sure that they do outdoor education and greening school grounds. So what I would like to point out is, because you ask like which countries I have a more collaboratively work. So Alana works very much in Brazil, of course, because we're based there, but we do a lot of advocacy internationally. And my main goal, especially for Alana Foundation, is to bring the perspective of the Global South. because we understand like all the movements that we are part of, we barely see like organizations and practice from the Global South. So this is my big flag and my main goal. So I'm super excited to work more closely with Africa. And this year, for example, we did an ISGA conference in Brazil, and we made sure that we were going to have like 95% of the speakers. We had a 14 delegation with us in Brazil just to know as part of the conference. But 95% of the speakers, we made sure that they were from the Global South. And we had people from Africa. We brought people from Ghana, from Gambia. So we're very excited about working with that. And then you ask about the resources. Everything that we do, especially like from Alana, it's shared in the website. This is one of our strategies, is really like making sure that we have publications on the theme, but not that, unfortunately, not all of them are in English, but we've been doing this. It's a big effort of us to do that. And this movement that Sean has just said, the one that I presented, this is our next goal, is just to make sure that all the resources that we have, because there's so much knowledge out there. There's so many like beautiful working that being done. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. So the only thing that our goal now is just to democratize the knowledge that we already have. So I really hope that we are going to have more and more and more and more knowledge shared with all, and also more and more countries inspired, because as Sean mentioned, there is a huge gap of countries that already work with greening school grounds and outdoor education, and unfortunately they are all in the Global South. So this is our main goal, just to make sure that we're going to have this equal, how can you say, like equal, I don't know, equal opportunity globally. Thank you.
Reducing inequality around there, yeah, definitely, it's great. Yeah, I would like to mention about Africa, because I talked about the importance of remember and never forget that in terms of climate change, who is suffering the most, the impacts. It's why I mentioned that is the continent that we are working more is Africa, but always with local partners that knows the reality in Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Ethiopia, on the west in Ghana, Cameroon, São Tomé and Príncipe, but each one is identifying the local issues and implementing activities related to climate change impacts or related to water or related to biodiversity, different activities with the students, considering the biggest challenges that they have. So we are doing this together. I think we can only solve this global crisis working together, collaboratively, identifying how can one help another and work together for sustained life on this planet. So this is a very important partnership. I would like to mention also that we were at the Green Education Partnership as well earlier by UNESCO. So this is a big movement as well. You're in this partnership as well. So it's now more than 80 countries involved, member states, more than 1,000 institutions, I think, around working on greening schools, greening curriculum, greening capacities, greening communities. Is the 4 pillars of the Green Education Partnerships. And I think it's another good example, like being involved, the countries and the institutions on the ground being involved in these partnerships, also a good way. Thank you.
Thank you. We're also producing a 10-step guide at the moment, a 10-step guide on how to green your school network. It should be available early next year, again on this website, but really trying to go through the steps. Each country is different, you've heard, but the principles are the same. Local partnerships, local sensitivity, listen to children, let there be some wild space, let there be some chaos, let there be fun, engage the schools, engage the teachers, engage the children. One more speaker. Luis is speaking to us today from, you saw him before, he peeked out and said hi. He's coming back properly now. Luis Camaco is the director of OPEPA out of Colombia, one of my favorite thinkers on where we're going in environmental education.
Thank you, Sean.
Yes, but before you go, we have to say goodbye to Lais. She's got to go chaperone her movie in the big dome, so wish her luck. Take a video for us, Lais, and thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, over to you, Luis.
Well, thank you very much, Sean, and quite excited to be here after listening to Kartikeya, Lais, and Bruno, and your comments. It's really exciting to be presenting what we're going to announce today. And it all starts with something very simple, and it's our planet. And as you have realized, you know, when we speak of environmental education or we speak of school grounds, we speak of experiences in nature, you know, it's all there, but it's not all connected in a way that education systems can actually bring it home. We have realized, you know, education has tried to take knowledge and break it down, but we live in a system, in a planetary system. And a planetary system that is in desperate need and necessity to find health. As a system...
Luis, just one minute. Because of the very slow internet here, we're not actually seeing your slides. If you can pop it out to the people, either Michelle or Sarah, we can project it from this side maybe. But keep talking while we work on the tech, okay? But know that we're not seeing your slides at the moment.
Okay, give me a sec. I'll send them and I'll continue.
And keep in mind, we are having a reception tonight to talk about education. With some Luis.
Okay, so we're living in a planet which is, like I said, you know, in dire need to find an approach for health, for a healthy system, a healthy planet. In this process, we've realized that education has actually done a great job in, you know, fragmenting knowledge in order to transmit it. But this is also a challenge because our planet is not really a machine. It's actually an interconnected and interdependent system that it's deeply rooted and deeply woven. And the health of the planet depends on the health of everything around us and the interactions of those elements. Humans really cannot exist without nature. You know, we are nature, and this is really critical. And when we realize nature has been, you know, more and more pushed out of education, it is not surprising that we're seeing also, you know, incredible results in terms of climate change, biodiversity loss, soil degradation, and all these other planetary system issues we're trying to tackle. So part of the initiative we have is trying to think how nature-based education can become a real strong tool for planetary health. Understanding nature is not only, you know, a learning environment like we've heard, but nature is also a teacher. Nature can show us many things, and nature is knowledge and inspiration. When we look at nature, you know, it's been 3.8 billion years of evolution, and that's the longest time any living system has learned. And it's been learning, and it's still learning. So we should actually look into nature to understand everything better, like Einstein used to say. In this approach, we are thinking on how nature-based education is not only a methodology, it's actually an ecosystem of blended educational strategies that allow us to bring nature to the core of learning, both in school, informal, non-formal, and informal education. But as nature is brought into the core of learning, nature becomes an enabler that transforms educational practices into strategies that help individuals become aware of and understand the natural connections between, challenges like climate change, food and water security, biodiversity loss, natural disasters, human well-being, and planetary health. So the truth is if we don't shift our learning to think from a systemic perspective and to think from a living systems perspective, deeply rooted in a holistic approach, that integrates living systems into all forms of education, we will still have cultural challenges in facing the issues at hand. So nature-based education ultimately is a nature-based solution that addresses the cultural shift we require for planetary health. And it allows us to really focus in all of education, it doesn't matter in which subject or area of knowledge, to deeply connect with nature, but also to deeply connect with others and with ourselves. So we realize this system is highly relational. Also, to allow children to awake their natural spirit, to allow them to awaken their capacity to understand nature, to understand their environment and the relationships that occur that allow for healthy systems to engage. And ultimately, this leads to deeply connected, awoken individuals that can act for regeneration and that can act to actually support the creation or the writing the story of a world we want to see, and a world that can thrive, a world that is healthy for all of us. So the idea here, and we have released a technical brief through IUCN and the CEC that you can peek into. But throughout this year or the next year, we'll have also 10 steps to shift education. We'll have a white paper coming out with the whole context of how to bring this nature-based education perspective into school systems, into education systems, let's say countrywide, and into the different organizations you might be participating. Because we realize it's really important not to only focus on climate education. Climate education is only as strong as living system or nature-based education can be. We need to connect climate, biodiversity, and all living systems into one approach of a nature-centered culture that allows us to actually create, the conditions for life to thrive. Thank you, Sean.
Thank you, Luis. And now you know you can do your whole presentation without the dependent on slides. So thank you.
I can always do it.
Always do.
Unfortunately, the pictures were amazing, so.
Yeah, I've seen them, I know. So we're coming to the end of our session, and then we transition into our reception. But I wonder if you have any questions or comments for Luis. As Luis said, we have a technical brief up on the IUCN page. The link to all the technical briefs is in a QR code scattered all over here. If you follow the QR code, you can find all of IUCN's technical briefs. This is, I think, the first time IUCN has ever presented a technical brief on education at a COP. And I think it speaks to our emerging commitment and deeper commitment to ensuring that education is part of what we do. We've had a Commission on Education and Communication for 70 years. Technically, we're the oldest of IUCN's commissions. But now we're beginning to look at the question of how do we integrate that into our programmatic work. 1,500 member organizations, 16,000 experts, 1,000 staff in 44 countries, 45 countries. Imagine if education, like you've seen today presented by Bruno, by Lais, by Kartikeya, by Luis, can actually help shift culture at scale. So we invite you to stay for a drink, some snacks, and talk about education. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, can you has someone picked up a phone from the floor on the far side here? There was a phone on the floor. Anyone? No? Who is? No, that's mine, I think. Oh no, hang on, that's not mine. Is this it? Where's the young lady? Is that it? Yeah, there we go. Thank you. Thanks. You're welcome.
The microphone.
Thank you. Okay, Felix, get off my stage. Hello, everyone. Welcome. Tonight is a very informal reception. We'll be reaching out to you several times with different speakers. Tonight is about education. Tonight is about celebrating the power of education to shift the climate discourse, to shift the way culture is formed, the way culture is created. How many of us went to school? How many of us went to school with a green schoolyard, a lush green schoolyard outside? A few. How many of you took classes outside in nature with teachers who love nature? That's why you're the ministers. So I'm going to call two people up on stage. Number one here, Kiara Carr.
Yes.
Coming from?
Coming from the Abu Dhabi.
Abu Dhabi. And the Secretary of State, Mr. Bonsu of Romania. These two are going to open tonight's event, okay? So I'm going to give first the mic to... Okay. Go.
Firstly, hello everyone, how are you doing today? So, I'm Kiara Kaur, an inspirational author, world's youngest non-stop creator at the age of 4, world's youngest TEDx speaker in the world at the age of 5, and also youngest keynote speaker at World Expo 2020 Dubai at the age of 6. And I'm extremely thrilled because youth is involved in every sector of COP28. And as we all know that the glaciers are melting, temperatures are rising, and the natural habitats of the insects and animals are being destroyed. So we should all do our bit to save the planet Earth. And talking about education. So first we have to educate ourselves and we can share the knowledge. So when you get education, you will learn about the climate crisis, then you can share about the climate crisis. And education is really important because when you get the knowledge, you share the knowledge. So I really think that education should really be involved with the climate change. Thank you.
I just would like to introduce one more guest, Minister of Climate of Poland.
Yes. Welcome. Thank you for having me here.
Okay, thank you. What can I say after inspiring speech of Tiara's? There are not too many words to say, but I'm happy to be here today. It's a really interesting combination of organizations here. I admire IUCN. I used to work for an environmental NGO for some years, and I have become a politician more recently. I'm a forester. This is why I have spent hours in nature learning, and I think this is why I consider this very important. I was educated to work with nature, and I had the opportunity of proposing a legislative project in Romania to include environmental skills and environmental education in the school curricula. And this overlapped with an initiative that was driven by the administration, by the presidential administration in Romania a few years ago, a working group that was hosted by our president that produced the first climate and environmental education strategy in Romania. And this is not only a plan, it is backed up by concrete projects already. We have Green Week, a week that is dedicated to kids like Tiara and others. twice a school year. They will learn about nature, about pollution, about climate change. They will also spend time in nature. And I think this is a very concrete example of how we can influence education. Because I really believe that education is the first step to understand and to, because when you love things that you understand. If you don't understand how nature functions, if you don't understand the impact of climate change, you will not understand how you can fight. And I think this is really, really important to teach our kids, and that our kids will teach their parents and their grandparents. And this is something that is already happening in Romania. We see kids doing like this to their parents, saying, no, you should not throw this there because we have to do a separate collection. You should care more about nature, you should protect more nature, and so on. But besides this, we also have dedicated funding to a project like raising awareness on climate and environmental issues. We have an environmental fund administration in Romania that funds NGOs in partnership with schools and communities to develop common projects. We have initiatives like the Green Friday, where we have promoted at government level, but also community level, green transportation on Fridays. And we have municipalities that offer free public transportation on Fridays because of these initiatives, and much, much many more, because we really take education seriously. And climate and environmental education should not be a separate discipline. And this is what we have included in our law, that these skills, this knowledge has to be presented in all other disciplines, in chemistry, in physics, in biology, natural sciences. So it should not be a voluntary or an extracurricular discipline that some parents would like to have and some parents wouldn't like to have. And why I consider education important? Because we see still, after so much knowledge, after so much scientific evidence, that we still have climate skeptics. We still have people that do not trust science. And unfortunately, we also see politicians that are promoting legislation based on public perception and not on scientific reality. And this is why we need knowledge. And we need people like Tiara and older. And I have spent today a whole day talking with students and with kids and with organization of young people. They need to have a voice, and they need to have a voice that speaks clearly, that speaks on this complicated language of the UN system that we discussed today, because also us as politicians, we need to have clear messages and clear proposals. It will help our life, it will make our life easier, and it will also make you confident that the words that you are writing today will be a law and a rule for future generations. So I wouldn't like to say much more than this. We have exchanged already with Chiara about the beauties of Romania, and she promised to visit us. So another invitation directly from me. We have plenty of things to show: the Carpathians, the Danube Delta, wonders that have disappeared from other parts of the world. So, and of course, this is an invitation to all of you to come and visit Romania. It will definitely worth it. Thank you for the opportunity of talking and opening this.
Have you ever been to Poland? Mr. Minister, welcome. Can you tell us, why is climate education so important?
Well, it is definitely important, I mean, for all the reasons that my Romanian colleague has presented. I mean, and it was very important for us as Poland already for very long. I mean, after the COP in Warsaw, we have pushed for a declaration to be adopted, which was adopted in Peru to promote the topic. And definitely what we can do as a state in schools, but also what NGOs can do to raise awareness in the society is critical in this regard. I mean, one of the experiences that we have also is following the COP in Katowice. We've seen really a huge interest growing in young environmental activists in Poland. And so we try to use that energy that we had in our society and created a council for the minister to be advised by young climate activists. And one of the first things that we did with this council, and we finalized that last year actually, was to design scenarios for teachers in school for all ages, from the first year to high school, adapted to each age class, scenarios on how to teach students something about climate and how it is impacting their lives in the regions where they are living, and what they can do to contribute to improve the situation, what they can do at their small level, and maybe inspire them as well to start a career in all these jobs that we need for the transition, to become an engineer, to build wind farms or nuclear power plant that will help us in the transition to a clean economy. And this is the idea behind to use the energy that we have with those young activists to teach to other young students, to inspire people to use their competences to help us in this transition.
Can we get a nice group photo? But we have another speaker who's joining us.
Yes, we have Agnieszka Skuratovic, please. She is the head of the Commission for Youth, Education and Culture of the European Union. We are in Europe here, so please, Agnieszka.
Thank you very much. We are indeed among friends, not only geographically, but also when it comes to the topic. I was asked to speak briefly about what does the European Union do when it comes to education, when it comes to the involvement of youth for greening our countries, greening our economies. And in fact, I mean, we've been all repeating the same messages over and over today, over the last days. My message will be really short and strong. First, it's not only about transformation, but this is about acceleration because of the degree of the challenges. When we speak of acceleration, we cannot continue doing what we've been doing so far. We have to change the approach. And one way of doing so is really building bridges, but without remaining in silos. I mean, my dream and our dream would be ministers of climate and environment speaking, making the pitch about education rather than us being active in climate education, convincing ourselves about the importance of youth involvement and skills and curricula, etc., etc. So we in the European Union, in the European Commission, and I'm speaking in particular from the perspective of indeed the departments dealing with international partnerships, we have been trying and really pushing for making those links under different strategy and under especially one main one, which is called Global Gateway, where we're connecting the guys, the audiences, the financing that we're putting to support hard investments in green and digital infrastructure with what we're doing in the field of human capital and human development. So we don't move on the one without advancing with the other. And this approach involves not only a synergy at the policy level, but also working together among different partners. So we bring together on our side all the different partners in what we call Team Europe approach. So not only friends from governments, from the member states' capitals, but also our experts, our universities, our development and financial institutions, civil society, and youth, looking for new solutions, youth-led solutions in a holistic approach. And we are promoting this way of doing at the global level during big meetings like COP28. But also in various regions across the planet, and in our bilateral partnerships with partner countries, where the education, the support to education, the reform of the curricula, greening schools is very much embedded in our green initiatives, green recovery programs that for which we partner with our partner countries. So thank you very much for all your actions and support, and really let's for this COP, but also for the next ones, let's really bring education and youth closer. And whenever we discuss about technology, let's have skills stand there. Whenever we discuss about skills, let's bring universities. This is not yet the case, so I hope that together we'll make it happen as quick as possible. Thank you so much.
So this is an informal thing. So let's start with the chairs to the European Union and two leading countries who are really implementing as a best practice climate education. And of course to Chiara, who from the Emirates is asking us to do this. So let's cheers and let's have a beer or a wine. And Sean, please.
There'll be two hosts tonight, Max and my voice. My voice is going, so that's why we have a backup chair. Please thank our four guests. We're going to take a 5-minute break. The food is now available. There's drinks back there. We'll do a fun little thing in about 5 minutes, but let's do a big thank you to the four. And maybe if I could just ask Gretel to come up, I'd just like to do one group photo with the Director General of IUCN, if we can.
Perfectly on time.
Just a quick photo. Okay, quick photo. Like this? The star.
So let's start to
So,
learn something.
food, drinks, and we'll continue in a minute.
Okay. And we got Sean, will be ready to go. I'm just basically seeing
And thank you so much for coming to the reception.
We good? Hello, everyone. I hope you're enjoying the food and drink. So Sean has asked me to step in for him. He's, as you know, Sean really likes to talk, and he's been talking so much he's been losing his voice. So he's asked me to step in. My name's Ian Stewart. I'm head of membership and commission support at IUCN. So it gives education. So we've got a very special person that we'd like to present to you